elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. No too real, hit him with a rhythm rhyme. 10,000 cause it's cold in the wintertime. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank like it's intertwined.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again and for the final time in the last day of the GG Pro League. It's been a long journey, but we're both, it's mixed feelings, both happy and sad at the same time. Today we're going to crown the new champion for this GG Pro League series, and possibly the last time we see Ramon and JT for this year, and I can tell they're very happy. Like, finally, thank God, don't have to tolerate this guy anymore. But my name is Tox, also known as Abdullah. Abdullah is actually my real life name. What is your name, JT? Actually, I didn't know your name.
Josh.
Josh, yeah. Love it, man. I'm like Abdullah. It's like a whole different world between us. But how are you guys doing, guys? Josh and Ramon.
Fantastic. I kind of pressured JT to actually get dripped up, and I'm pretty surprised you're pretty dapper yourself, Tox. It's been a pleasure. It's been a real fun time over at the last few months, and I'm pretty excited to actually see everything unfold. It's been a culmination of a lot of hard work for a lot of these teams, and especially now that we've seen a few of my favorites actually go through, it's gonna be fun now to find out who actually comes out on top over to the GG League Pro Series. Pretty excited.
Same here as well. I mean, it's been a cumulative of 4 qualifiers, was it? And in 4 months, it's been crazy. It's been a long journey, trying to get here to the playoffs, and then now we get to see the best of the best. And honestly, it is looking tough with the amount of teams that we have remaining. Only 4 teams are here, and there's only one to be crowned as the champion of the GG League. And I cannot wait to see who will prevail in the matches today.
yeah, we're gonna get to the teams and the matchups we have for the day, but let me remind you guys of the prize pool that we have on this competition, which is a hefty $5,000 for the top 2 from each qualifier and the top 3 from the playoffs, which is a good amount of cash for all those competing and who've reached this far in the competition. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna look right now at the prize pool, which is $5,000, and the breakdown from each qualifier leading to the playoffs as seen on your screens. And we've also heard there's gonna be some interesting live opening of cases because our observers are so rich, they decided, like, hey, let's open some cases. This is what observing does to you. So it's a potential career that you want to maybe seek in the future, where you get so much money that you open 500 cases, and yeah, it turns out it's actually one of the Sammy. That's the guy. Yeah, he's got so rich from us on this competition that he opened cases, but we're gonna see how that goes. But when we look back at the competition in the bracket, now we have God's Reign against Orgas 5. Then we have Impact against Victor Sumus.
Oh,
okay. I guess are we gonna open now, or are we just gonna watch it, Mr. Producer? Okay. So what do you guys think? Purple, blue?
Ooh.
This looks like a P250. in my opinion.
I'm guessing it's gonna be a Mag 7 blue.
I think it's gonna be a P250.
Don't
Let's
jinx
see.
it, man.
Oh, wait a minute.
right.
So close.
All right, that looks. Yeah, I like how he goes for the pattern and the wear, like as if it matters for this. All right, this looks like a Galil. I can smell a Galil.
Could be anything. Could be vice gloves.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Mag
That's
7.
Mag 7.
Saw that coming.
Is this the new one, the Revolution case?
Not gonna lie, the Mag 7 doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, it's very orange.
Yeah.
If you like orange.
No love
Okay,
for Banana
okay.
Crunch.
Ooh.
Oh.
Very anime.
Nice. Well worn though.
Stat track too.
Yeah, but
Sakaku.
it's
Whatever
not
that
that.
means. Yeah, it's not going well, Mr. Sammy. But we
What
believe
happened?
in you, spend that cash.
Yeah.
It's always been in
Oh.
CS, unboxing and just hoping and praying you get something good.
You gotta, there's like...
Oh.
Alright, so they're telling us to pick I think JT, you're picking this one. Pick a key.
Bottom left.
Go.
Bottom
Yes,
left.
that
Okay.
one. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes.
it. Right.
Yes, you're gonna be
This is
lucky
JT's pick, guys.
with this one. And then you get the bottom right case. Yes, that one. Yeah.
Very...
And then
okay.
you're gonna be lucky on this one. It's gonna be an AK.
Definitely a Max 7.
What a strategy.
Damn, that's okay. I'll pick this one. So pick the 7th one, Mr. Observer. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Also, with the cases, go with 7. That's my lucky number.
Well,
It
lucky
never,
number 7.
Never misses.
Okay.
Trust the number 7.
Okay.
He did pick up
roll
a
it,
hockey in
roll
that
it,
before.
Work it.
Oh! I mean, we saw the purple.
It
We
was
saw
going. Ramon.
Purple was close. I think let's try last case key and then first case.
Okay, I like
Let's try.
the reverse psychology there.
People have like
Yeah.
when they open the case, they hover around what they want before opening the case. I think that's what you need to do.
It's not
Right?
going well.
You gotta
guys.
do the ritual. You have to do the ritual.
It's
Faith.
not.
it's not
Lord
going well.
You gotta
David,
shake the case.
please.
You gotta shake the case.
Yeah, you gotta
Yes,
shake
yes.
the case and yeah, shake it.
Shake it, shake it,
Shake it like
shake
you
it.
mean
You
it.
can't.
Yeah, okay, now you know
No,
what you
not
want, right?
shake.
Okay, you inspect it. Okay, you know what you
Ooh.
want. That's good, that's good. Ooh, okay, that's pretty good too, actually.
Yeah, shake
If
it
I'm not
like 3
mistaken,
times.
the
Yeah.
Timber Cow is a little bit more expensive compared to the Revolution or the Headshot, actually.
We'll take whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna come out. If it doesn't, then then yeah, okay, it doesn't. Yeah, it's all blues, bro.
This Tech 9 is not.
Yeah, this case opening reveal is not doing good.
It's one of them. One of them eventually. One of them.
Yeah, I think that's where everything starts. One of it will come out good.
Alright,
Yeah,
that's the start track. It is nice.
Hey.
People in the
okay.
chat, give us a
Okay.
number. Which key you guys want us to use. If
This-
there is,
This looks
Yeah.
as bad as when
Maybe
I
the next
open my
one
own
until
cases. Oh no.
Maybe this one's gonna be good.
this is the one. This is the one. Oh, okay. Gabe. Oh, there we go.
Okay, please. Oh, wait a minute.
Mm,
It's that again. I mean, you have one already.
That's
You want to
well
give the
worn.
other?
Yeah, you should type
well, it's
Gabe
kind of well
fast.
worn.
Just
Chat
type
said 4
what
and
number?
middle.
4 and middle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what chat
Go
said.
for 4 middle. Yeah.
4 and what's
4
on the
and
middle? Yeah.
Yeah, that's middle. Vice gloves.
Vice gloves, please.
The most expensive glove.
Gabe, please. Oh. No. Oh, wait,
Oh.
move. Ah.
Almost.
Oh. This is
Close.
looking
I think it
like
wouldn't
a
matter
very
if you actually
bad,
got the purple.
This is getting a bad
That's like one of
investment.
That's one of the cheapest purples too. If you actually went for the purple.
Oh,
I
it's
like
a
this
surprise? It's gonna be a surprise? It's gonna be another blue, is it?
Looks like.
It's a blue.
Oh,
It's a
man,
blue.
this Tech 9 is just-
Oh. This is why I just watch people open cases and don't open my own.
it's
I
too
think we're
stressful.
kind of wishing for the
Oh,
vice gloves.
the red one! It passed by!
Oh.
Taking.
Alright. We're seeing some reds.
We saw
I think
wait,
we've
but
been wishing for the vice gloves. That kind of made it not want to give it to us. I think we jinxed
that's
it.
like, maybe this is the one you want, right? Like, I don't know how lucky people. Oh, come on, one more. Aww.
It's so annoying when the
Maybe
next
we-
one is
maybe-
like the expensive one.
Maybe
Yeah,
we just
okay.
say that he's not gonna get a good one. Maybe he gets one.
The stonks are going down. Oh no.
It's alright,
That's
man. You
okay.
can donate them.
You can donate. You can donate.
We can do a trade
Oh,
up.
what?
What?
What? Hey, what?
Huh? What?
Wait, check,
What just happened?
check how good it is. Check how good
Yeah.
it is.
What did
Maybe
you do? How did that come? Oh, okay.
Ah. Don't
okay,
stop.
this one's good.
There's only 2 left.
Go.
Alright. Ooh,
Oh, wait, it's
okay.
working.
Oh.
Wow.
It's working.
That's trade
Could have
upable.
done that from the
You
beginning.
can trade that
This
up.
guy knows something. Okay, the last one we
Alright.
have to watch.
Last
though.
case.
The last one we have to watch. Okay.
It's making me nervous.
Based on the sound, we're getting something not blue.
It's
It's
like
not blue.
Tech 9.
It's not. It's not blue, right?
Remaining cases after.
Oh, it is.
Okay, Inferno.
Oh.
Okay, so let's see
It's
what
very
you got.
blue.
I mean, that M4 looks. Oof.
What is it?
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
That looks like a
Nice.
cool. Yeah, I mean, for the skills of the observer, I think this is a good gun.
Battle scar.
Shots fired.
Battle scarred. I mean,
Battle scarred.
can we
Oh.
inspect? Let me see.
It
I
looks-
mean, it's yeah, okay. It's that was yeah, good fun. We eventually got a purple, 2 purples, so that's good. Yeah, I heard that they're giving them away on chat live, so make sure to just tune in. And I was like, no more case opening. Thank you, bye. All right, so
I
I
guess
think,
not.
boys, going back to our first matchup, which is God's Reign against Orgas 5. I have the veto, and let's go over the veto real quick. So Orgas 5 banned Inferno, God's Reign banned Vertigo, Mirage was picked by Orgas 5. When I looked at their the history of they played this map 350 times, where other maps are like 40 and 50, so they play it a lot. Orgas 5 went for Mirage, and then Anubis was picked by God's Reign. We've seen their dominant performance yesterday. Orgas 5 banned Nuke, God's Reign banned Dust 2, and Ancient was picked by default. So we have two Indian teams. They know each other very well. They probably faced each other in multiple local qualifiers to international or maybe Asian events. I'm pretty sure they understand how each play and where the weaknesses and strengths are. But when we look at the maps, I'll start with you, Ramon. Starting with Mirage. Mirage seems like a reasonable pick for Orgas 5, but is that also something God's Reign would like? Is it gonna be a close matchup here, or are we seeing Orgas 5 actually winning this map?
I'm still recovering from the case opening, but now I think I'm going back into that sort of clarity. Now, I believe God's Reign has had a strong point in a lot of maps where it's responding to a lot of execute heavy type of maps, which I believe Mirage is one of those maps in particular. So I think in this regard, with a player that's very aggressive like Rossi Bob, who I have to remind everybody is standing in after a beautiful performance from Revan, who is not the operator anymore for the squad. It's actually fired up now. Who used to be the entry. This type of adjustment has worked wonders in the type of playstyle that God's Reign has put up. So picking this map in particular against a strong team in Mirage against God's Reign is a bold move, to say the least. It's just going to matter on which side they're going to be performing on. So I believe if they start on CT, then maybe it's going to cushion up a bit of the blow, but I wouldn't say it's going to affect whatever God's Reign have prepared for this.
All right, so actually, yes, they are starting on. So God's Reign are starting on the CT side. How are you seeing this, JT? Do you agree with Ramon here, or you have different thoughts?
The thing is, it may be their favorite pick and it may be a map they played, but if you check the match before this, the series that they had to play up against Wawa, they did even go for Mirage, and he lost on their own very map up against Wawa, 13-7. And if it's a map that you're so confident to play in, you shouldn't be losing games or matches on it, especially, not against someone like God's Reign. So at that sense, your mental could be shaken just because, this is a map that we know how to play, but can you play it to a better extent than your opposing team? It's a big question mark. So yes, you have 350 matches, but can you put in
so just a correction, sorry. It was actually God's Reign that had 345 matches on Mirage. So that just adds more to your point.
Yeah, that's just scary. It's your favorite map, but it's your opponent's favorite map as well. So I'm like, what do I do? Except open more cases.
Let's go.
All right, since we have some technical difficulties, we're gonna go and open more cases. Are we gonna do the speedrun thing because that was working?
I feel like this is a technical difficulty as its own.
Yeah,
this is a great way to actually bend that technical difficulty.
It's like telling everybody, guys, in stream, if this goes bad, don't invest in CSGO cases.
This is how we cook. We just show you how rich our observer is.
He's like, you know what? Even if I lose this, I'm okay. Oh my lord.
Yeah, just go for 7-7, bro. Trust me.
Just keep going for 7-7.
Just go 7-7 3 times. That's the charm.
I mean, that's how Tux got his skins. 7-7-7.
Yeah.
Isn't that
I do it 3
skins?
times or 700 or 777 times. It's okay. The third one is the
that's when it hits.
Yeah, that's the third one.
That's when it hits. Yeah.
You can't win with 2-7. Just trust me, and if we lose, then then trust. No, what is that, bro?
7-7-7. Always
7-7.
He's ignoring your
Do it
advice.
3 times.
Oh man, you're messing up with
He's
the
ignoring
algorithm.
your advice.
3, 2,
Yeah, that's
1.
not gonna work.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
So
because it's on the third one. On the
You
third
should be the 7 and the 7. Just trust me.
Yeah.
That's how they win in casinos.
He went for the 8th one.
No.
We've seen a lot of YouTube videos.
Yes.
You know,
Man, this guy
this
is not counting.
7. Yes.
There
Okay.
you go.
Oh.
There we go.
Here
Yep.
we go.
Here
we
comes
go.
the knife or the.
Here comes
glove.
the knife.
Yeah, missed it.
Oh, it's gonna come out. No.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So sometimes it works, but not necessarily all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah,
just
yeah,
small?
maybe yeah, because Misty was counting wrong. Yeah, maybe that's why.
Possibly.
Yeah, it's a glitch.
Okay, this is
I have
not
a theory.
looking good.
What if
Yeah,
what if you
Speed
inspect the
opening, yeah.
Mag 7 skin before you open it? Maybe that's the ritual.
Mag 7. Maybe,
inspect the
Mag 7.
skin.
Yeah, maybe that's the one
Yeah,
that's gonna
inspect
be
the Mag
like.
7 skin.
Oh,
Why is this girl eating fish? What the
why is it like that? Oh my
I mean,
God.
that's not how I imagine
Alright.
seafood, you know?
That's an interesting.
That's the literal seafood.
That's an interesting one.
I don't know how
Let's go.
Gaben approves these.
Oh. Well,
I don't think even Gaben bothers looking at it.
I don't
we're
either.
going. We're
Like
going
those
down.
Scars, man. There's
Oh.
lots of scars.
Chat said forward and middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the middle.
Yeah. Now
If it's
safe.
good-
go
I'm
and
gonna
middle.
return the thing.
If it's the gloves, it's over.
You give it
There's
to
a
the,
lot of
It's
purples
doable.
are coming out.
it's the seafood.
Oh, hello there.
Oh,
Mercy.
they're all field tested, like. Alright, but Star Trek, that's good. Can play
Yeah.
Boiler Inferno.
Could be better. Could be better. Ooh.
Oh, this
Oh.
damn
You have a lot of Sakuga. Yeah, you have
I think this is field tested.
yeah, he has a lot of Sakuga.
Oh, it
I
glitched.
think
Oh,
it,
glitch.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
oh.
You've been
This
This could
scammed.
be a good one.
Oh.
This could be a good one. It glitched.
You've been
I
scammed.
think it's a sign. It's a sign. See?
Another
Sakaku.
Sakuga. Oh!
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 It's the
Ooh,
glitch.
Where'd that come from?
That's the glitched one. That's the glitched one.
Could we get better than that one though? The AWP? Nah.
Nope, the scar.
I think if
I have the up.
if you say that you're gonna give this one whatever you open, I think it's gonna be a good one. If you're gonna give it away,
Maybe.
maybe.
Four
Be
more.
like I'm gonna give one away
left.
to chat, and it's gonna be a good one.
And then you're gonna keep it.
Then he keeps it. The biggest scam,
Aw,
bro. This is not looking good.
it's not. I think
Come
we
on,
learned a
Gaben, give us
valuable lesson
something.
today.
Where is the valuable lesson?
We didn't even see any
Um,
gloves or anything.
Don't.
You saw the red ones. Which red was it? The red one you saw.
I think it's the AK. I saw the AK.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
The AK.
And then that was it. I
Was
just
the
said
AK.
goodbye.
You got a glimpse.
I've yet
Temco,
to see
Temco.
anything else.
I'm calling
Oh,
Temco right now.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that's
Oh
okay,
my
I
god,
guess.
that's like.
Oh, that is destroyed. That is disgusting.
a battle. Oh my goodness. Looks like a banana you
one.
leave for like 3 weeks.
You think it's the last one, Ramon, but it's not.
True.
Oh, oh,
Ooh.
oh. Oh.
So no, it's the P2K.
Open
See-
more. Open more.
Alright, well, it's good effort, but hard luck, Mr. Whoever is opening cases, but yeah, maybe. I think there's more. I think he mentioned that they have 50, so I think we probably opened like 20 or something. So yeah, we still have more. All right, so any word on the match, Mr. Producer? Okay. Right. So. All right.
Hey!
He's still rich.
He still has money out of this, out of opening. Maybe the guy who
Half maybe.
who opens it should be someone else. Maybe
No, not
the
mid
James-
game though. Yeah, let someone else touch
Level
them
up.
out. You know, maybe like.
Yeah, maybe someone else.
Yeah,
opens
yeah.
it for you.
Yeah, maybe like you know,
Oh.
I don't know,
Yeah.
someone that we don't hear like the name of, like not Zoro or Misty, or Sammy, or West. Is anyone left?
Or anybody in the office.
Just don't open it. Get a random stranger outside.
It's the damn scar.
Nah.
He's gonna have a nasty collection.
I don't
You
know.
can
if it's
use the
people
trade
or
up thing, right? Does it still work?
It works. It works.
It almost feels like opening all of these cases, it would have been cheaper to buy from the market. Almost.
It's alright.
You're
Don't make me
unfortunately
feel
right.
worse. Ah,
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything good.
oh,
The
man.
first case has a knife, is what they're
Yeah,
saying.
go for the first case.
First key
you know, you
of the
should-
first case.
But you know what you should do, Mister? Whoever is opening, just fake it.
Oh!
Okay,
Ah.
almost. Just fake it. Like press open case and then just don't click. Cancel and open another one. You know, just fool the system.
Yeah, so it's gonna give you
Cause
something
some
bad,
yeah. Cause
and then
some-
give you something good.
Yeah. No, don't open. No. Yeah, that's. Oh, what happened? See, now it's like a bug.
It-
So this is a.
Now it's bugged. Yeah, now you're gonna.
See?
Oh.
No, yeah, you have
Oh.
to let us see it. You got 2 in 1.
He thought he was gonna get lucky again.
Does it work that way? It's gonna come.
Not this time.
Nice.
Oh.
This is really ugly.
It's pretty much the only thing we've been seeing so far.
Oh wait,
Yeah, that's
what?
a Glock.
What'd you
Wait,
get?
let's see. What is that? Oh, nice.
Hey, that's pretty.
Minimal wear. Okay.
Oh,
It's
not
minimal
bad,
wear.
not bad, not
Wow,
bad.
that looks like a nice Glock.
Yeah, that looks good. That
Rabbit
looks good.
jumping in China. That's
Very nice.
Alright.
Hey, we're in Majors
Let
in
the bank call
Shanghai,
again.
so probably.
Hey,
Oh, wait!
hey, oh.
Wow, that's
Oh.
That's not looking good.
how did they like?
Let it
Like,
stop.
That was annoying. But I guess now we see
That's
more.
too-
No
content.
gloves are
Okay.
coming out. Maybe this is it. The final of the final. After this, it's gonna be the
Yeah.
money shot. It's gonna be the money shot.
This is the one.
This is
That's
the
the
one.
one.
Yeah.
Pray, man. Let
I
someone
think
go for it.
you inspect everything and it's gonna come out.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Show
Do
us
it.
that old
it.
man. Show us that old.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
Democao, pretty.
That's pretty.
Yeah, no. It's very weird.
Okay. Oh.
I
Reminds me
had
of the
that.
worm god. It
I
reminds
had
me of
that.
the worm god.
Yeah, but
You
they put
know?
a snake.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
how
we
it
have
This is
that.
prettier.
Well, you already have this. You have that. A lot of those.
Alright.
Just one of this.
Out of
You
everything,
basically
the
have
pistol was probably the
It's not
prettiest.
bad.
Yeah. The Glock is nice.
Yeah, the Glock is really nice.
Mm.
Okay. I think the Mag 10
Last
is,
one.
yeah, the Mag 7 is the last. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, very
Let's go.
interesting.
Alright.
Here we go.
This is the one.
Oh, okay, he's gonna fake it
Yeah,
out.
the fake.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna fake
Okay.
it. Nice fake.
Okay. Here we go. It's gonna be the gloves.
Let
JT
it play.
says it. It's gonna be the gloves. It's gonna be the gloves.
Gloves.
It is the gloves. Is it? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh no.
Ooh, okay. It's the Star Trek.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's one of those days. You know. But I think if you opened like 20 more, we would have had a knife. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, 50 more, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you can try with 20, but then if you, yeah. But guaranteed is a 50. Like extreme
The luck
guarantee is
starts
like
when you're
100.
about to stop.
Yeah, you gotta have that
Yeah.
mentality. I think. Okay, still facing some issues in the server. Now, this is a bit tricky because it's. Okay, I see a new player on the side of
Really?
Orgas 5. Rhombus. Is he a new player or he's been there? Maybe the flag changed. What is that flag?
I don't
Never
entirely
seen that flag
remember
before.
this guy. Revan. Wait, I just
Rhombus?
realized
Oh,
Revan
wait.
is playing for Orgas 5 now.
Okay, so yeah, so the Defaulter is not playing. Oh wow, that changes a lot. And it's gonna be a Rhombus. Rhombus 2. But I'm trying to figure out what flag is that.
I'm looking for the
What's that
flag.
flag? NC. What is that country? NC country. Googling. North Carolina. No, I don't think that's.
I don't think so. It's from North Carolina.
It's
That's not PC.
wow. Okay, I need to figure out which flag is this. Okay, I found it. It's New Caledonia.
What?
What is that?
Never heard.
Where is that located?
New
New Caledonia.
It's an island
Somewhere
country.
next to France or something. Wow. I mean, I'm sure
That's
it's
a
just to be the number one of that country, but that was an interesting flag, actually. Never seen it before.
No.
North Caledonia. Hmm.
That's a first.
New Caledonia. New Caledonia.
Yeah.
Never heard.
Is
Of
new-
this country.
does it feel like there's new countries like coming into play lately, like in the world? You know, not like. I swear, like in the past few years, I've been hearing about new country I've never heard of before.
Yeah, this is my
Where are they?
first time. It's a tiny island.
Like, is there someone discovering? Like, do we have a Columbus somewhere? You know, not sure.
So welcome to the GeoGuessr part of this show.
We need that. But yeah, it's so Rambus is gonna be playing instead of Defaulter. I mean, we've talked about how impactful this guy can be, Defaulter. What do you guys think? Does this change the stakes here? Does that favor God's Reign?
Well, an unknown quantity, which honestly could be a surprise that could be, I'd say, volatile in the moment. It could be positive, it could be negative. In my eyes, you haven't really seen him perform on the Orgas 5 banner. What a big surprise for me, and is something that we could also like integrate into the story between these two teams, is that former God's Reign player Revan is now under the Orgas 5 banner. The former opper for God's Reign, not playing on one of the best teams in India right now. And it's kind of like a civil war in my eyes. Like now it's like Revan fighting up against one of his former brethren, now joining up against one of their best teams in the same region. So that's a pretty interesting story to look at.
Yeah, and because in the last 4 teams we have, 3 of them are Indians. One is UAE, which is Impact. So it's I'm sure all the Indians are united to have. It's a guaranteed final to have one Indian team, since the winner of this, well, most likely the winner of Impact and Victor Sumus. What is that? It's not a good.
Is this
Good side. Okay. So that does that mean we're ready to go live? I'm looking at the other matchup, the other semi-final, and it's 3-1 for Impact on the map of Dust 2, which is their map pick. So still early. Alright, so we have a minute almost until we go live. Let's do a quick prediction. Last night, none of us got it correctly. Let's start with you, Ramon. God's Reign versus Orgas 5 on Mirage, the map pick of Orgas 5.
Look, Tux, I'm feeling a little weird, a little wild, possibly because of the lack of sleep, possibly because I'm feeling a little treacherous. I'm kind of feeling like Orgas 5 has this. So even though it's kind of against the logic that I actually put out very early on in the desk, I'm going to say 13-7 for Orgas 5. That's my answer.
Okay, and JT?
Interesting, Ramon. Especially when he played this map just yesterday and he went 7-13 up against Wawa. So that's a big throw on your end. But I think it's going to be God's Reign 13-6.
Hey, I'm telling you, I'm throwing logic out the window.
I'm going with 13-9 for God's Reign. I think it's gonna be a close matchup. But yeah, interesting. Could be the rebel here, Mr. Ramon. And actually, we get a surprise win here from Orgas 5. I think God's Reign probably showed the most dominance throughout this whole competition, but looking forward to see how Orgas 5 are gonna adapt to the change of Defaulter and playing Mirage, which is one of the most played maps for God's Reign. Crazy amount of times they played this map. And so yeah, I think we're almost set to get into the game. Mirage by Orgas 5. They are starting on the T side, God's Reign on the CT side. Last night we saw God's Reign in the two maps they played on the T side. So it's going to be interesting now to see how well they do on the CT side of Mirage. You guys think this is going to be something impactful? Do you believe like their T side was generally better than their CT?
You know, I'm like waiting for like Ramon to go enter. But I was gonna say there's no difference with God's Reign. God's Reign is just, you know, it's a map that they've played a lot. We already have the statistics and how much they've played in Mirage, and I feel like to a certain extent it just doesn't matter if they're gonna be on the T side or the CT side.
All right. So we have a tick pose. I don't know, guys. Do you want to go into the map or you just want to stick around and chat? Ramon, this is on you, man. I'm leaving this burden on you.
Your decision.
Hey, okay. I mean, what do you want to talk about? What did you guys eat for today? What did you guys do?
I mean, JT was telling us he was having Jollibee, which is
Yes.
quite interesting. So what is special about Jollibee then? For example, a normal, like a normal fried chicken restaurant.
This is the
I
Filipino
need to
pride
know.
that
I
comes
need to.
out.
I need to know. Okay, I understand the pride for that, but why is it so special for Filipinos?
All right, think about this, right? Think about this. Everybody knows how fried chicken should be made, like cooked in batter, always seasoned perfectly. But you never really tasted real chicken if you haven't tried like Filipino fried chicken. It's kind of ingrained into our culture how well seasoned chicken has to be, and how intricate the timings have to be when it's double fried, which is also like pretty popular in Jollibee. So the Jollibee chicken, plus you kind of couple that up with like the spaghetti that's also like pretty sweet in my eyes. It's not like Italian spaghetti that's kind of sour, kind of more savory. No, this time it's kind of a little sugary, and you couple that up with the savory chicken and the beautiful stack of gravy as well. You kind of have a nice meal that kind of reminds you of home. A lot of nostalgia. Just thinking about it just makes you want to go back to the Philippines. I mean, JT, don't you miss that?
Yeah, man.
Don't you miss that, JT?
Yeah, and you know what? The biggest thing is, if you like spicy, they have spicy chicken, and it's actual spicy. You know, not like if you go to like some other brands and be like, I would like to have spicy chicken, and you're like, where's the spice? It's not there. I don't get that hit. But when you go to a Jollibee and you get spicy chicken, it's literally spicy chicken, and I love it.
Hey, don't forget about the pineapple juice. The pineapple juice will always hit at home.
Yeah, there's always pineapple juice.
Pineapple juice. Wow, man. I mean, I'm definitely getting hungry, but you guys got me excited to try Jollibee. I know there's some famous dessert as well. I can't remember the
Peach
name.
mango pie. You can't go wrong with that. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, everyone has apple pie, but we have peach mango, and that is delicious.
I prefer peach mango than apple.
Yeah. You love it. You will love it.
At first, you kind of hate it because the first bite that you get it into, it burns your tongue. But then once you get into the second bite, the third bite, you get the peach
It's
mango
very
bits. You
crispy
kind of
as
get a
well.
little bit of that juiciness. Then
The
you got the
flakiness.
crispiness from the pie itself.
Yeah.
Ah, goodness.
Ooh,
now I'm
chef's
hungry.
kiss.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Fox.
Yeah, to everyone watching, or the producers as well, from you guys there from PLG, you guys gotta get some Jolly, man. You guys are missing out. They're amazing good.
Yeah. Yeah, producer wants to try now. Yeah, you've done a good advertisement for it, guys. So now lots of people want to try it. But yeah, I can see that the game is still paused, so we still have some time. All right, so maybe we can go for a quick break. Order some Jollibee and come back, and hopefully by then the game would have started. So give us a few seconds, and we'll be right back. Wow, he lied to us. The producer's like, "Yeah, let me put you off screen. What is this?" I'm still, yeah. It's we've been tricked. All right. Does that mean I'm still here with you guys, or did I? Okay.
I think everyone still hears us.
Yeah, that guy there on the floor, that just describes me right now.
Oh my gosh. But Tux,
Then,
what's happening on the other game, Victorious and Impact? Has there
Let me take
been,
a quick look. It's 5-3 for Impact so
Ooh,
far
interesting.
On Dust 2, right?
on Dust 2. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Wow. I think JT kind of jinxed it. Remember, he was
I was-
calling for the Gods Ring versus Victoria Sumus game
Yeah.
on Grand Finals. I think he kind of jinxed it, bro.
Yeah, I thought that's what's gonna happen, but I was not expecting Impact to get. But I mean, it's still early on, right? But interesting enough,
True.
he got a lead.
All right. So
Is he actually lying on the ground? Is that actually the default like ragdoll animation?
yeah, are we? Do we have any chicken? All right. So yeah, we're back or not back. Okay. Are we opening cases? All right. So getting word that we're gonna head into the other match.
Mhm.
This. Okay, so we're gonna head into the other match because we want you guys to, not miss any action until this game goes live. As we mentioned, it's 5-3 for Impact. On the 2, the map pick of Impact, Inferno, is picked by Victor Sumus. Ancient is the last map. So I think in a few seconds as well, we're gonna head into that game. Maybe casual analysis. I don't know how you guys are gonna cast this, but it's 5-4 now. So I think it's very close in that matchup. Very interesting. With how we talked about Impact, maybe we don't watch them much, but we've seen how dominant they were. 13-1, 13-2 against Starboys yesterday. It was, something no one would have predicted. And now they're going on the same map, Dust 2, 5-4, Victor Summers. So seems like it's a good fight there.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of had a small sample size of what we could expect from Impact since it was a pretty short-sighted map as well. On the flip side, though, maybe it's a comfortability map for Impact since it is the map that they also played yesterday. You saw a lot of good plays out for Causal and Art King, who I gotta say has been a pretty good stand-up player for the Impact side. They do well on him, putting all the resources on this guy. Then it's gonna be a well-done performance. But if Victor Summers can perform, then it's gonna be a different story.
Yeah, we're already in the game. Benson getting the kill towards Try, and he's gonna find. No, he doesn't get the shot. Arctic King finds it instead. The hold towards B. They're gonna try their best. As Rico Master, he finds another. Good look for more on a 2v1.
All right, so I need to go. Guys, take it away.
Thank you. Art King. Art King, 1v2. Planted the bomb down, so now he has time to repo. Doesn't have the smoke, doesn't have anything. Well, doesn't have a flash in hand. Has to play around the timing, but Art King is playing this as patiently as possible. Lead, that's 30 seconds. He push on into the op. Art King doesn't miss the shot. Now that's an opportunity for Eric King. Peeks on in. The AK rings true. And that also gets an opportunity for VS to break through their fourth ground. This could possibly be a stream buff because by the start of this game, we kind of saw a lot of struggle for VS before we actually went on into the broadcast. But once the cameras were rolling, that's when they started to hit frags.
I feel like Victoria Summers, they are a strong team, and this is where Impact's gonna get really tried and tested if they can defeat, such a big name. They are a household name that everybody knows in India. This is not a team that's like spawned out of nowhere, and they are a team that has been contested by God's Reign. So let's see how things goes as Rico Master. Bro, this guy, he's just pushing over tons. The op shot, it's gonna miss. We're not gonna see the action, are we? Oh, they do. It's Rico and Master Razor being able to at least get two. One will fall down towards mid. That's Champ CS. But Rico Master holding the door, going for the peak, but got too cocky. As Victoria Summons, let's see what they can do as Razor 8 needs to run away, but from behind, the shot Arkin, oh my gosh! That could have been a massive miss. He still survives it somehow as Benson finds his own. He looks for another. Quick and easy work. It's 5-5. The lead from Impact is no more.
And sometimes the lower tunnels push actually works out as a surprise. And now Recall Master just gunning up when he needs to. And if I remember correctly, he pushed up with the AWP, so kind of a ballsy attempt from him as well. I mean, I like the playstyle for Victoria Summers, just taking blow for blow. Switching heavy picks on towards one side of the map. That lower tunnels push, and again, that mid-side aggress for Impact to respond to that aggress itself was very well put. 5-5. Tech 9 rush across the board for Impact. They do get a few dinks on hand. A gush over to Recall Master. Has to recall back towards safety. Razor has the perfect strip. He gets 3. Possibly a 4K. Pulls out the USP. The Recall Master is here and gets the refrag in time. 1v3 this time, and our king gets dethroned. 6-5 VS. Shut them down. Get the lead. And another round before we head on into the second half.
I think, Ramon, this is a team we haven't even seen on stream, right? Yeah, Victoria Summons, because the qualifiers that they played on, it was not broadcasted. I believe that was was it the third qualifier or the second qualifier? I think it was the second one, right? And that was not on. Yeah. So this is the first time we're gonna be able to see how they play, and oh boy, is it a treat? They've been playing phenomenal so far.
Arikan's gonna push up with into the position. Really smoke damage.
Get lucky?
And sometimes, how did Get Lucky die? Is this a disconnection?
I think it is.
Possibly an unfortunate scenario. 6-5. That's a 4 versus 5. Really push on towards the Elon position. Champ CS, he is willing to take the fight to them. 3 players spotted. Impact getting another frag on in. Causal starts as strong. Arikan finally re-emerges from the shadows. Gets a second frag as well. And that's when the upshot rings true from Recall Masters. 1v4 this time for Walu. Multiple O's. 1v4. Pushes on a short.
It kind of sucks, right? You do lose the guy who had your AWP. Now Walu is left alone. Could usually gets hunted down, and that would be your first half with Victoria Summers getting that lead. It was looking good. If you saw the scoreboard just a while ago, that Impact was leading the way, and then somehow, some way, Victoria Summers, they're able to answer back and figure out, what they can really capitalize on, or what more can they strengthen their defense, and it did show on how well they've been playing.
Yeah. JT, I actually went back to the VODs. And I did remember that the second qualifier was not broadcasted, so it was a big surprise for us to watch out what type to kind of leverage what type of range Victoria Summers can have as a squad. So we don't have that much expectations for them, other than the fact that they're also a household name in India. They're around the range of top 2 or top 3 in the local region, and you kind of can expect a lot of firepower from both Recall Master and Benzene, since this is a duo that likes to play the Fire and Ice duo, which in fact where the Ice player likes to play the util game, while Recall Master is usually the guy who is usually relied upon to carry. So will this duo work wonders so far? And I think it's not them that's been doing the heavy lifting at this point in time. I think Razor's been having a good game. I think Arikan's doing so much good work on holding down the very important pieces of the game, like around that A door side, around A long positions. He likes to get down and dirty, which is the thing that I'm trying to get to. We're Impact, waiting for Get Lucky to go back into the server. If I'm not mistaken, this guy, usually the type of player that likes to play alone, likes to play self-isolated. So a map like Dust 2 will have to be relied upon by him to find timings, get some extra openings, possibly get a rotation kill or 2. But a team like Victoria Summers, who are a well-oiled machine, is going to be a very difficult opponent to predict. So it's on Impact to try to find those timings themselves.
And it's going to be hard, honestly, on the side of Impact. Yeah, we saw them play yesterday, 13-2, 13-3, I believe, right? And they were dominating. But when you're up against juggernauts, it kind of seemed like you need to keep the ball rolling. You need to get that advantage that they had earlier on, which is winning the pistol round and then capitalizing with a bonus and get more rounds from there, which they did earlier on. Now the question is, could they do it again? And I feel like a whole emphasis on how well their pistol round is going to be on the CT side. If they're able to get that, then they can get a couple more rounds to make sure that the advantage of having 2 more rounds on the side of Victoria Summers will be gone. And it's a big toll to ask, but it needs to be done.
I kind of wish one of these players actually opened the case before they actually went into the game right now.
Imagine
When was the last
if they
time
did,
you
right?
opened the case? When was the last time you
Oh.
opened the case with you?
Brother, this was CSGO days.
Oh,
That's
so
how
a
long.
long time ago.
That is a
A
long.
long time ago.
I got the Griffin and the Worm God. That's the last time I've opened the case.
All right.
And it's gonna be interesting as you gotta push. Oh, the Flash Ardex King. He's not getting a shot, but guess what? Just around the corner, that's where tier 1 is gonna be. He gets one. He understands the Flash. They go for the play, and they're making it work. Impact! The pistol round is perfect. The execution's phenomenal. And the RX King will continue reigning king for Impact to win that round.
Wow. My, oh my. Impact. Off of the bait and switch setup, just taking control of that tunnel's push. Just nice flash from him. That kind of neglects a bit of that factor from Art King with the long angle, but just as he was reloading, that's when they tried to clear every single corner except the one corner that they needed to check. 3 kills, in fact, for TR1 in a good response from the smoke player instead. Sumus back on the full save this time around. TR1 over at lower tunnels. They're funneling all their guns in one corner of the side. It's already on top of mid. Stacked up against each other, so both sides of both door and mid is going to get covered. It's just a matter of whoever wants to put their hand too deep into the cookie jar, which I don't believe Impact will try to even attempt to do that. Unless Get Lucky sits into this crosshair, but he's kind of not in dangerous waters.
Yeah, they're not peeking towards that area, so it's gonna be a big surprise if he finds all the players all grouped up together, which could be massive. It's just a couple more seconds and it's gonna happen. No, they're gonna go for the mid push instead, on towards A short, and this is where they're gonna collapse here. And Ardex King, is he ready? He has the smoke. He jumps down immediately, goes for the smoke, and guess who's behind? It's Get Lucky chasing their tail, but it doesn't matter. They're already in towards short. They're going for the push. Tier 1 finds one. He falls down. One as well. Oh no, it's going to be a total disaster. But never mind. Get Lucky from behind. The massive flank. Easy pickings. 77 now. Advantage no more.
You'll take what you can get. And with Victoria Summers finding a somewhat of an open A short position, a catwalk push from them was quick and easy, but a walk in the park, I don't think that was the case for them once they head on into A short. Peeks on through. Impact also with the information just setting up for the flank. That's where the communication just sets in forth. Makes a difference this time around, and unfortunately, Get Lucky is not so lucky anymore. So that's going to be a technical pause. Actually, I don't believe so, because if I remember correctly, they already expended the time that they were supposed to be allotted for that technical pause. And he's back. Never mind. Got the full buys in check. I don't believe he has enough for the AWP. Unless... All right. We just got an update from the production that the game that we were supposed to broadcast, God's Reign versus Orgas 5, has now commenced a minute ago. And currently, it is at 3-1 in favor of God's Reign.
That is correct. I mean, what's there to expect? It's God's Reign, right? So it's going to be a big disadvantage, I would say, from coming from Orgas 5. Yes, Revan was playing with them. But at the end of the day, even without, or even if you have the information and how the team plays, it's still hard to counteract. It's still hard to get that good read. Just because I feel like God's Reign, most of their strategies are very default oriented, where it doesn't seem like it's a massive strategy, right? They're just playing off on what they feel, and that they just bounce around that, and it's doing wonders for them so far.
I think a big part of that as well is because if you compare the play styles of a lot of the teams when they're playing on the defense, is that most of them, especially for the Pakistani teams that they faced up against, they like to play the type of defense that once they don't see each other in the once they don't see any opponent in the first 20 seconds on their CT side, that's when they start pushing. That's when they start try to experiment. That's sort of a push, like on A short, one like on tunnels, to see if they can get a pick. You see the early push out from Impact. I believe it was Get Lucky who actually decided to go for that. That's one of the things that a few of the Pakistani teams actually like to do in a lot of those situations, and God's Rain just has the perfect playstyle to play up against that.
That's just crazy to see that. You really have to, be able to adapt on your enemy team to be able to maximize and catch them off guard. And I feel like adaptability is such a hard thing to attain, but once you attain it, there's a big, massive difference in the way your team can play and the gameplay in general.
So interestingly, coming up into this finale, the final day of the playoffs, we actually got stats thanks to our production, who has posted it on our Twitter, which is at GG League Esports. I hope you guys actually do take the chance to follow their socials. Interestingly, I got the stats for everybody on Impact and Victorious Sumus, and a few of them have been standing out for me. R2B2 from Victorious Sumus. Actually, no, that's from... I believe that is from God's Reign.
That's God's Reign, buddy. You're in the wrong side.
I'm looking at the graphic. It's ready. I read it as Victorious Sumus, but nevertheless, he's coming in at 1.81. That's a pretty huge pick, and that's a pretty huge start for Get Lucky. The AWP, which again I noted from the buy phase, is going to be a huge factor coming into this because he's been a little hot and cold coming into this Dust 2 map. We'll see if his hot shots are going to do wonders to get themselves the first leg up, and it does to get the pick off on the AWP player. That is Recall Master on the T side.
That could have been massive. His blind shots actually could have gotten the kill. It was almost on the mark, but you can get lucky to a certain extent, I would say. Not too damn lucky, but other than that, this is the buy run coming from Victorious Summers. It should be massive for them. Because if you do lose that, it kind of sets them to a tone again where Impact, with the lead that they have, could be a massive burden on Victorious Summers. Because honestly, you can't give Impact too much room because they're getting quite a lot with what they're doing. Meanwhile, A side though, Ramon, that's where the action could possibly be at.
Aaron can take that first frag in, knowing that Art King and Causal, they don't have the best guns, except for the A1S that Art King actually is holding up in his pocket, although he is holding that graffiti position. Smoke comes down over to the CT spawn, and that, I don't think anybody's close to actually relay that information. They do take their pick towards A short, and they're going to crunch the pawn. The main player comes on in, the spray comes through, and Art King and Causal, they say all good in the hood. They get 3 picks, only giving up Art King for the trouble. 1v4 for Eric King. Doesn't have all the util in the world. He sprays on 1. That's a huge start. A second, not in the mids, especially with your mag betraying you after a gunfight. 8-7 so far for Impact. That's 3 picks in a round. That's a lot of money dumped on in their economy as well. So that's their buy round. It's thrown to the wayside thanks to Impact and their defense on the A side itself.
I like the role for Victorious Summers, especially in the playoffs. They are a team that's well known, but they also struggled, by the way, when they played up against Aim Stars previously, where their second map went to overtime. Now they're gonna go for a full-on, it looks like an A-long push, but honestly, they're gonna get stopped by Utils. They already have the nade. They're gonna go for the shots. They're gonna overwhelm them with numbers, but tier 1. Same with Walu, just enough to shut them off 1 by 1 as the cookie crumbles.
Into the meat grinder. Victorious Summers. Honestly, with a Tech 9 rush like that, plus the smoke coming down, it's definitely not the possibility anymore. They could flash out the gun for Causal as well. Even though they're covered up by the smoke, it doesn't really cover them up after the fact. The flash still affects them, and also very poorly timed push out from the doors also exposes them over to the AK players on point. Long door is not the best scenario for them that time around. Now they want to go for it again. Got lucky, flashed on in. Perfect flash, I'd like to add so myself. And another to try to go for measure as Razor. The AK spray is good enough. Now that leaves the Opper to actually take a more passive approach. Now that also gives an opportunity for TR1. Flanked on in, and Chap CS has good awareness, but will he expect the second guy?
Doesn't seem so, but he's gonna go for the repeat. Most likely Causal is gonna be able to get this, as it's gonna be a freebie. I reckon. Oh, he saw the fan. Could have went, but he gets pushed by 2 instead. Oh, the fool. He thought it was true, but it was not. False information. Get lucky. Gonna go for the shot, but that is not what he's aiming for. This is Victor Sumus slowly getting back into the fray. Still gonna be a number deficit on their end. Arctic's King burning to the fire. But guess who's through the smoke? That's Walu. The cocky play. He's gonna go for it. He wants to get the push. He's gonna find the opportunity to get it. 1 down, make that 2. Impact. This could be it. This could be the map that's gonna take away.
This could be the upset victory that we never expected. 10-7, and so far it's from proactivity all across the board, and it's from pushes over to the mid side, very risky over to the barrels position, but it's with investing 3 players, giving up an A short push that could have been very pivotal for Victor Sumus, but because they were taking too long over at that long door side, the A short extremity was not a non-factor anymore. Now they push on in back into upper tunnels. Victor Sumus primed up for the pistol rush, but in the end, the Molnies, she's staving up their offense, also making them hesitate. The smoke doesn't help that cause as well.
The amount of utos that they're doing, and we are gonna overcommit towards this, but gets a spray. He's hoping to get the kill, but he's not gonna be able to find it. Arctic King will get lucky, goes for a push again on his pistols. He finds it. He's looking for more, but he does fall down. But from above, it's Walu spraying from above. Oh, he does find what a couple of massive kills. Rico Master has the AWP. Almost likely get flashed. Still, they're playing rather cautious, not going for the full commitment. Here's the C4 getting planted, but they're not gonna beat. You understand? You don't have to. And the nade? Hello? Victorious Sumus? Oh, they're getting read upon. Impact. They're playing it smart, not giving too much away. And boy, this is looking like a total disaster for Victorious Sumus, Ramon.
I don't know if he is aware that he has a MAC-10, but he decides to go for the 2-tap anyways from the Tech 9. Play as close as possible. Does have the bomb within his vicinity, so he can pick that up, possibly get an upgrade himself. That's an A1S in his hands right now. So it's a possibility. 20 seconds. Push on in from TR1. Attempts to go for the bomb plant, but in the end, they're all swarming around him once he puts on the sound cue. An 11-7 scoreline for Impact. The strong defense, a pure highlight from Impact so far. And that's, if I'm not mistaken, ever since they started this pistol round, it is 6 rounds in a row that they have won. And that's big.
It is their map pick. It's a map that they're very confident on. And it goes to show why. You know, you give them that leeway, they'll just continue on with the pressure that they have. And it's so hard to climb back out of, especially when Victorious Sumus only won, like, just a few rounds and that's it. Tier 1, he's pushing. I love this play, but it's not going to work out. Arakin spots it out. Causal just around the corner too. Going to continue the hold as Victorious Sumus playing default. Look for picks, look for what they can find. If there is any signs of weakness, they are going to capitalize on it.
Well, kill found is a good point of news for them, especially with TR1 actually putting his hand too deep into the cookie jar, and they decide to follow his teammate's reins. And good pick for Benzine. Does not expect a second. Arakin does, though, with a 3K for Victorious Sumus as a team. It's a 2 versus 5. They also got an open B site for them to plant the bomb down, leaving Walu and Got Lucky in a position where they either need to clutch or considering the surplus amount of rounds that they have won, is a possibility for a save, which I believe is the best case scenario for them. They can get the AWP still if they get lucky, plus get the pick off over to, I believe, Champ CS. That's additional cash in their pocket, possibly for another kit for at least one of these players on Impact. Or you could drop one of the rifles itself.
Yeah, I think they were expecting to go for exit frags or some sort, but you know, the entire lurk coming from there did not expect that to happen, especially when Razor was just around the corner, just waiting for them to go for the push. Although at least they're able to save one of the rifles, or per se the AWP, which is massive in their end. Although they do have the the money, the funds, but other than that, they get something out of it. Meanwhile, they get lucky. No, okay, he almost died. He's gonna go for one more? No way. Okay, he plays it safe. Plays it safe as he should.
Yeah. Not too bad on the economy, though. I mean, they still get the AWP. They still have a bunch of cash to actually buy up into the next coming round. But this is one of their last full buys, so they're going to have to make sure that this is worth it, since they don't want to give away too many rounds over to Victor Sumus. One of the teams like to play off of momentum, and now they start up with a full stock of weapons. AWP for Recall Master, and if I look at the map correctly, he's ready for some sort of a 1v1 gunfight over towards that A-long control, but thanks to the Molly, has to forfeit that spot. Now it's on the lower tunnels players if they're gonna be able to get some sort of map control over to Xbox, possibly play for the lurk over to the tunnel side on B. But that's also pressuring Art King and the anchor on B as well to kind of make their own moves, because once they make their own presence on B, that's when the Impact actually connects the dots, try to see if they can communicate the rotate over to the B side itself. An open A short, which is interesting because now they could also be a point of pressure. They could use that, try to get the two players on B to rotate there, and yet go for another bomb plant, or possibly just lurk out at least one of the anchors.
I think this is the typical play coming from Impact that they do, which is have one guy on long and just have two on towards the side itself. Yeah, and they've just capitalized from that, and you can tell Impact, they're just second guessing themselves. They're not. Or not that, but Victor Sumus are second guessing themselves, not sure where they're gonna go, which push it's gonna be. They are gonna get sandwiched if they go towards mid. Oh, they do have the smoke. Hoping to see if they can make a play, but util usage is normal. It's very low, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only investment that they can hope for. Now it's Causal against the world. It's possibly the push out over to B. He has to call for the support, and he does get himself 3. The support that he needed, it arrived just in time. 12-8, match point for Impact. That's 3 picks for Causal, just from the spray down, over from the A4 as well. That's from great communication with Causal. He's making sure that the util is still here, even though the distance was far great for the Impact players.
But basically, the play there was Artex King with a flash. It caught 3 off guard, where Old Coast just got a freebie from that because they could not see a single thing other than just falling down. Recall Master, as he started the round with a bang, able to find where Get Lucky is. Victor Sumus, they are in desperate waters that they should get something out of this as well. Swallowtoe spots him out immediately. That is your AWB gone. Tier 1 just around the corner as well. He could go for the push. This could be massive. It could be big. He's going to get 1, but will be traded out. Still, a 2v3.
What an instant trade-off immediately. Just the reaction timing for TR1 before he actually gets traded off immediately. 2 versus 3 now. Push on in from Art King. Does not expect the Xbox player. And both of them don't even notice each other until Art King turns his back. 2v2. Push on from Causal as well. It's an attempt at least taking the mid control, while Benzine is trying to recollect his thoughts. See if Champ CS is also going to connect the dots itself. And they're hearing the footsteps over to A short. That relays the info. I don't think they have the bomb as well. It's over at that Xbox side, so you're gonna have to work wonders to try to reclaim the territory, get themselves the objective, put the smoke down over to main extremity, and they hear Art King's drop, so that's a freebie. He sees 1. When is he gonna strike? Now.
Yep. That was easy. Let's go say he's gonna be left alone and going for the play. Tries to find where the players. He's gonna get sandwiched between two. And still, Victorious Summons to get to live to see another day could have been a massive disaster, but lucky for them, Benzene did a massive wraparound, went towards the B side, and then caught them off guard from there.
It's great trigger discipline from that CT position, right? And that also was because Impact was willing to take the fights outside of their own territory, right? It starts beautifully, which kind of makes me wonder that it's not even a mistake from them. It's them capitalizing on one mistake that Victorious Summons actually put up for themselves, but then it becomes a mistake for Impact as well, that they're also kind of in unwelcome territory still after they got what they wanted. Benzene with one frag over to Causal, just eliminating a threat over towards one of the players on Impact. Upshot in hand. Art King, he's not going to be the stun gun. It's actually going to be Try as he gets the shot in. Push over towards the USP as well. Next Revan's actually, a Razor actually, trying to aggress on him over to the long door side.
Lucky for him, he doesn't get shot through the smoke, so it's gonna be a-okay. Meanwhile, though, Benzene, he's in this side already. Gonna try and get as much information. Are they gonna expect it from the tunnels? Lower tunnels meet up. Hello, the pixel. It's perfect from Get Lucky. He's gonna come back though, and he's gonna get a neat surprise that the players are just around the corner. And meets clear from Benzene though, not gonna show himself. Understands that he can get killed. Recall Master getting Walu. He finds more. He gets Art X King. And then could tap it the live where Get Lucky is going to get hunted down. Victorious Summons slowly climbing that slippery slope that Impact has created. 12 to 10. And they just need 2 more rounds, Ramon, to bring it to overtime.
Turns out 2 ups are not better than just 1, right? I mean, quantity over quantity. That's what the play has been for VS. Recall Master hitting the shots that actually mattered that much because Impact, again, going back to the bad habit of pushing a little bit too far once they got themselves that mid-control. And pushing outside of the extremities as well, while Victorious Summons, their full focus was taking mid-control. They got the CT position on notice, smoked on down, pushed on in again from at least one of the lurkers for Victorious Summons. And I believe that's full awareness from Benzene, calling upon the troops to get themselves that B site without that much hesitation, and also getting the timing on the rotation as well from Recall Master. So the op shots ring true. The methodical play has been working out. But Impact, a team that has been forced into a situation like this before, is now down to the eco round, and I'm talking full USPs. Just 1P to 50, a 5-7 in hand. And all of this is just going to work if they push on the tunnels, but I don't think that's going to be the case for them. Unless...
Okay, they are going to go for the default play here. They're going to make sure that they're able to spot a couple of players out if they can. Get Lucky just around the corner towards A short. Hoping to see if he's able to take an opportunity. But they're taking their sweet time here. Get Lucky getting pushed away now, as Walu will be the first in contact. Are they gonna spot him? Oh, the shot! It's missing! It's missing! It's not enough! He could not get it! Oh, it's a disaster, Benzene! He's able to at least get a couple before he does fall down. But at the end of the day, that's one hero rifler, which is Causal. What can he do? Doesn't seem much so other than maybe save the gun. Zardex King is looking for a push of the sorts with his pistol at hand. But I think that's going to be all she wrote here, Ramon. It's going to be 11 to 12 in the hands of Victorious Summons.
I need a bit of a refresh on how much the loss bonus is going to be for the team. And if they lose this next one now, I think that's the 3rd bar for the loss bonus. So I think they're going to have enough for the light shield. Not even a light shield, just go for the Kevlar this time around. Another shot through again for Art King. That's additional cash. And they need as much of it as possible, especially in this scenario where they really need to grind their gears to prevent an overtime. To be forced on down by Victorious Summons. More happy to take this round entirely. Jump on in from Art King as well. So that's... he's at least going to be happy to. Should buy up into the next coming round. 8Ks, A1Ss. Yep, a stable defense. Not the best amount of utility in hand as well. So they're going to have to work themselves into a position where all the funneled util that they still have It's not the greatest amount, but it has to matter in this round where they're kind of gatekeeping the idea of OT from them. The problem is Benzine's hitting shots. The AWP from Recall Master, once he picked that up on the T side, has been so good. Don't give him a rifle anymore, because literally his op shots have been so precise.
I don't think it's gonna stop, and that's the issue here. Everybody from the side of Victoria's Sumus, they're putting their house out, really making a play if they can. Meanwhile, Arctic's King, this guy needs to survive, honestly, because he's the massive difference between winning a round and losing a round. And if he's able to really pop off, then it will start looking good again back for Impact. And let's not forget, Ramon, this was in a big round deficit that Victoria's Sumus is slowly climbing back, which could possibly be an overtime as you're pushing towards A long, but it's not going to work out here. One blinded, not so. Zarek will fall down. That's already one player off. Impact could possibly be doing this. Footsteps from Causal. He understands where they're going to be pushing, and that's Stuart short. They're planning it all out, but a shot is just not connecting. Causal falls down, or like King will fall down as well. He finds one, but that's all she wrote. Going back to a 3-on-3, and this guy are going to be coming for the plays from B.
What a perfect molly too. Now that's going to gatekeep them from going back to the CT spawn. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, 3R1 fighting himself champ, just making sure the E-long control is going to be in full force by Impact. Pushing on in a window for him. Benzine gets another frag. Triple kill for him. On for the ace to come around for Benzine, but Walu will shut that down. 1v1 against the Op. Recall Master not whipping these shots, and he does not do it again. OT commences for the playoffs in this tournament alone. As Victoria's Sumus, they're not going down into that good night. No, sir.
This is very interesting to see, as we are going to be going for overtime. Well, production said that this is going to be the first OT ever in GG League, but I think this is the first OT ever caught on stream, because the last match for Victoria's Summers, they also went OT up against Game Stars. So I think Victoria's Summers, they're not afraid of overtime. This is a territory that they've already been in. So let's see how things will go as the tables have turned. Impact are faltering now, Ramon.
Flash on in, and again, that's a pretty fast flash on out for Trap, who actually relegating himself over to a position where he will aggressively lurk. I don't believe he has a smoke anymore, but he doesn't even care. That's a big flash out. And Razor, he entries on into the site, overwhelming Walu and Get Lucky. And even though Chap got caught with his pants down, it's okay. They got the objective, and they got a 3v4 on our hands.
Yeah, this is all looking so good on their end. Yeah, there's a lot of smokes here and there, but the utilities currently being laid down towards the B side. There's an entire unit in the B side, and how are you going to be going for the push? They have every corner. They're slamming it already. Even Flash, they already know where they're going to be entering from. And that's it, Ramon. 13-12. Victoria's Summers, they just need one more and it's over.
Man, actually, not really. They need up to 16 wins in the first OT. And that will be a very big statement made, because now Impact has to work through this economy deficit. Last bonus in check for them. Additional cash, yes, true, but this will also be their last attempt at a buy as well. If they lose this next round in convincing fashion, especially with the AWP in the arms of Art King, then they will have a low buy coming into the next round. They force themselves in towards a long that forces Causal to play the passive approach, knowing that his gun means a lot more in this first OT, especially losing that first round is going to mean everything for them. That's why they play for numbers now.
The nerves, Ramon, the nerves, Impact. They're feeling the pressure on how well Victoria's Summers has been playing. Oh, this is so risky. At this certain time where they had a massive lead and now it's slowly slipping away. Recall Master has been perfect with his AWP. He could find one. The shot, it hits! It's perfect! Arctic's King is gone! A side. Now they're going for the push. Now they're going to take what you've been planning for. And this could be big. Flash the shots, it's gonna connect, it's hit, it hits, Ramon. I reckon getting the kill towards Get Lucky, and they're looking for more. Recall Master perfection, yet again. It's looking bad.
At least they got a kill over to Benzene, expecting to push out over to the A short extremity. A 4v2 this time around for Impact. As much as they can, they could either save up the guns or now try to actually go for the fight. Arikan will fall to the ground. That's a good news set to the players on Impact. They also get themselves towards Gandalf as well. So now, it all falls down to how well they're able to entry onto the site. Unfortunately, they fall to the ground one by one. TR1 will force the 1v1, but he walks into the op, and Victorious Sumus need 2 rounds more just to put themselves in a position to get 1-0 and sign themselves over to the grand finals. But this time they just need to lock down Dust 2. And Impact faltering on all fronts. Remember what I said, JT. Impact needed that round because the economy was not looking good for them. They invested the EWP. Art King does not have that much money anymore.
Been playing phenomenal so far during the first half and the second as well, but then the pressure is just too much. Victorious Sumus, they just turned the gears right on forward, push to the middle, and they're going more on a long. They're looking for the kill. Causal blinded gets one, and Rico Mass, uncharacteristic for him, he misses the shot. Still a massive fight here on towards A long, a lot of smokes. They're gonna push it. They don't care. Even if they see it, they're looking for the guy in pit. They find it and they get as well. They're one.
What a massive difference. It's already almost an open A long control while Art King, despite them having the lower gun, but look at that shot from Get Lucky. Seemingly blind. Gets full control over A long just because he has the lower gun. And sometimes the scout is the gun that you do not want to underestimate, and Impact realizes this, seemingly giving up A long control just to huddle up with numbers, knowing that Arikan and Champ CS are no man's land, possibly to try to exchange against Art King, who again only has the MP9, and the spray rings true. A lot of damage done. At least over to the 2 players on Victorious Sumus. A death march of sorts over to A short. Into the loving arms of Get Lucky, who in my eyes has put the perfect molly in a situation where they're just gonna get flanked on by Art King, but that's a perfect role for Impact.
Time is of the essence. There's only 15 seconds remaining, and that's a player gone. Champ CS, he's got it 2 corners. He's gonna risk he fights it. Anakin somehow 9 seconds remaining. He has to get the bomb planted. Oh, this could be close. He has enough time. Does he? Yes, he does. 9 HP too? Oh no, 1 shot is all he takes. Swallow, he has to find it. It's gonna be a 1v1. He's gonna get beat. The point is not gonna see it. Oh! That's a perfect Anakin! He gets it. Oh no, no.
How did it end up just like this? An opportunity for Impact to upset because of their economy, but Arikan steals it all away with a 3K. A 4K clutch to end the round. A beautiful spray down from 2 sectors of this A site. And a nice position. Precise timing to find himself the last player. Now both sides swap out. Impact now goes into the CT side. This is an opportunity for Impact to close this Dust 2 with convincing fashion on OT. Art King does not want that to happen. A second frag for Causal as well. Good news upon good news so far for the T side. And Impact, they want to go aggressive. That's why you're looking at Razor, who is sharp as ever to push onto the smoke.
Okay, he's able to find one. Not necessarily a good opener, because guess what? Walu, he knew it was happening. He expected it to happen. As they're going for the B side, they're looking for a complete win, if they can, of this round. As we did see it slip away from time to time on Impact. But this one could be massive. It's do or die for map number 1. Bring it to the very end. Make it bittersweet. Impact. Are they able to at least make sure that they get this B side and ensure that no one is able to enter? Let's Get Lucky. He's watching upper tunnels. He's gonna spot one, and the shot is phenomenal. Perfectly done. And Champ, I think they spot him out. He has to run. He's gonna go for the save instead, Ramon.
One off is all it can take. And Victor Sumus, they're still banking on the idea that they could still win out this next round just from this one op. But then again, their economy has been reset anyway, so it's not going to be a huge detriment. Although it is giving the fortune back to the side of Impact right here. Almost the opportunity to take down that one player pushing on Suicide. But this is the timing window entirely. They saved the double AWP setup again, and Impact. That investment is going to cost them a lot. But again, that was Impact's decision to go for that double op setup as well. So now it's on how they're going to be able to close out this game. A game of cat and mouse this time on the CT position. It's kind of ironic since they're the ones who have to defend the site at all costs, as Art King does not whip the shot at all. Champ gonna try to at least salvage that defense on the Xbox, but decides to give up the space yet again. When it needed his hand, get lucky. He does not get lucky anymore. He is as skillful as he can be. Pushes on with 2 frags entirely, but 2 of these players wins each other. Literally through the smoke, Razor punishes Art King. 2v4 almost looks through the smoke yet again. Impact, they want to extend the game. And Benzene left all alone on the CT side. What can he do other than get one more over to get lucky? Possibly save with the AWP, but now he spends himself over to TR1. And only needing one more round to force themselves one more OT. That means 4 more rounds. If Impact forces that second one OT right now.
Could you imagine? Double overtime? Could you imagine if that ever happens? That is just insane. He got lucky. This guy just flipped the switch and he's on God mode. Nothing's stopping him. It's just like a whole new play coming from Get Lucky and what?
Huh?
Get Lucky finds one just crossing? Hello? This is not what we thought is gonna happen here, Ramon. 15-14. Oh, Impact. It was slipping away, but not this day. Get Lucky said, guys, we might have fumbled, but I got you.
Sometimes the lesser guns will make all the difference in the world as long as you got momentum. So that one frag will be everything. Unfortunately, not in this scenario. Art King stays stoic on the approach and Get Lucky will get the second as well. All falling down to the upper, who just gets a bullet to the head. Second OT we go. If it's the first overtime on stream in GG League Pro Series, then dare I say, let's make it magical. Second OT, play until the 19-round win. Why don't we?
Now we're gonna make history. This is the first time ever in GG League history that we reach a second OT, and this is how close the match has been between Victor Summons and Impact. Neck to neck, Ramon. Skin for skin, eye for eye, a tooth for a tooth, and it's looking like it ain't gonna stop. Could possibly be reaching, you know, RX King being as crazy as he can be. They're able to trade things out though, 1 for 1, not too shabby, but they do get Lucky, who's been a complete monster in the server.
Talk about monster. What about a monster investment double op setup? But a push out for TR1 could be the difference maker. It does. Now he pushes up over to the ramp side. Champ CS, aware of this, gets the dig, gets the kill. Possibly the second now. A lot of damage done to Walu. He crosses in towards that door position and a beautiful nade all the way from downtown. Buckets laid down onto the Walu. Causal with a long-range tap as well. So a lot of smokes put down on A, but it leaves them in a position where they question where the bomb is going to be pushing to.
And I love it. The mind games. He might go for B side. It seems like that is the play. But through the smoke, he's not able to find Benzene. He's just around the corner. He has to go for the reload. This is for Causal to push. He finds the opportunity. Oh, what a play. High IQ right there. He thought he could spray, but he was just hiding. A smoke criminal, I may say so myself. As it will be a 1v2 with Champ CS, who's rather low already, Ramon. Can he make it? Is the question.
He doesn't have the smoke anymore. So he can't isolate each angle. All that he can do is pray for that one timing from the flash, and he will get his choice. Gets one. That's the timing he's looking for. 1v1 and Art King! We've said it time and time again that Recall Master doesn't whiff his shots. Apparently, it applies to the whole team. This time, Art King gets himself another frag from the AWP. And it's not only from Victor Sumus where the op shots are precise. Apparently, Impact is showing that they're also sniper assassins in their own right. 16-15. The first time that Impact is able to make a name for themselves in the OT. 36 frags for Art King. This is when you know this guy is on a heater.
I feel like everybody's on fire and hoping to just continue, and from there, Impact, honestly, they're just playing phenomenal out of nowhere, right? They had already the massive lead, and then Victor Summers slowly climbed back, and then in OT, Victor Summers were ahead, and Impact chases on, and it seems to be the story where it's a total push and pull, a tug of war between the two, and there's still no clear winner on who it could be, but judging how Impact has been playing, oh boy, it seems like they are in a massive train ride crashing on towards Victor Summers.
Man. Very difficult situation for both teams. You can already feel the mental fatigue, and this is literally the semifinals alone. First game as well. Dust 2, very, very exhaustive map. And when we head on into Inferno, it's going to be twice the amount of pressure. Because then you're going to be fighting for so much map control. I'm already thinking about the banana control, all the nades that they have to dodge away from, all the mollies that they have to account for as well. But look at Impact. They're already over to the lower tunnels position. I think they've been attacking that multiple times now, even on the regulation. Because that's how they're able to ensure themselves a stronghold over the mid side, not even needing to push onto Xbox, just taking control of A short just because they have lower tunnels. But look at Benzene. His positioning is going to be everything for them. They spot the up. I don't think he's expected. Back's turned onto him. Gets the spray, but does not connect. That's important. He could have gotten those shots. And Razor, all that he can do is pick up the pieces for himself. But Impact, they got the numbers disadvantage. What can he do?
Buddy, it's the nerves. It's the nerves for sure. He could have got a freebie. That was a 3K with a silver platter, but he's not able to find it. Meanwhile, we do see Arakan hoping to do a similar one. You know, he understand. He heard him. Tier 1 snipes him out, and it's going to be an A hit for sure. Recall Master, we've seen him play phenomenal on that AWP, but he's left alone up against 4. What can they do? But the nerves, and they're hitting the shot. He don't connect. Oh, he tags him down quite a bit, but the number advantage, will it matter? They could just double peek him. A double swing, that's all they need. It's only an AWP, and that could be it. That could be it. As Get Lucky will shut him down. 15-17. And Impact, they just might take this away. They just need 2 more, Romo.
Only needing 2 more to lock down this Dust 2 map. The map pick that is from Impact. This is unfortunately painful. Because then he had 2 opportunities to get the headshot. And I would have liked it if he actually prioritized Art King with the AWP. He saw the guy holding the AWP, and that would have been a pivotal pick for him. Instead, hesitation actually overcomes his body. Not able to get the shots entirely. MP9 push. Chap CS going to try to support that cause as well, but they expected this. Chap only getting 1, at least a triple from Causal to start within the round. As time and time again, Causal has put up the numbers, as all calling down to Arakan and the last round of this CT half for them. Causal is going to let him pass, but it's an impossibility at this point in time. 18-15 for Impact, only needing 1 round with a perfect T-side on the second overtime. This is the second time we're seeing this clip, and I think I'm seeing a pattern here, JT.
He wanted to get the kill towards the AK, which is on tier 1, and then, you know, it could have been way better if he was able to spot out Arctic's King and then went for tier 1.
It's an ex-volley situation all over again.
Hey, that's a different one. That is a different one, Ramon. Okay, that is different because our producers had a highlight reel of that, but this time around, that was just one instance, and I don't think it's gonna be a continuation on that. I guess a fumble, I would say, on what he did there.
You never
But,
know. We're in somewhat
other
of a
than-
pause right now. We got a bit of time.
yeah, we do have time, and I feel like the time is gonna be that Victoria Sumus, they've already been here, right? When it went 12-9, and they came back to OT, and then they were on the driver's seat for a bit, then they get pushed out by Impact. This time, they can start cooling off. They could start hoping and praying that this could be the one that they can take away, unless somehow, some way, Impact shuts them off, and with the momentum that they have, it could possibly be.
Separating the ops. Look at Art King and Get Lucky. Both having the AWP, and that's the first one sounding off. That's Benzene knocked to the ground. An opportunity for Impact to close this map entirely, spotting at least 2 over A long. Will they expect 3? They do. A shot all the way from Get Lucky. He was a little too cautious in the call. A second for Razor. A quick punishment for the side of Impact. But will they expect Wallow to be gone? A perfect spray does not connect onto Anakin. They try to at least press on to the A-long control, but then again, TR1 is still here to play. But Champ will be here to stay. He spots him out. They try to spray through the smoke, pulls out the USP. Art King does not connect with the up shot. It's given an opportunity for Champ to reposition. Let him plant the bomb. See if he can get the threat outside of that A side itself, but he picks up the AWP. Now he has the opportunity to one-shot one of these players. Got the shot in, and 1v1 against the AWP, but TR1... he swaps out again for the A4. Wooly trying to go for the jump shot. That's an opportunity.
Is it
Goes
no?
for the wrap. He doesn't know. He hears him. He tries to spray, and it's done. Overtime is over. Impact on the second round of OT will knock down Victoria Summers on their own map pick.
Now they're going to be playing in the map pick of Victoria Summers. I believe this is Impact's pick on Dust 2. Now Victoria Summers have a say in Inferno, which we'll see if there's a massive difference because these two teams, they're neck to neck, Ramon. In terms of skill, they're that close between each other to the fact that we see such nail-biting games. And I could not believe on how far Impact, they could have ended it much earlier on, but Victoria Summers, they put their hearts out and they fought until the very end.
Crazy matchup there between Impact and Victoria Summers. I mean, on paper, we were all expecting Impact to be the winner there without any issues, but the fight, they gave it to them. It was very close. In the end, it was like clutch moments. Opers coming into play, just individual craziness by some players. Man, that was one hell of a matchup. Ramon, I mean, what happened there? It looked like Impact was gonna win this, but then how did Victoria Summers come back into this?
I mean,
And eventually
it's
lost.
all because they eventually lost, right? It's a fake comeback, if I have to say, though. I think you're seeing a few of the chinks in the armor from Impact, and we kind of expected them to be the underdog, but then they kind of showed up in a way that kind of surprised them. The tracks, I mean, there was a lot of ways where the CT side of Victoria Summers could have went the other way, but they had a bad habit of pushing outside of the extremities that kind of forced them in a situation where once Impact got mid control, then it was basically all over for them. They smoked CT once they got that mid control, plus once they also got full confidence that the anchors are going to be either trapped or leave B side open, then they had full util by the end of it. Even though they left the one smoke over to CT, they still had full flashes. They still have a lot of time to put themselves in positions for a strong post plant, which I believe has become a key factor for them. It wasn't through to the pre plant, but it was over towards the post plant where they were at their strongest.
And do you agree with this, JT? I mean, at some point, Victoria Summers were on map point in the first overtime, but what changed? What was the difference maker for Impact?
Get lucky. Onyx King. Their double AWP setup on their T side. That was insane. They make it work somehow, and they flawlessly played that to a T. Honestly, they have been phenomenal. I mean, let's talk about they were already on match point 12 to 9, and then Victor Summons came back, and then Victor Summons went, okay, let's just take it home, 15 to 12, and they only needed one more. And then this change where they did a really double AWP play that made it work out, and then they were just finding pickoffs after pickoffs, and after getting pickoffs, they collapsed always on towards the A side, and they just popped off. I think the moment they had the momentum, the moment Onyx King, were, and as well as Get Lucky were getting the shots that they need, that's when things really turned towards their favor. And when a team is driving on pure momentum, it's so hard to stop, and Victor Summons could not stop them at all.
And just to give you guys update on the other matchup, so it ended 13-8 on Mirage for God's Reign. So once again, none of us predicted correct. I'm always one round away, it seems. But yeah, it was 13-8 for God's Reign. I believe they started or about to start the second map, which is, I believe, is Anubis. But going back, I think we're continuing with this semi-final. We do have Inferno. Now, Victory Sumus are the ones that picked Inferno. And I'm not quite sure about how Impact... the Opers impact, let's say, Get Lucky or Art, when it comes to Inferno. Do you guys believe, is this a map that an Op can shine in, Ramon, from your side?
I think it's not on the T side that we're going to be expecting an Op shine as much as we have been seeing Dust 2 actually get in that sort of scenario, because compared to Dust 2, where it's a lot more on the long range angles. This time there are long range angles, but it's more on the map control over at one singular player on Banana, while everybody else is just literally fighting for a main control, right? I think it's just in a matter of where you position your AWP, which I don't believe they're gonna do the double op setup anymore. I want to see a lot more come out from Art King, which I think he's popping off on the op literally. He's kind of like Zaiwu in this sort of scenario for Impact, which ironically, not only was he top tier on the AWP, but he's also like a rifler that can actually outshine any sort of duel that I see him perform once we got the POV camera on him. So in my eyes, double AWP setup has to go this time. It worked on Dust 2, but on Inferno, it's a different story.
Right, and Victory Summers, I believe since they were on map point, so they're still their momentum is still high. I don't believe they are down, incredibly down, but I think obviously they're sad for the loss. But coming into Inferno, and since this is their map pick, I believe we will check this, but I think this will be them on the T side. JT, did you like them on the T side? Do you think they will be stronger on the T side here, or we might see a possible stronger CT side from the side of Impact?
Well, I feel like Impact, they are a team that has a lot of explosiveness on the way they play, and if you can't contain that explosiveness, then you're just gonna falter to the pressure. But at the same time, they're not necessarily perfect, where we did see signs of weakness in Dust 2, where the pressure was just too much with how Victorious Summers were sweeping them under the rug time and time again. So if Victorious Summers are able to play their T side really well and got a big advantage during the first half, then they could just capitalize on that and continue on during the CT. I would say that even if Victorious Summers did lose out on the double OT, even no matter how close it was in the first OT, they are a team that has been, playing together for quite some time. At the same time, they've played in a lot of events and a lot of qualifiers, and this is not their first rodeo. So you could expect them to go for a massive comeback and a powerful performance. It's just a matter of if they can pull it off when you're up against Impact, who has been playing phenomenal with their AWP. And like Ramon said, though, this is not a map where there's going to be a lot of AWP. One is enough, and you could just play around with that. Maybe that could be a big difference compared to how Dust 2 went.
All right, so let's take a quick prediction before we head into the game in a few seconds, and hopefully we get one right tonight. So, from your side, Ramon, what are you expecting this map to be?
I took a quick scan from Victor Sumus and their actual performance on the second qualifier. Since it wasn't streamed, I want to see how well they perform on this map in particular. Apparently, a few teams like to bat out against them, and I think it's because of the playstyle that they actually apply to hold for them. I think the default playstyle is going to work out not perfect, but I think it's going to work out in a good way. So for my prediction, I'm going to put a bit more trust on this matchup because it's a bit close. I'm going to say Victor Sumus will take this game number 2, 13-10.
Okay, how about you, JT?
13-9 Impact.
13-9 Impact. Okay. From my side, I do believe, Walu is a very good Inferno player, and I think he's gonna be explosive on this map. Same as for Causal on the city side. So I am trusting Impact to win this as well, but I would say a 13-8 for them. Even though Victor Sumus might be very strong on this map, I just feel like maybe individually some players will show up as opposed to others. And I also believe, okay, so Mr. Producer put $500 on Impact after the case opening failure that we've seen. So try to switch for betting now. But I do believe towards the end of Dust 2, like so many clutch moments went to the side of Victor Sumus, which could have been a difference maker for Impact to end the map. Either way, I think Inferno might be a lot closer. I think Pistol is important. These rounds are important. The city side for Impact, especially, being comfortable enough to go for an AWP early on is going to be very impactful, whether it's Get Lucky or Odd, because they have that secret weapon, They do have the double AWP setup. They have Art and Get Lucky, so both of them can actually go for AWP, while on the side of Victors, it's maybe Recoil Master. We haven't seen other AWPers there. So I think that's a very strong thing to have, especially if you have an open B, open A, and they can be, the AWPer can be a Joker, can move around. That's Inferno. It's all about spawns at times. So yeah, we're excited to see Mr. Producer. How long do we have until the start of this matchup? Hopefully we get to see. Okay, so all right, players are connecting. If I'm looking at the other map, it's God's Reign 2-0 on Anubis, their map pick. I think it's going to be very tough for their opponents to beat them on Anubis. They've been quite strong on it. But yeah, I mean, we are possibly looking at Impact versus God's Reign on the final, which is something we kind of predicted. Unless we see some upsets, especially on our map. I think Victor's showed up really big time in their map pick. But in the Dust 2, which wasn't their map pick. So maybe that gives them a slight advantage, Ramon, don't you think? Dust 2 almost winning and now going into Inferno, which is their map pick.
I think they just gotta calm down, man. I mean, in a lot of those OT rounds, they felt pretty pressured by the double op setup. They also got pressured because of the amount of times they got flanked by TR1, who, by the way, is such a nuisance in a lot of situations where they weren't watching for flanks right there. But I still believe in the riflers. I think you kind of saw a lot of shine coming out for Benzene and Razor. I do want to see Chap CS step up, though, because I think this guy had a lot of potential in a lot of those situations where he could have gotten multi-frags, except he was possibly given the hard anchoring positions, which was Impact's counter to whatever was the rotation coming in for Victor Sumus back on the CT side. So we'll see. I think so far I'm seeing good glimpses from Victor Sumus. I do want them to overperform, though.
JT, what does it take for Victors to win this map? We've talked about the AWP. Is it the pressure? Is it, being more loose, like Ramon said? Or do you believe there's something else that they're lacking at this point?
I mean, we could definitely tell, like, the emotions were so high where they really fumbled quite a lot with the shot calls that they've been having, where they did unusual rushes and overcommitments on towards their plays, and sometimes that could be, the double-edged sword, not necessarily something that you have to overcommit with. adaptability is the name of the game. If you can adapt to the opponents, then you can definitely win it out. And we can see that from Impact. We're able to adapt and able to understand, what is the weakest link. And that is where sometimes where they just capitalize on Champ CS, who has been struggling. But let's not forget, Get Lucky was truly lucky as he got time and time again kills on mid with his AWP as they were crossing. So number advantages were always going to be on their end. Now this time around though, it could still be an advantage coming from them if he truly is lucky. But other than that, Victorious Summons, you can't just be heightened too much in emotion, or you can't just overcommit too much onto a play, right? If you're continuing doing that, then you're just giving free rounds to your enemy team, which is going to be Impact capitalizing on everything that you're doing wrong.
Alright, so it's mainly almost in a mental game going into this map, especially from Victor Sumus, who just a few players cracked maybe under some, very critical moments. So we're kind of excited. We hope we see a closer. I mean, it couldn't be any closer, but we hope to see some more overtimes coming in this map, the Inferno map. All right, I think. All right, so almost 40 seconds until the start of map 2 in this second semi-final between Victor Sumus and the boys of Impact. Now, the expectation was, as usual, me and JT went for the side of Impact, while Ramon went for Victor's. So we're gonna see if Ramon once again is gonna, crack the code here, the prediction code. But either way, this is gonna be an interesting match. We haven't seen Inferno in a very long time. It seems like Indian teams specifically actually like Inferno, while Pakistanis like Mirage, UAE teams prefer Dust 2. We've seen a storyline fold up in terms of the maps. We have seen Vertigo once or twice, but even when I'm looking at the major, Vertigo was the least played, and I think Anubis Ancient was second to that. So hopefully they get to remove that. I mean, I don't like the
Get
new
the map
train,
away.
but anything other than Vertigo. And I think the match is live. So JT Ramon, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is where it matters the most. And who is going to be going to the grand finals? Are Impact going to be able to sweep this under a rug, complete victory 2-0? Or will Victorious Summons can see another light at the end of the tunnel as we hope for a map number 3? Ramon, this is going to be a big match between these two teams.
Not even banana control. Already set up by Impact. Just literally 3 players huddled up, saddled in for a ride over inside of anchoring the B side itself. 1 coffin, 2 players on the dark position. So, what does that mean? No util, all DM inside the B site. And it looks like Victorious Summers are going to want to capitalize on that with 5 players to stack up in towards that B side aggress.
They already had the Utos play. Tier 1 though, he's able to get 3? What? Tier 1? Is gonna look for more? It seems like he will, and the damage has been done. Impact, my oh my, that was a neat surprise. As Tier 1 somehow, some way, got 3 kills in a row.
And it gave them a false sense of security that they're not holding up that bananic position at all. Just giving them some sort of tasteless hope that it was a free site for them. Probably expecting at least a coffin player, but they didn't expect at least 2 of them from that dark side, right? That, my friend, was the big plan all along for Impact. First pistol round comes in, double A1Ss and an A4 for good measure for Walu. Let's get lucky with the MP9. He wants to spray them down. He gets 1, but the Tech 9 rings true to the 1-for-1 special.
Yeah, they're going back for the play here, and that's Tier 1 gonna greet them with a big surprise. Yeah, they're gonna have the Utos, but the shot, it lines up! Tier 1 again! Massive from him with Walu! Gonna close things out. Another round 1 from Impact. Maybe Victor Summons just wanted to get done and dusted and go to a buy round immediately.
Grasping for straws at this point. As the Tech 9s, they're gonna run into TR1 all throughout the game. And so far, he's having a field day. 5-1. In towards the third round we go. AWP very early on for Art King. I'm going to be expecting only one of these. Unless I'm wrong. And they're pretty much chilling in terms of their economy. They're probably going to get two. And I'm not going to be surprised at all. As Victor Sumus laying on the passive aggressive approach to some round. You can't blame them. Look at the buys. Literally 4 Deagles over to the Victor Sumus side. Expecting that Impact are going to make the mistake this time around, and they don't. They're huddling up their same positions, and Art King gets that first frag with the AWP.
They're scattered as much as possible. The shots again, Ardex Gang able to, shut things off immediately. Like you said, they don't necessarily have the best guns, but Benzine gets near 1, which could be massive. You make a big play out of the Benzine, the monster, with the Deagle, able to find 2 already. Going for the cross. Ardex Gang gonna miss the shot, and Causal spray and praying. Now has a Tech 9, hoping to at least get Benzine, but he does have a rifle now at hand. He could go for the repeat, go for the juggler, but he's holding his side of Benzine. Will fall down on towards RT. And that's gonna be a complete 3-0 as Impact. They're playing on the momentum that they have created from Dust 2. And it's been showing massive results on their end.
If I came off of a very hard OT round, I would feel hype. I would feel the energy to actually get an energy drink myself and just chug that down, get to another ranked game, and just feel it. Lock in. 3-0 so far. Impact, AWP in hand. Art King does not hit the shot. Perfect flash shot as they come out of the T-spawn aggress. But Banana now in full control of Impact this time around. Full Molly's exchange. Another smoke comes down as well. That's an opportunity for Benzine to walk into the fire and the flames. Gets one over to Walu. Almost gets sprayed down again from the A1S, but never expects Benzine to actually come up that close to get the double and possibly more. Recall Master. Another Master at taking recall control. Gets another shot in for Victor Sumus as they make their way into the B site.
It's gonna be Ardex Gang. Does he know that it's gonna be a player towards apps? No, he doesn't. Still watching towards mid. Now finally goes alongside his teammate there, which is gonna be Causal. Hoping to spot things off as the time is sticking on the bomb. So they are hiding on towards Stark, hoping for a opportunity with a crossfire that they have set up. At the same time, Arakan is coming all the way from Banana. They're just looking for exit frags here, Ramon. That's all they're looking for. Exit frags instead. That is the name of the game. Save the gun instead to live to see another day. It looks like Victor Sumus, they finally have a round under their name.
So far looking good for Victor Sumus side. Expensive round aside, they are able to answer back with at least one of their couple of picks. Thanks to Recall Master. And again, the perfect second guy. Actually follow up on Benzine's aggression. That finally actually bears fruit once he gets on over towards Banana control, expending util in hand. And now finally has an opportunity to entry on without hesitation anymore. 3-1 scoreline for Impact on the CT side. Victor Sumus are the heroes of the squad, but unfortunately the heroes do not win every single time. Knocked down to the ground, a second frag as well from Get Lucky. The op rings true, and the second shot again. It's closer and closer to the 4 versus 3, where Victor Sumus have to play passively this time.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but they have the AWP set up again with Art XK and Get Lucky, and they're doing it time and time. They're that confident with the plays that they have, and boy oh boy, going 4v3 now could be the difference maker, as we do see Ardex King holding down the B side alone. So this means there's going to be a total collapse on A side where there are a lot of players already stepping up from above. Let's get lucky. And guess who's from down below? That's Causal. He hears the footsteps. He gets a shot. Arakan down. They're looking for the next player on towards the hit list. And that's in the side. That's Razor dead. The double AWP, it works out, Ramon.
And I was double guessing if they were picking it up from Victor Sumus's Recall Master, who is usually the AWP player. But now I go back to the replay. watching from the YouTube stream, and apparently they actually do invest another AWP in the mix. This isn't a game plan made by magic. It isn't something that spring up just because Victor Sumus picks up the op every single time. No, it's because they trust in the process of the double AWP setup. That's what I'm looking out for right now. Get Lucky will get the long range angle, while they also have an equal amount of pressure to the long range taps. Again from Art King, mid side being approached upon. That means both sectors of the map now not safe anymore at all. Maybe forced into a situation where they have to play that close, and apparently Get Lucky, again, will be as precise as he can be. Molly perfectly placed as well. Benzene will follow with a 1-for-1. At least good news to the players on Victor Sumus, but it's a little bit too far to get themselves the upgrade.
Benzene is ready to tag down as well, so Causal, this could be the opportunity for him. Ardex King with AWP, will see the cross, but he misses the shot. Not looking good, but from above, at the timing, as Benzene capitalizes, he finds another 3 on his name. This man has been phenomenal. He's on fire, he's on fleek, and he's looking for more. As Impact, oh, they are in shambles. Did not expect that they're able to get this scot-free on A.
Possibly go for the save this time around. Just save one of the AWPs that they picked up from this round in particular. Cutting their losses, giving up the space, acknowledging that Victor Summers definitely had a strong approach into the round in particular. I remember correctly, they started with a low buy. And then Benzene made a difference. Ignoring Bogdan's Law. Knowing that literally the NG fragger just needs the AK-47 every single time. Now to the 4-2 scoreline, Victor Sumus on an opportunity to keep building their back up. Both teams already restarting both their lost bonuses, so that's going to be a bit of a tough question to ask. They are going to have a stable economy that requires this round to play out. Impact doesn't have the double AWP setup because they dropped one of it over to the players on Victor Sumus now. That's Recall Master holding down Art King's AWP. And remember correctly, he can also play the AK-47, so Art King on the rifle. And he's going to be doing well this time around as Banana now in full control of Victor Sumus. Now challenging the op of Get Lucky.
That's a good smoke. He's gonna go for the peak though, but he's gonna be able to spot things out. Oh, he has found a position where he can really dominate if they go for the peak, but it doesn't seem like it.
Was that a chicken?
It was a chicken, but they're still waiting. The chicken crossed. I saw it too. Don't worry. You're not delusional. Okay, there it is. That's a chicken. Well, Get Lucky. They're setting things up, and this could be a massive lead if they're able to bring more players. You hope to go for the flash play. The utilities, they do still have a couple on their end of things. And there you have it, the util plays, the util usages. They're ready to collapse on towards the B side. Where is the push? They're looking on towards Graveyard. They're going to be able to find it. Yep, Goza's dead. And where's Get Lucky going? With that AWP, he's passing to the other side, finds a shot, looks for more. He understands there's one on card, on towards Banana, who has a knife out, but for the knife kill. They attack him down, but not enough to get a kill. Oh, what a play, but could have been more.
The story of what ifs. Apparently, the knife would have been in the perfect range. Unfortunately, he was full health. And Razor just had the full awareness that that was a possibility for him, so he decides to pick up again the pistol, knowing that the op shot does not ring true. That was the first 1v1 op duel that we've seen all throughout Inferno. And both operas decided just to not use the op on each other.
It's a gamble that you didn't expect to see the guy pushing out of the blue.
JT, are we in London?
Maybe getting shanked upon. Oh my. The lead from Impact though is slowly getting dwindled down as Victor Sumus to getting more comfortable with how they're playing. And do I see a mag? Yes, I do. Let's Get Lucky wanting to play up close and personal. Let's see how far that will take him, actually.
Let's smoke over to Banana. That's also a Molly set up on Car. It's honestly the perfect world setup for him. Because he's in a close angle that they kind of need a second player to re-clear him. First player will almost be guaranteed to die if he does not have the reaction speed. Well, on the mid side itself, TR1 now forced into a position where once the smoke fades, Art King is going to have a lot of trouble on him. Unless they don't actually go towards his direction.
You're getting the setup ready, Ramon. It's just a matter of time before they start for the push, and there you have it. The smoke immediately. Tier 1 will be the one falling down. Causal is hiding in the smoke. Sprays through it. Not gonna land a shot, but right beside him, he's just lost. Didn't understand what on earth was happening. Victoria's Summons are now in complete control of the site. And what more can you say, Impact? With the advantage that he had, it's just gone.
I'm not going to be blaming the double AWP directly, but how much money do they have right now because they're investing too much money in a few guns? Not a lot. Mag 7 for Get Lucky, forcing him in a position where he can't be as flexible as he wants to be on Banana. He has to demand a lot more smokes, try to see if he can demand a few more mollies to try to make his Mag 7 known, and he eventually does get one, but it's not going to be enough to take a dent in the economy of Victoria's Summons this time around. He does have an upgrade. He just has to pick it up himself, but I don't think they care about that.
Could you imagine if the chicken actually is ratting him out and the Victoria's Summons spots him out there? That would have been hilarious. Yeah, that would have been hilarious. If the chicken was like, he's over here!
Points the feather at him.
Could be big. And oh, you see that? Look how lost Causal was. Like, wait a minute, where did they come from? He tried to go for the smoke play after the molly was thrown away, but you know, he just got lost through it, and you're not sure where you're gonna be at. The entirety of the team was already spotting him out, and he's just done and dusted from there on forth. In terms of the economy, Impact not necessarily having the best of both worlds. So they are gonna go for another buy with the things they have currently. Victoria's Summons still looking fine and dandy with the amount of cash that they have at the bank. It's looking pretty good in their end too. Now, Ramon, the main question is how does Impact stop the bleed that's happening here? Because so far, Victoria's Summons, they're in the roll and doesn't look like it's gonna stop anytime soon.
I want to see a very practical takeover at Banana for Impact. And by take, I mean I want them to get down and dirty. Just try to make sure the MP9s will do a lot of damage done. And that requires at least 2 of their mollies, which already is half of the Yuto that they can actually force them upon. But that's the only way I could see these MP9s actually deal damage. I don't want to see a passive setup for them at apartments. I want to see them go fast.
Oh. No! How did we just witness murder? In our various screens? Did we just witness murder? Damn, Daniel. That was pretty bad. This guy. He's a wanted man now. Meanwhile, though, Impact, they are pushing towards apps. Looks like, tier 1. Up close and personal, the shot height does connect, but not enough for the kill. Goes, I don't think you're gonna notice he's gonna be pushing. This could be big for him. He's able to spot anybody out, but they're already running towards the B side. Waller's on towards the second boost. Hoping to see if he's able to spot a couple of players here and there. This could be big if nobody clears him out immediately. And we do see another player running, and that's Art X King getting ready for the commencement that's going to be happening towards the B side.
Push the smokes down. They put the mollies on the right place as well. That's the thing. After the smoke, they have to push on through, and that's a perfect setup. But not enough because of the amount of firepower that Victoria's Summons still have in their pockets. So Causal is one of the MP9s that push on into apartments, and he also gets dealt with. Thanks to Recall Master and his awareness as well. What did I say when I started that question on the MP9s? that they have to avoid the double apartments push. And what happened here? They did try to go for the double apartments push, and they also got expected. Where did they huddle up into? The banana control. And what came after that? A free B site.
I think this is karma, Ramon, for killing the chicken. I think that's
Yep.
it. I think
That's
that's it.
definitely
The guy murdered the chicken. The poor chicken did nothing wrong. Now they're going for the push. Oh, this is new. This is really new. With a push coming from behind, are they going to expect it? Shots. It's not connecting. It finally does. Rico Master is dead. Now they understand where they're going to be on. Meanwhile, from behind, Waru shots down Razor. This could be massive. Depending on how Tier 1 plays this from above. He didn't notice the guy who was just up there from bridge. Still, though, the push has been stopped, put on a halt. As Victor Sumus could just recuperate and regroup instead.
We've worked together for 2 years now, but I think this is the first time I've ever heard you sing during a cast, and it's been pretty interesting. It
came out of nowhere.
It's an experience, I would say, especially since Victor Sumus, they actually decided to reset back into the banana push. The boost itself, they also got the, I believe, just one smoke vested over to the CT spawn. Ignore Coffins altogether, and they got a pretty decent chance, especially killing the Coffins player. What about the boost up? They get one, a few dinks in hand as well as Benzine takes care of him. 1v2, the op. Onto the hands of Koza. Not usually the guy that you would see holding that op. But wants to take the fight with the P250, just delivers the gun and gives it up to Benzine. 6-4 scoreline for Victor Sumus this time. The lead on the Inferno map where they're all relying on quick 1-2 punches from the execution. It's all bottling up numbers. It's not just from defaults anymore. It's just fully trusting in the process after getting the first initial gunfight. Once they reset, they go back in.
I guess we're back to the double AWP setup, Ramon. This is what they're more confident in, and let's see if it's gonna do wonders for them, right? I mean, you play with what they're comfortable with, and it seems like it is gonna be the double AWP. And the question is, will it pay off? As the push continues on, racking up towards apps. Oh, this is a double setup on apps already with RX King and Koza watching each other's side, and it feels like the first player to say hello would be Arakin. The flash will be there in perfect place. I got your back, you got mine, and we cover each other out. And from above, it's where Tier 1 spots one out. Water will fall down. As the B side, I don't know, they're just testing their waters here. As Recall Master, he's in mid and he's gonna get found out for sure. No way, Jose. As Tier 1. Oh, they made a noise and they're able to find Recoil. Again, RX King gonna go for the peak and they find it. As they do. 5-6, and it's looked like this impact play with the double AWP is working out.
And it's by a large margin too, because now that is in a situation where they're actually making plays based on whoever is holding up the close angle on the AWP. It was, I believe it was Art King who was huddled up with Koza to hold that short range, long range angle, and that bait and switch actually worked out because they could not have worked out that well if they did not have the short player Koza holding the short angle instead. That was a double angle setup, and yet again, Art King makes his presence known, but that's one AWP. Can they expect a second? The nade already exploding to the face of Arakin. But they do get themselves banana control. Now it falls upon how Get Lucky hits the shot, and he does every single day of the week. The hesitancy for Victor Sumus is in question. And the 3 versus 5 make it 2. And
The
Get
push?
Lucky, he wants to go for more!
What?
Every single time! The sniper assassin makes his presence known! As Art King and Get Lucky, the double up setup, it not only worked out, but it's all impact, baby. 6-6.
Boy, oh boy, did they eat that op shots coming from Arctic King. That was phenomenal. That was insane, by the way. He even pushes through the fire. Like, literally, he is on fire with the way he has been playing. And I guess with the momentum, like I said, I feel like they're a team that really rides on the momentum on how well and confident the team has been playing. This time on their T side, if they can get a good start, I feel like it will just continue on towards them instead. So Victorious Summers, oh, they are in dangerous waters. Yes, it could be 6-6, but with the momentum shifting towards Impact, they could capitalize. I reckon he's able to at least get one, but they're gonna fall down, get lucky in tier 1, or spotting the fallen players, and they're able to know where Recall Master is. Oh, could have been massive, but he's gonna fall down instead and die. Gonna be a 3v2 Ramon. And I don't know. It's a difficult call to ask, but they have to make it work.
They absolutely have to. Impact has full control over apartments. They also have a very squeaky push from Get Lucky, who has an opportunity, and he took it with full force. Another kill for TR1 as well. A triple for his name. A lot of money spent in his pocket. The bomb coming down as well just means they have additional economy coming into the next round. A full Kevlar, full helmet, TR1, full confidence. 12 kills for him. 16 as well for Get Lucky. And in this case, Impact is, I'd say, slated for retirement for the next coming 2 rounds.
I mean, how are you gonna, defend your side without having any single utilities at hand around this out of Victorious Summers? You could just get rushed upon, and the call is a stack on A. And guess just around the corner, that's where Causal hears a couple of footsteps. They're pushing, they're shooting, he's aiming for the heads, for the bodies. He's able to swap things out with Walu just around his side. And there you have it. A perfect, flawless round for Impact with no sweat at all. 6-8. And it's looking like Impact, they're liking the sound of the music that's being played in their end.
Well, you look at that this time around, 6-8 so far. And remember, Get Lucky has been doing pretty well on the op shots. A very momentum-based team that, dare I say, is one of the best teams to kind of watch as a viewer as well. Once you know that they're doing well, they're gonna do well and throw with that momentum. Swinging toward the fences, 5 versus 2, holding the banana control. Champ CS and Benzene have done wonders to play around the banana spot. I apologize. That's my bad.
Caster curse. I think that's what it's called.
Because I realized I just praised them 2 minutes ago.
But, they're going to continue to commit towards the B side, as it is not heavily guarded. The question is, are they going to be able to do it? As a moment of time, will they show weakness? Are they able to clear things out? The flash, they're caught blind. The FAMAS is not aiming as much as he wants it to be, but they're going to be pushed off the swords. They can't really necessarily enter, as the backup is here. Victorious Summers, they have the power in numbers. And they're just waiting for time. 40 seconds remaining on the shot clock. They need to make a play. They have to go for the force push. And that's what they're doing, Ramon. Through the smoke, through the fire, they're able to find the players. And they're going to be looking for more. Spray and pray is the name of the game. And Tier 1 is left alone. Up against 5. The entire unit coming from the side of Victorious Summers. So, could be easier round for Victorious Summers to win this one out. There's a couple of more seconds remaining, and it's going to be clear to see it's going to be a 7-8 unless somehow, some way he gets headshots in a couple of 1 second. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Nope. Definitely not going to be the possibility unless this guy's a cheater, but apparently everybody's playing on Faceit, so that's going to be an impossibility. Thank you so much, by the way. 7-8 scoreline for the Victorious Summers squad, and they finally regain some control back. Gaining some momentum after a few frags from Benzene, who I'd say has been a standout all throughout the game so far. 1 kill for him, 3 kills for Champ CS, who kind of needed him to step up from that Dust 2 map. And apparently now he's making a few numbers called. His Impact are back to getting multiple guns on their bodies in check as well. Banana in full control. Lots of mollies on the ground. Benzene relied on the flash and gets himself 1. Thanks to the utility supplied by Champ himself. And that's Art King. And I believe that's the AWP as well. That slows down the momentum. And will call upon the default positions.
let's not forget there's the buy round coming from Impact. If they lose this one out, it's gonna be even Stevens or Victor Sumus. So just holding the door, making sure that they don't overcommit, use the utilities at the right time, at the right moment. And they're slowing the push to a crawl as long as they can do what, any slow as they can do. Koza, they are in towards apps with Walu and Co. Recall Master, can they flick as much as possible? Let's get lucky. Oh, it's gonna go for the peak. It's gonna be the AW versus the AWP. Who has the moment of opportunity? Go for the surprise shot. The question is, it's gonna be get lucky. What? With Koza raining from above from the bullets that falls down. They have the Sight Ramon. What was Recall Master looking at?
Apparently something. Apparently not the op shot. Definitely did not foresight that entirely. 2v3. Got the positions back on pit as well as holding up the site itself. And with the op still in the hands of Champ, it is a save round this time around. Victor Summers are going to be happy with taking the AWP into the next round. Impact with a nice shot from Get Lucky. Just closed the round, plus the double spray down from Koza. And if we could have a replay of that happening, that would have been an epic spray. A great play from Koza himself, who just came out of apartment. An unassuming position, I believe, from at least one of the players on Impact, who does get himself over to Benzene. And I don't think that's going to be the tightest of Impact in terms of their economy. No, never mind. Just a few Galils. Yeah, that was a pretty important frag, I may say so.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt the money in the bank on that one. But still, nonetheless, though, Get Lucky has been playing phenomenal. Meanwhile, on the side of Ardex King, we have yet to see his brilliance on, his shots not landing in particular. But this time around, though, his team does trust him with an AWP.
Okay. It's building the bank back up yet again. Both teams were setting their economy back up. AWP for both Benzene and Art King. Art King kind of a little too late to the call this time around. Losing on the 1v1 duel with the op shots. Just losing out on the reaction timing. Benzene. That's interesting. He usually is the guy who wants to press forward, but now he's the one who wants to take the AWP for the team. Unless because it's the pause, they can't give the op to Recall Master, so that's probably just going to be an easy exchange G to G. Unless we kind of see an opportunity for him to shine on that big green. 7-9, again, over to the side of Impact. They finally slate themselves a win, breaking the momentum of Victor Summers. As yes, sir, Benzene, yes, he is going to be picking up that AWP, and it's going to ring true. How will this guy perform? Surprising them with the op shot. Smoke on down, Banana in control of the AWP right now.
Well,
and it's not supplied by a flash. A beautiful one over to TR1. They never expected that from the Banana player. We could say the same as well for Art King on the other side. A second for Benzene. This guy is on a roll on any weapon that you give him.
This is the first time I've ever seen Benzene with an AWP, and boy, oh boy, is he making it work. Now, they're put in an awkward situation this out of Impact. You have one AWP player and two rifles, so I think the best option is go towards A, and that's what they're going to be doing. Ardex King, he's the guy from Library. Gotta go for the smoke, gonna push him out, make sure he doesn't have the ample of vision on what on earth is gonna be happening, but he guesses where he's gonna be aiming at. The chicken, it's pushing instead of Impact. Probably told the chicken to scout it out and see if they can find the player. On towards Pit, and Ardex King start things over the bag, and they're finally finding the kills as well as Koza gets killed towards Arakin, and again Ardex King, the man, the myth, the legend, the sniper of Impact. He's able to find so much and just so little amount of time there. Now Benzene, with an opener that he did, turned into nothing. Lazar X King pull a 1-up on that play.
An overconfident hold over at the A site, just giving up apartments, giving up that pit position. You could argue that because of the numbers advantage, they don't have a need to fight for those sites of the map, but every time that Koza has given given himself apartments control. He has always been at least good for one. And in this case, he gets one over to the pit player, and that's already game over for them. Benzene knocked down. That's the AWP gone for Victor Sumus. It's another possible eco round for them. And there it goes. Lost bonus down to $2,900. Not enough to buy an AK, not enough to buy a lot of armor to combo that up with. I don't think you can get a large drink with that either.
I mean, he could just take it.
True. Get the cup of water. Get the cup that you usually use for water, and then just go towards the soda machine.
Okay, let's put a recall on things on the predictions here. What did you say it was gonna be? I think you were on Victor Summers' side, right?
I said Victor Summers because I like cheering for the underdogs.
Mm-hmm. I said 13-9.
Actually, I'm gonna correct myself. I was supposed to say they were the underdogs, but then I remembered I wanted them to win because I knew they were one of the best teams in India. But now it's Impact is kind of turning the tides against them.
Look at that. A is so free for them to take, and this is because they're saving basically for the next round, you know, because if they go for a 4 spy here, economy-wise, it's not going to work out. So immediate save on towards the stack towards B, hoping to push towards that side. But it seems like, nope, nobody's there. And a fast rotation coming from them. And who's going to be saying hello? And that's going to be Get Lucky with one, only one. So they get a free AK in their hands, and they just give it to Arakan instead. And tier 1, he pushes inside. He always goes sneaky beaky. Walu though, spots someone down, pass it around, gets a second, and we'll find a third. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. As Impact, 11-7. Now the buy round from the side of Victoria Summers. It's do or die. Because after that, your cash would be close to nothing.
Absolutely. Even though they got full loss bonus, they won't have enough to buy full economy, full util. If I do so myself. They also have to think about the armor that they're also going to be relegating themselves back on into. Even though they got the 1 kill, that 1 AK is not going to do much if they're running dry. The util in hand, nothing to throw at them to kind of shave off their attention. 7-11 so far for Impact. Definitely convenient on their side, except Benzene is on a roll. 2 kills for him, 21 kills for the solo guy on Victor Summers. Literally, Impact fought from this man against his opponents. And against all odds, they put themselves on Boiler. They catch themselves well aware that they're trying to put a lot of presence over to the A site. By the way, Impact never even needed to work, but they already put themselves on A before they decide to actually rush on into towards the B site where they're leaving Benzene on an island.
Gonna be waiting for his fellow teammates to come back, but there's so much smoke that makes it
Great
close to
mollies.
impossible for Recall Master to even see anything. And like you said, the mollies towards Garden stop them from the push. And there you have it. Walu spots one out. He holds Banana down. And the advantage that he has slowly dwindles down. This Benzene, he's been playing phenomenal, but not enough to hold the team up high. He went for Dark, but nobody's there. Tier 1 shuts them off. It's time to say goodbye. Hasta la vista. As Recall Master needs to save that AWP for a rainy day. It's going to be 7-12. And this could be the closer. As Impact, you just need one and it's done and dusted.
And what a bad time to actually have the lesser buy into this next coming round. FAMAS in hand, already giving it up to Razor, who definitely does not have the full confidence to actually walk on forward. Benzene just put all his trust in his teammates to now try to get the supportive frags. Well, now he's the one who's supplying himself with the A1S. They still have the AWP, so a lot of firepower still for a few of the key players on Victor Summers. The last chance for them in this tournament right now as Impact is slowly walking into Grand Finals territory. And it starts with Arking, the op shot all the way towards Arakan. The mask gone in hand. The push comes in, and Razor is able to get themselves TR1. Damage done, 1-for-1 trade-off. Benzine gets another, and this time, Victorious Sumus are able to bounce back with a 2-for-1 special. But what about impact? What about the patience paying off? What about these opportunities where Victorious Sumus push a little bit too far? This is not the case anymore.
This is so close. Benzine, this guy has been playing phenomenal for his team, but that's it. He's dead. Onyx King. It's looking like Impact wants to close things out, but can they? The push. Yes, they can. Onyx King finds it. And there's only one player in the side. And that's gonna be Champ. Can he do something? No, he can't. Oh, he does. He finds Phil. Could be 3. Going up close and personal with a FAMAS. He has his back. 8-12. Victorious Sumus to get to live to see another day. It may have been a scrappy fight, but a fight that they needed to win badly.
Hey, I know this highlight. Causal, unfortunate timing, but again, that's also the same player who was in an unfortunate situation, who was forced upon in towards the site itself. He's also the guy who they had to rely upon, plus because of the amount of pressure being dealt onto him from the apartment's push, Champ to huddle himself as the only anchor on the A side itself. Now the 8-12, a lot of damage done to the economy, but still enough to buy it up into the next coming round. In fact, they want to flash in, they got the spray on through, and Razor, Recall Master, everyone from Victor Summits on mid has been knocked down to the ground, but unless these rise to the occasion, then this mid push is nothing. Causal, these makes it all possible. They still can pick up the bomb. A site wide open, Victorious Sumus now forced into what could possibly be the final retake scenario, which Art King closes the door this time around.
This could be it. It seems like Causal could be the one shutting them out, and yes, it is. Impact 2-0 as he goes to the grand finals, which I believe it's up against God's Reign, is it?
Yes, it is. Godreign actually won their map pick 13-5 on Anubis, so they showed continuous domination on that map. But man, this map from 6-6, suddenly they switched over, and it's I don't know what happens to Victorious Sumus at some point. Is it get lucky? Is it some other factor? I mean, they looked really sharp on the T side, but then I don't know. Tell me, Ramon, what's going on your mind? What's happening to Victorious Sumus there?
I'm gonna tell you what it is right now on CT side, because the only reason why it got close was because they were, I don't want to say the word is stubborn. I'd say they're sticking to the guns that they're used to, which is the double op setup on the CT side. But the point taken from me, over to the T side, they didn't go back to that double op setup anymore because they realized that they still need all their guns in check. They all need all their AKs to actually fight back over to playing where they need to play for that banana control. Benzine actually became like a big nuisance for the squad as well against Victorious Sumus. He was the guy who was putting up so many impact frags every time that he pushes over to the banana position, every time that he actually entries on into the site as well. This guy has been a star for the side of Victorious Sumus, but in the end, that's the only reason why they got this a little bit too close to 6-6. Once they swapped sides, once it was T side for impact, it's all over. Because now their playstyle actually matches the tempo that was required out of them, which was to find at least one player to catch off guard, not even needing the default, just reset and then go back to poke and prod the same site that they were looking for.
And from your side, JT, ignore the producer for now. When we look at their T side, do you believe they could have actually won more there? Because I felt like they had potential, but then I don't know, man. I don't know what happened to them. But on their T side specifically, what went wrong?
On the side of Victorious Sumus, well, a lot of things. It felt like they could have really shown us quite a lot on this map alone, where they had numerous times where Benzine, even on the second half of things, where Benzine was actually pulling up numbers. He was able to shut them down. It was on a 2. He keeps getting 2 kills from Banana, and then afterwards it's gonna be a 5v3, and then they sleep away, You know, it's like that advantage where you have it already in your grasp, but you keep losing it and losing it and losing it. And I feel like that's been the constant weakness of Victoria's Summers, where they were so far ahead in terms of what they had with the utilities they had, and they go for that 1v1 duels and they lose it. You know, when you have such a big advantage, you can't really risk it too much, right? You have to hold the doors and don't be too over cocky, where you go for a hero play, which could end up just being nothing at all. And that's what it seemed like, the way that they've been playing. And if you can check the scoreboard, you could see only Benzine was the one stepping up for the team. He was the only one really getting the frags that they need. Other than that, the shots were just missing from Victoria's Summers. Overall, though, Impact, he played phenomenal.
I actually realized my prediction was correct. I predicted 13-8 score. I have it written just so you guys try to trick me. Yeah, that was the first time we got a prediction right. So yeah, I'm winning the $500 the producer promised me. I remember he said, Lux, if you predicted correct, you're getting $500, right? We'll split it, guys, yes. But moving on from that matchup, and I'm not sure if we're ready to go for a break, but maybe... Okay, so we are ready to go for a break, and after that, we're gonna take a look at the grand final, which is gonna be between God's Reign and Impact. It's gonna be one hell of a match. So, for now, we're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minutes break, and after that, we'll go on to the final. So, we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for possibly the last break we have in the GG Pro League, and maybe the last time we see that amazing trailer. Shout out to the guys responsible for it, West, and the editors. But yeah, it's been a long run. We're down to our last two teams. Coming, I think, from the first, and I'm not sure Impact if they came from the third or the fourth qualifier, but God's Reign came from the first, and they were the first in their qualifiers. So it made sense when we looked at their performance. It made sense when we looked at the individual and team play. They are very strong teams. God's Reign, more of a structured team than Impact, who probably gathered the best players and just formed a team. They are a team from UAE. Most of the players are. Actually, all of them are based in UAE. All of them are based in UAE. And when we looked at the map pool, or the maps that they prefer, we know God's Reign prefer maps like Anubis, Mirage, and slightly Dust 2, while Impact also favors Dust 2. And we've seen how well they were also in Inferno. So let's take a look at the brackets as well, just to give you an insight of how these the playoffs went so far. This is, yeah. So we have the brackets here. We have also an auto win for Victor Sumus against Orgas 5, who couldn't play the third place match. So congrats to Victor Sumus. It would have been a close matchup as well, I believe, with Orgas 5, but congrats to them either way. God's Reign against Impact. This is our grand final. And yeah, I was talking about the map pool, and I think Dust 2 is a map they have in common that most likely will be played. I don't think we're gonna see any Vertigos. We could see maybe an Ancient as a surprise. Nuke, I'm not so sure if they prefer Nuke. But so when we look at both teams, Ramon, the lineups, the map pool, do you think there is a team that has a slight advantage when it comes to, let's say, map pool for now?
Map pool. If Impact are smart, they're not gonna give God's Reign any sort of attempt to actually sniff Anubis at quarter mile. I think it's gonna be very interesting if they do decide to ban that out. I think Barrage is a good starting point if ever that they want to go towards that. But I think in a stylistic position, I think favorites in my eyes should be God's Reign, considering how dominating they have been all throughout the qualifiers, plus how they have been performing on playoffs. They have been consistent all throughout, and there's not even a downward trend. We've seen multiple weaknesses from every single playoff team because they're faced up against stronger opponents. But God's Reign has never went down that downward trend at all. They literally have been so consistent, and I believe in the map pool in particular, they'll be at least good on every single map, and at the most, I think they should expect that they're not going to be given all their comfortable maps. And I'm talking about Anubis, I'm talking about not even Mirage anymore, just Dust 2 for them. I don't think Dust 2 should be something that they're given, so I'd say any map should be good for them at least.
JT, what is the secret weapon for any of these teams to win? For whether it's for Impact or God's Reign, what is each team's biggest strength?
I guess if you let you let Impact play the way they've been playing with the double AWP, maybe they can get scot free with that, because they do well on Dust 2 with that type of setup, and they can definitely capitalize on that because we've seen them play tremendously well with it. And so far, it's looking like if they do get Dust 2, it's okay. If they do get Inferno, that would be much more ideal. If they do play Mirage, this is not necessarily the ultimate map on God's Reign, I believe, in terms of the history. If you can find the statistics, it will be shown it's one of their weakest maps. And if they play in Anubis, the only team that is able to actually shown an inkling up against God's Reign was in the qualifiers, and they played versus Aim Stars in that one. Still, they did win it out, but Aim Stars did show that they do have weaknesses on Anubis. So if you are gonna really want to take a win out of God's Reign, it's definitely ban Anubis. You play Inferno first, then maybe potentially Dust 2, where you can definitely pull off a double AWP setup that they love doing.
Right.
I want to add something to that.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I want to add something to that very quickly, actually. I think a hot take for me is that they have to risk Mirage being open. Because if I remember correctly, God's Reign, in their attempt at trying to close out one of their games, it was off of an overtime, and that to me is already a bad sign. That to me just shows that there's a few weaknesses that they have to polish.
The interesting thing is that both teams have an auto ban on Vertigo, so that's not a good thing necessarily for both, but that means just whoever has a better map pool will take advantage of that. So there's no disadvantage with having both banning in Vertigo. But if I look at Impact, they first ban Vertigo, then they ban Nuke. So they don't like to play Nuke much. But on God's Reign side, they go for Vertigo, then they go for also... Oh no, not a Nuke. So then they go for Dust 2. So I think, whoever gets the first ban, the second, the other team is going to have an advantage here because they might be banning the strongest map of their opponent. So for example, if Impact is the first team that goes for the ban and they ban Vertigo, that means God's Reign will probably go for a Dust 2 ban or an Inferno ban, which is maps they wouldn't necessarily prefer to play. And vice versa, I think also Impact would go for a Anubis ban, which might be a difference maker if you think about it. Map veto is happening. Where is it happening? Okay, so I'm gonna take a look at the map veto here. I can see that Vertigo and Mirage are gone. So right now it's Impact's map pick. I have an inside man, so I can see what's happening. So it seems like one of the teams went for the Vertigo ban, and then the other went for Mirage. So who do you think would ban Mirage? Would it be God's Reign or Impact?
I think God's Reign would be the type of team that would actually prefer to ban out one of the maps that they don't necessarily have a good pick on. It would not make sense if they do ban out Mirage, despite them having like a pretty topsy-turvy type of win rate on it, although it is pretty good on average. I think Impact is the type of team that would want to ban out something that's uncomfortable for them, so I think they're the one who banned Mirage.
You're correct, because I was watching the entire ban phase happening. I have my face it open. So yeah, it was Impact that banned Mirage, and it was God's Reign that banned Vertigo, and we do have a map pick, I believe.
But why wouldn't you pick ban Anubis in the side of Impact? Wouldn't that be
exactly?
Wouldn't that be the better option here? Unless they really wanna, or they wanna leave Anubis there as one of the maps, which is a bit scary, don't you think?
Very.
It's a bit question mark on me. Honestly, I'm not sure why Impact banned Mirage, because I feel like they had the better shot playing in the Mirage instead of Anubis, but maybe they're confident that they can take one on God's Reign. I mean, that's everything up in the air, honestly. I really don't think, if we're going to put track record wise, God's Reign has been like undefeated on Anubis, or undefeated in general, but the only time they showed weakness was up against Aim Stars, and that was it. After that, they were just dominating everybody.
Okay, so it's quite insane. I think we have the picks, but I can't see them honestly.
Same.
We're just gonna wait and see how that's gonna fold because now it's okay.
Oh,
so,
there you go.
All right, so the third band map is Nuke, which is I believe Impact. Impact they don't prefer to play Nuke, while God's Reign I think wouldn't necessarily like to play Inferno. So that okay. So now we have Dust 2. All right. Okay. So now we have the veto. So
There you.
so the map number 1 is gonna be Dust 2, which is picked by Impact. This is a very logical pick. And then second map is Ancient. You know, they had the option of picking Anubis, but they went for Ancient. This is interesting. I think they went for a map that maybe Impact wouldn't necessarily know how to play, or maybe they have something prepared for it. Because going for Ancient is a very risky one. I feel like we haven't seen Ancient like once maybe in the first qualifier. And then Impact banned New, God's Reign banned Inferno, and Anubis was picked last. Ramon and JT, you can also get your input on this. This map pool, Dust 2 for Impact, Ancient for God's Reign, and Anubis as the third map. Does it favor any team?
I think based off of momentum, as I've been saying, Impact is a team that likes to play off of momentum. They want to keep riding on the same tide that they have been victorious on the previous games. So they've been warming up on Dust 2. They picked that one back up, even though it was through an overtime, even though it was because of a few flaws left and right. They still won it, and they still believe that they can get a cleaner game entirely. So that's logical. Ancient for me, instead of Anubis for God's Reign, I still believe the map veto still favors God's Reign just because they still have Anubis in their pocket. The fact that they picked up Ancient is just because they want Impact to force them in a situation where they could decide where they want to start on the site. Well, if they're gonna be on Ancient, then they're forcing Impact to actually pick the map side that they want to. Because once we head on into the decider, it wouldn't matter where God's Reign want to start because they're going to be prepared for it every single time. That's literally the map that really sleep on.
I still kind of feel like God's Reign did play Ancient in the first qualifiers. I believe it was the grand finals where they played this, and they did really well with Fired Up being the guy who has been the entryway, and that has been phenomenal on their end. Other than that, Dust 2 is a complete, I don't know, the way God's Reign that we saw them play yesterday in Dust 2, it was so unpredictable to a certain extent that all they do is default, and then from default, that's where they pick up the pace and decide what you want to do afterwards. It's not like how we saw, I guess, Impact play in Inferno, where they had a set plan. They were just going to wait for the time and then do the execution. No. God's Reign plays on defaults and just capitalize from the duos because they're that way ahead in terms of raw power. But how far can raw power can bring you up against a team that loves doing the double AWP setup? That is the main question.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how that's gonna pan out, especially on maps like Ancient. I think Dust 2, even a double op setup on Dust 2 on mid and A could be very deadly on the side of Impact. Now, we got word that there's going to be a replacement or a emergency sub instead of Bavi. So we have Bavi, who had issues with ping, is going to be replaced by a player called, this is a very hard name to say. So it's Anastasius, yeah. So I have no info on this player, but seems like he's ranked number 2 in India with 8,000 Faceit matches. That's a lot of matches. That's a lot of matches played on Faceit. Being ranked second in India, that's crazy. That's so that's gonna be an interesting switch up here. I mean, regardless of how strong a player is or his rank or so on, but coming into a grand final all of a sudden without any preparation to join a team that is favorite to win. You guys believe this is a game changer here, whether it's positive or negative, Ramon?
Look. Well, I think it's going to be interesting that they're going to be subbing in with a player that literally has a caliber of somebody who has has the capacity to eat, sleep, face it, and then repeat every single time. But the fact remains that Bobby is out of the question, and that's literally their team captain, their shot caller. That literally changes the system entirely. That means it will adjust to somebody who is probably younger, probably somebody who's inexperienced. I believe he plays Counter-Strike every single day of the week, and that isn't a question to his mechanics, but it's going to be a huge change up, since that's their leader. That's somebody who changes up the calls every single time. In the mid-round calling, Bobby has been influential in every single interview that I've watched Bobby all throughout. Just before we had on instant first qualifier, he always talks about how he has been somewhat of a hype man for the squad, someone who reminds everybody what they're capable of in a lot of situations where they're down a man count. So in that situation where Bobby's not in the picture, now they don't have that manpower. Now they don't have that person who can hype the team up. Now that's definitely something that I will be looking out for closely, because in the mental game, Bobby would have been a huge factor, but now he's not there.
All right, yeah, so that's gonna be a bit tricky for God's Reign with Bobby out of the picture. Now, since the players, I believe, are joining the server, maybe we take a prediction from now just to, ease off the pressure of the prediction. So I'll start with you this time, JT. Dust 2, what do you think?
I still think God's Reign are going to be taking this. I was actually researching on who Anastasis is. He used to be playing for True Rippers, and now he's been playing for NextGA, and he has competed in ESL Asia tournaments. So that's all I could find on him. Other than that, so he's a guy who's been up there. 2024, he has been question mark. No one knows what he's been up to. But other than that, he is a player that he understands, eats, sleeps, and plays Face It. And he's a guy that grinds his gears until to the max. So if, regardless if Bavi's not there, I feel like this guy still has a caliber on top. So I feel like could possibly be God's Reign taking this one out on a 13-8. I feel like it's still gonna be one fashion with God's Reign with their default plays that will steamroll Impact, but I'm out there and I'm open-minded for Impact to give me a big surprise.
Okay, how about you, Ramon?
I kind of agree with JT on this one, even though I'm the one who set the argument that this is going to be a system change again for Bobby. The talent from the squad is still going to be a huge factor, even though they won't have the system that they're going to be used to, even though they don't have the leader that they somewhat go to when things go bad. In so many of the games that has led up to this point, God's Reign have been dominating all throughout, and I'd say that talent is more than enough for them to actually stride through this storm. And with the talented player that we have right here, this sub might be enough. So I think it's also going to be a 13-8 God's Reign.
Wow, same exact score. Okay, I'm gonna go with 13-7 for Impact. Actually, I think this change will add pressure onto the player himself and onto the team and adaptation. And I think just because they played Dust 2 now and they obviously knew where their weaknesses are in terms of team impact. So I don't know. I just feel like they will play more comfortably coming into the city or the... Actually, which side? That's a good point. Coming into this map, I can see that God's Reign will start on the T side of Dust 2. Interesting. This is something that God's Reign often does, where they pick T side instead of CT in some maps like Anubis and Dust 2. So they went for Dust 2 on T side, and I don't know how I feel about that, because I believe Impact are quite strong on CT, especially if they start off quite well with a good amount of cash and they manage to get the op early on. This can be tricky. And Art, who's usually is the main oper and get lucky helps him out. I think he plays very well in Dust 2. So we've seen he had 34 or 35 kills in his previous match. So I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be Impact's match, but it's once you go into that map and you see how the flow is going, let's not forget that most of the rounds were clutch rounds. When they played Dust 2, in their previous semifinal. So, yeah, it's a bit tricky, but I think it's going to be a fun match. I would have loved to have Bavi, obviously, with the full lineup playing, but sometimes these technical issues happen. And yeah, all right. So JT, T side, God's Reign. Is that good? Is that bad against a team like Impact on the city side of Dust 2?
100% good. Just because on how well God's Reign play on their T side, where they play default and they just capitalize. It's a tough cookie to crack, honestly, if you're coming from the CT and be wondering, whatever we keep doing, it's getting destroyed. And that's just how God's Reign has been playing on Dust 2. It's a map that it's a double-edged sword for Impact. We saw that happen in the first series up against Victoria Sumus, and we could possibly see it again happen here up against God's Reign.
Do you agree here, Ramon?
I do actually. It's gonna be. It's probably one of the first times I actually agreed with JT on a few number of occasions on the desk. But that's actually with reason, because literally in a lot of the situations where they played on Dust 2, the last time I believe we saw God's Reign dominate was because they willingly took the T side, and only because they were punishing multiple mistakes from people who are aggressive on taking control outside of the extremities. And Impact is literally one of those teams. So I'd say pretty much agree with him.
Okay, interesting. So God's Reign on T side, good choice from both of you guys. We're gonna have to see how it starts. I think the beginnings are, they write up the story of how this map is gonna be, because good start T side means a big struggle on the CT side to get the op, struggle with the economy. Things can be quite bad for whoever's on CT side. So we're gonna have to see how they start off. I think God's Reign had it coming, or they knew that this is gonna be a Dust 2, so surely they have something planned. And every time they played Dust 2, they were comfortable with their wins. I wouldn't say they struggled really. So, but the good thing is also for them, and I agree with you guys, is that they always started on the T side in these cases. So their opponents were the ones actually picking Dust 2, and they were choosing to be on the T side. I'm quite excited to see how this one is gonna go. If we're gonna see some surprises, do you guys see that this could go into a 2-1 or can end with a 2-0? Taken away, or maybe just let's put Dust 2 on the side. If it goes to Ancient, and do you guys believe Ancient is also gonna be won by God's Reign here?
JT, why don't you start with this?
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, 100%. I really do feel like God's Reign will be taking this one home. I've seen how they played in Ancient. I've seen how Fired Up has been playing there, how Finn has been playing on it. They're able to really have that lurker rotate around and just capitalize from that. Not only that, there's some unorthodox, ungodly plays, even if it's called God's Reign, is Fired Up just pushing towards the side and manhandling it by himself. He doesn't even need a team. He's the lone survivor who makes this weird type of plays, but it works. So I feel like God's Reign definitely is favored in Ancient.
All right, guys, I just need to be back for a quick second. Maybe you guys can discuss Ancient for a bit. I don't know why they put Ancient here, but it's gonna be difficult. But okay, so maybe you can discuss a bit with this.
Okay, so for me at least, I think since we already touched upon like the strengths for T side on God's Reign is the fact that they're very patient when it comes to establishing like what type of roles, what type of positions they want to take in the early rounds. I think another part of that is because of the type of players that they also have been facing up, where they have been lucky in the bracket. They have been facing up against players who are very good to play against their style, and it kind of goes to show that sometimes God's Reign, it's not always because they have a perfect system. It's also because of how well they adapt to any sort of situation. So for me at least, Dust 2 will be somewhat of a close game, and especially with the fact that Bobby's not going to be here, is going to be a very important thing to point out. I just want to know what the roles are going to be now that Bobby's not going to be here. Who's going to be the shot caller? Who's going to be holding the op now? Because there are 3 separate occasions that we thought that the AWP was going to be held up by at least one of them, and that was Revan. And Revan is gone. And now Fired Up is the guy who stepped up for the AWP role. Now, Anasis, what's he going to play? Is he going to be the solo anchor on the site? Is he going to be very aggressive, be the fired up for the team while he's holding up the AWP? What is the question here? What really is the play here for God's Reign in terms of roles?
That is a good question. I mean, I'm researching as much as I can on assassins, honestly, and all I could find is that he's number 2 in FACEIT in India in general. So this guy has been grinding as much as possible. Other than that, all I can find is also he's part of True Rippers. He's with Defaulter, and that's all I could find, honestly. Like, we know who Defaulter is. We've seen him play as well. So when it goes to that, when you have a team that will not have Bavi per se, but still at the end of the day, you still have a seasoned player, right? And the way that we go on Dust 2 is more on how they've been playing defaults, right? And if they're just going to be playing defaults, I don't think it's much of an adjustment on the D side of things. And when you go towards the CT side of things, I feel like Dust 2 is just a map that everybody knows that it's not so hard to really play on.
Right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I hope I didn't miss much of your lovely conversation, but I heard you talking about Anasis. It's very hard to say, but I think it's gonna be interesting with this player coming on board and looking at the stats and FACEIT, and it's crazy to see the amount of matches he has on FACEIT. So I think everything is set. We talked about the analysis here and how this is going to go. You guys predicted a 13-8, both of you, same number, I don't know why. 13-8 for God's Reign, and I predicted 13-7 for Impact. I think it's going to be a very interesting match. Whoever starts off strong gets to 4-0. I think most likely they're going to win this game, but I hope it's going to be a good one. I hope we do see a close matchup. Hopefully we see both Ancient and Anubis as well. And, good luck to both teams, and good luck to you, Ramon and JT. Take it away and, give us entertainment.
Oh, I think we're just getting ordered to give entertainment.
I got pressure.
I feel the pressure now. Not as pressured as Impact, though. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in your grand final of GG League CS2. This is months and months of accumulation of qualifiers, and we're finally here between the top two teams. And Ramon, let's get this ball rolling between Impact and God's Reign.
And it starts off strong with Impact going back to what they know to be the type of team that wants to take themselves over to the A-short extremity. They pick up at least that side of the map. TR1 struggling to take the Impact frag. Struggling to take another is Walu as well. But the thing is, the split comes in, the picks come out, and 3 kills in the round in the blink of an eye. God's Reign, with a bit of struggle, are finally able to deal some damage done. 3v2, get lucky. A little too late to the call, but apparently his impact is felt. But this time, Anasis, he has to do the work for this time around. A double kill for Anastasis right now. 1-0 for God's Reign. And it's off of an aggressive setup over to the catwalk position.
The true struggle. Anastasis.
Anastasis. We gotta practice that right now.
Yeah, it's like saying assassin, but it's like Anastasis, Anastasis.
Maybe that's how you say it,
Anastasis.
because that's actually pretty badass.
Yeah, I think we're gonna stick with Anastasis, and he did pretty well. A lot of shots fired on towards the A side, and it took some time before some bodies hit the floor. But other than that, it was fun and dandy with God's Reign with the way they play. It's a typical textbook play with the A split push, and this time around, they're just gonna full on rush the A site. They do have the utilities, I believe, in hand, but guess what? They're all stacked here. They're ready for Ramon. They get the shot. That's Walu saying hello, guys. It's time to say goodnight. As he goes for another shot fire at Assassin, he finds his own. Get lucky, getting Finn. Okay, and they're finding the kills, and Assassin's on the double. R2P2 finds his own. And he's gonna go for a flank push, the jumping shot. Oh, I've seen this in the professional plays, but not gonna happen here. Trying to get lucky. Pop off, and it misses the shots. It did not connect. A quick 2-0, but it was a, a rough one for God's Reign.
A rough one, but a smooth debut for Anastasis. 4 kills in the round and a 2-0 victory. And it's off of a complete opposite of what we could expect from the playstyle that God's Reign has performed in the qualifiers, as well as up to the build-up towards this grand finals. They have been playing the default positions, but in the 2 rounds in a row, they have been very aggressive. And I believe it's because of the system change, because they don't have the IGL. They go back to what they're known for, and that's fragging out R2B2. He doesn't even realize that somebody's on the other side of the smoke. Try and Causal. They get themselves 3 picks in a blink of an eye toward not being the safest option for God's Reign. And because of that aggressive setup, they get forced entirely in a 2v5.
Well, that was awkward. The guy just pushed in, but you can still say that God's Reign still doesn't have this in the bag. It still could possibly be a major damage on their hand. As you can see, Rossi Bob setting things up on towards the A side, but A long, that's where the magic is at with Fired Up. Hoping to find some frags if he can. But it's gonna take some time before the readjustment finally hits. They do, I believe, have the C4 at hand that they could just play around with, and looks like Fired Up is the guy who passes the guns, as he took one for Rossi Bob, and they're gonna maybe push things too much into the fray, as he will fall down. I guess I'm a bit too stubborn on the play there. This is not the typical God's Reign that we've seen, but I guess it's just too earlier on. But the way they play, they take things slow. But this time around, they play pretty quick to the point that they didn't check their corners, Ramon.
And honestly, God's Reign, you can honestly like excuse them for not playing the same way that they usually do, just because of the system change, just because the communication is not as pristine when Bobby was in the server, because he's the one calling the shots, he's the one who's calling for the rotation, calling for the lower tunnels push once they got themselves that double ramp up setup. But they don't have that. Now they're just relied upon their own firepower, their own mechanics to carry them towards this game against one of the best teams in UAE and Impact. Already needing as much impact as possible with the push on towards the A short extremity. Fired Up. The scout by for him, and that's also the spray towards the mid doors position. Finn is softened up a little bit too close for comfort. 86 HP for the guy. But not to mention, they also have Kevlar and a helmet, so he's absorbing as much damage but not dying to the hands of the rifles.
The claws will be towards A short. Art King ready for the flash, going for the peak with his fellow teammate here, which is going to be Walu, who has been on point. And like I said, they drive on momentum, and the momentum is what they need. The flashes have been thrown. They're going to see what they can do. They lined up perfectly for Walu and Art King as they sweep them through A short. Quick and easy work for Impact as they get the second round.
Call this guy the janitor as he's sweeping everybody out of the rug. Literally a 4K for Walu, a perfect flash set up from the graffiti player. And that's when you see the A4 ring true. The spray comes in. Art King to get possibly the ace that Walu would have been happy to get, but he's already contented with the win against one of the best teams in India. God's Reign struggling to get a let up this time around, and I believe it's also a full save because of a force buy from the previous round. This is not looking good on the T side.
You can really see the difference between these two teams as they're playing in their favorite map. Got lucky. They did not necessarily the best shots there, but he's able to do the job done on towards Fired Up. Pistols at hand. There's so little things he can do, honestly, and you can definitely see Impact try to capitalize with them pushing on, and they're able to fight it. Did you see how his movement was? That was insane. Coming from tier 1, shaking it about, dodging and weaving the bullets, as he does survive, as Anastasis is boosted up on towards the door side of things in A long, hoping for them to push here, but I don't know, man. It's gonna take too long before one player actually pops up there.
And the closest threat to him is the guy who's not coming out of the door that he's expecting him. So you hear the drop, and they know where he's gonna be coming from. So the spray comes through, and get lucky will get additional cash into his own pocket. So a 3-2 Impact. We never expected this to be this way. It's an unfortunate set of events for God's Reign where Bobby, the leader, was not here. This is going to be the talk of the town right now, because literally an IGL change in the grand finals because of a network issue is an unfortunate set of events for the T side for God's Reign. We had a lot more faith if they actually had, if they pick the side where they know they're going to be most favorable on the Dust 2 of things. They go back towards the A-long control as Fired Up picks up the first frag. That's crucial. Art King down, and Walu follows suit. A triple for God's Reign entirely. Get Lucky plays around the smoke, but R2B2 shuts it all down. A double. And the NG fragger of God's Reign, and it's all falling apart for Impact as quick and easy as that. They rely on mechanics, and in pure aggressive fashion, they dominate that A-long control. A 3-3 scoreline that definitely equalizes the numbers.
Man, just watching Fired Up play, dude. This is insane. As well as R2B2 shooting through the smoke is able to trace the players down and get the kill. Phenomenal play here coming from God's Reign, and like you said, brute forcing the entryway, able to take things out as Finn is able to spot the last player. But other than that, this is the God's Reign that we know. They play based on what they can do, and finally doing the default-ish play, which could potentially be a B push. Ramon, they're setting things up here. And Causal will be the first player. He does have one down, but he's gonna be found out immediately. They trade things out though, as there's only one player there left. R2B2, the lurker. If spot one, spots another. Quick and easy work. He understands the play from behind. Goes for the flash play. Stays in. Hopes to play up close and personal. That's tier 1. Will be able to spot things out. He sees the barrel of the gun. He gets it.
R2B2 with the step up. The leader gone, but this guy's leading by example. 8 kills for this guy. As aggressive as he needs to be. They need to double down on what they most know. And that's raw aim, raw duels handled upon. Even though he didn't have the smoke, the patience paying off for him as well. And full awareness, knowing that the flank was coming in as well. TR1 was not safe at all, pushing into mid doors. Fired up, laying the law down with the AWP. He started as an opper in towards the playouts itself, but the Mag 7 surprises Finn. That is the upgrade for himself, AK in hand, but does not get the conversion. Rossi Bob will get the 3 versus 3, and Impact is happy to take any sort of damage considering that they have the lower guns.
Exactly. As long as the area can get a kill, that's good for them. As tier 1, this was Ansas's. His hands were up in the air without the gun. I guess to a certain extent, you gotta, you really gotta be more careful. Oh, he thought that there's nobody there, but it seems like tier 1 is able to get a big gun upgrade, which turns things around, Ramon. This could be big. This could be the opportunity for them as tier 1 says hello to Rossi Bob to get a freebie. With another player lurking around the corner, does R2B to demand the mid the legend. Can he do it for the team is the main question, as they are gonna get free gun upgrades, Ramon, and that is gonna be massive.
Look at how fast Get Lucky is running all the way from the T-spawn position. Finds himself over at that long door. But God's Reign have the bomb down itself. R2B2 tries to isolate, finds the scout player, but he doesn't know that at least one of them is crawling under towards the CT spawn. But the headshot all the way from Get Lucky. It wasn't even a headshot. It's just one scout shot to the body. He had armor. He had everything in his arsenal, but he didn't need anything. The shot ringing true all the way from A-long. The flank comes through, and the damage was done from Impact, especially full balls to the wall with the Mag 7 as well as the scout play. The lower guns are dealing as much damage as possible. Never forget that one tap all the way from TR1, which results in 2 free frags. That really should have gotten wayside. It should have been God's Reign map. Around, actually.
That was an interesting duel as well. It was Get Lucky with that scout, and he was able to get a kill towards Fired Up. Very crazy to see. And Assassin looks like he's going to be the one holding the AWP this time around, Ramon. You were questioning if it will be Fired Up, and it seems like an Assassin will be the one holding it. And boy, oh boy, he's going to get shot off immediately. It's a double AWP setup that Impact loves to play. And that's the reason why, as Fired Up, he's able to get one and runs off immediately. So though, ooh, a freebie! But does it matter? The trade-offs are there. a 3v3 and a double AWP setup. What can that bring you is the main question.
In the retake scenario as well, where you got an open A short extremity, Catwalk already in full control of the attack. Unless they get the shot, then they do. That's what they do. They hit the shots. And now they try to relegate themselves back onto Walu. Full trust on him to get the A4 spray down. He's playing with patience. He's relying on the AWP from the long player, which is Art King. They need to costume him, or maybe not. Maybe just play for the short angle. Maybe just wait for the retake to come to them. Because that's where Rossi Bomb could shine. The flash rings true, and that will give the information. Molly also limits the space that they can take. Now it goes back to the 2v2. Unfortunate for Art King. Get lucky! That's the biggest spray I've seen from a Galil today. Against two who have been holed up on that A short extremity. Brushing off the fact that Art King was already out of the server. It's picking up the pieces where they left off. Get lucky. Gets a 14 bomb to start off the first half. 5-4 for Impact, leading by example.
Honestly, this is not the God's Dream that we are used to seeing. I mean, I was questioning if one player is enough to change the things around on their end, the system, but it seems like Impact are still playing phenomenal. And by the way, in case you don't know, this is the second time Art X King has disconnected during a fight. And poor him that he loses quite a lot from that one. He lost his utilities and his gun on hand, but nonetheless, though, we did see how he plays at AWP. The 1v1 up against an Assassin on towards A long. I don't know why an Assassin pushed that, because he was just demolished immediately. This double AWP play from Impact, they play it to a crisp because they have been so good in maximizing it.
You wouldn't pick it up if they weren't confident in it, right? It's possibly something that has been up their sleeve ever since they started in the qualifiers. If I remember correctly, it was Aim Stars who won the qualifier, where Impact was also second seed, which is now a surprising result considering that we have seemingly forgotten a few of what happened in the qualifiers. So it's kind of a surprise to us that Impact was able to show the star power that they are able to do in this day alone. I mean, toppling down Victorious Sumus, one of the best teams in India, possibly top 3, next to True Rippers as well as God's Reign, in fact. And this win, if they do actually seal this BO3, will solidify them in the legacy of being one of the best teams in the GCC 2-2. And now I believe that this is going to be the lead so far for Impact. That this has been so close that the only thing that is stopping them from being an absolute banger is these disconnections, which unfortunately is not something that they're going to be able to control. So we're going to have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen.
A quick highlight of things that what's been happening here. You know, God's Reign, they still have the star power, but Impact, honestly, I'm just in love with the plays that they've been doing, with how systematic they are and how well their AWP plays have been doing, how well it connects, and it just continues to show what a team can do up against the top team in India. Number 1, numero uno. And they're having a much more difficult time. This is the first time we've seen a game this close when you're playing up against God's Reign.
Shaking Guitar, what could be a more competitive grand final. The map veto is going to be a big factor as well, as considering that we're starting on a map which both teams are a little bit more comfortable, but that's a big asterisk to the God's Reign position, considering that is not the same team that has worked up the win rate that they have currently in history. This is a different God's Reign, as we always have mentioned, which is outside of their control. A good thing that they're able to work up a solution. And it's a good thing that it's also a pretty close game, I would say, so far against Impactors. They really do have the firepower, and that's already demonstrated by Fired Up and Enthesis. So
You know, it's like one of
Right.
those things, Ramon, where, you know, when it's your day of CS, it's your day. And nothing can stop
Yeah.
it. Even if it's like you're playing up against Simple or anything. When it's your day, it's your day. It's just working favors inside of Impact because you've seen how they've played up against Victoria Summers, and they're such a team that plays well on momentum, and they're carrying that momentum that he had on that matchup that they just played. Now, in the side of God's Reign, you know, they've been playing consistently at the top, but with the player swap, it kind of changes, like you said, the ecosystem of the team on how they play and how the shot calls are being said and done. So you can really see the difference between the two.
All right, back into the game we go. Tech has already found out 5-4. Impact has the lead. Seemingly the lead in the economy so far as well. God's Reign stopped by a Molly, stopped by any sort of incendiary. They cannot push over towards the stairs position, but now you can see that Impact, they're already noted that there are already players pushing up on that catwalk side. Now they're crumbling under the pressure, but Fired Up has provided at least the opening that they could be looking for. But Art King, he's dealt with the Tech Nines rushing in towards the site itself, but they can't really
What?
get the adjustment. What is that from R2B2? The pistols. Absolutely surprising them where they stand this time around. 2v3, God's Reign picking up the pieces, getting the upgrades, get lucky with an up shot all the way from short, 1v1. And it could be enough for him. A1S picked up for the guy. As R2B2 has to shine. Molly out. Spotted by Get Lucky. Stepping up where he needs him. 17 kills. A 3K from the upper. A 6th round for Impact. Slowly and surely very confident against one of the best teams in India.
At the same time, Ramon, you have to give it to God's Reign. And that was an eco round where they almost got it away on
That
a
was so
1v3. Lucky for them, though, that Lucky is in the server, and he has a number of frags already under his name. Still, the first half, it is looking rather damn well on the side of Impact, and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop anytime soon, is it? Ooh, that was a wall bang he found. That was nasty.
This guy's crazy. This guy is crazy. It took him one BO3 to warm up into this, and he is already warmed up. 17 kills for Get Lucky, and on the up, we're used to him playing the double op setup with Art King, and I think this guy is putting on a heater. That's why when they have money for only one AWP, they relegate it on him because he knows that he's going to be hitting those op shots every single time. Fired Up, though, you can say the same for him as well. Good opening towards CR1, and he's able to take him down. 4v5, holding up the sight lines, even though they have Xbox. As long as Get Lucky is still on A short, they still have a strong defense over at A short. But that leaves mid uncomfortable, especially with Causal, who could have a crossfire, but that smoke also will dissipate.
That was a pretty good smoke. They're able to shut things off. Could be a B split push, as I might say so myself. As they are going through lower tons, going to the upper tons. Might be a rush B type of thing. But Walu has the Molly, so able to slow things down. Only a couple of seconds remaining. The shot clock in 30 seconds. They have to make it quick. They have to make it fast. They have to utils. It seems so, but it's a matter of time and perspective. Where is Causal looking at? He was looking at the wall the entire time as you're able to take the side immediately and Finn, the lurker, able to spot one down. As Ardex King is left alone by his lonesome. Rather just save the gun or make a play.
I was about to point out that was the slowest that I've seen God's Reign in the most positive manner, because that was the most patient I've seen from this team, relying on mechanics, relying on the raw aim to carry them through towards this 6-5 victory. Drawing down that A short side, also calling the attention of Get Lucky, who realistically is definitely the best person on the server right now, but when you got the op down, that's already big impact. And then they got themselves on the same page. The reset was much needed. just to put everybody on the pipeline of going to the B site itself. Prompts them to play a little bit more passively, a little bit more cautiously. And that caution actually pays forward. Smoke on down towards the mid position as well. And that also gives them so many options, especially with how well they're able to play off of util. The fact that we were questioning what Causal was doing, he was playing for anti-flash, but the pace and tempo for God's Reign kind of mimics the type of play style that you see from Pug players who want to play the aggressive positions. Now they go back to the 6-5 score line. The push comes in as well for the upper tunnels push. TR1 spots one, could possibly expect the second. Anastasis already puts his name on the kill feed. A second as well for Rossi Bob. A free B bomb site, and Impact losing out on another player. That's huge.
It looks like this could be it in the first half on 66 instead. As God's Reign are in control, Arctic King is left alone and look who's above. That is, I believe, R2B2 hoping to at least get the frag up, but they're hunting him down, Ramon. They're hunting him. As it is going to be 6-6 in the first half. It was looking really good for Impact, but it slowly dwindled away because of that weird, awkward pause as the momentum that we were hoping to ride on was put in a halt.
Yep, 6-6 for the grand finals. This is not going to be a smooth ride for either of these teams. But we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. When you swap sides, CT spawn now for God's Reign. I'm expecting the double push, the double setup over to the B side. Possibly have one player lurk upon that lower tunnels position, but that's a little bit too early for that. That's the call for them this time around. They do have Art King back on the server. And this is where we're kind of expecting Impact to play their own game. And their T side, not the cleanest. And they don't have as clear of an identity as God's Reign, because then it actually becomes unpredictable. Because sometimes they would play for that aggressive A short push, but when it doesn't work out, that's when they kind of blank.
When you look at it though, with this, I mean, the pause is getting longer and longer, Ramon, and this is where, you know, the emotions from their end, where they've been losing in a row, it's gonna lower down and make it much more easier for more room to breathe for God's Reign, right? More room for them to recuperate, more room for them to talk about things, what's been happening, and maybe brainstorm from there. As they are gonna be coming from the CT side, it's gonna be a typical, I guess, 2-1-2 type of scenario here, and just capitalize on what they can do. But other than that, are we gonna see something different from the side of Impact? Do you still think D-side double AWP is still up for grabs?
No, let's wait and see for the buy rounds for that to come into play. I have been telling you that it is a big investment. But usually Impact would do that when they're on the CT side. So they didn't do that when they were on Inferno. And that's where they dominated most of the rounds after the role swap. So maybe they have a change of heart. Maybe they still play the double op setup. Or maybe God's Reign could have a more comfortable CT side. Which honestly, in my eyes, with a sub, does not really make sense. I think if you are on the T side, you would try to play for your own tempo. Try to play for your own pace. And when you're on CT, the pacing becomes awkward because then you become the reactor. You're the team that has to either play for the retake or play for the aggressive long hold, which a lot of teams like to actually do in the first round. But in this case, I'd rather that they invest into the Kevlar and try to fight for the push anyways.
Well, when judging how things are going on, there's a lot of tech issues currently happening. I think there's server issues, honestly, especially for the set of Artex King, where he's been disconnecting quite a lot, and that's not necessarily what you want to see, right? Especially if you were in a man advantage and you suddenly disconnect, it's just been gone and doesn't necessarily help on that. It well, Ramon, we have been hearing interesting things from our side.
Yeah, the voices in my head actually had a pretty good way to put it at that.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, you gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. You know,
Yep.
but it is what it is. It is what it
Ooh,
is.
I see numbers.
What numbers do you see? Is it happening?
I see a
Are,
timer.
are we
2,
are we going?
1.
Is this for real?
Finally,
Oh
it is.
boy. Let's get it on. As we are in the second half, ladies and gentlemen, and God's Reign are on the defending side of things, and R2P2 able to get the towards Walu. They're looking for more as they pick it up, fired up with R2P2. The unbeatable duo! God's Reign! Shot impact at their Achilles heel as they're left dragging their bodies on the floor.
An unbeatable setup on A-Long where it all boils down to raw aim duels. R2B2 and fired up. Showing why they mean business all across the CT side. God's Reign are showing up big in a setup where they're forced into a situation where you don't have their IGL. Literally pouncing on them in a situation where they needed long door. And if I remember correctly, they did that pretty dry. The smoke was forced onto them by the T side of Impact as well. And it was at the cost of no flash at all. So they didn't need to dodge anything. They just needed to hold the same positions.
No
7-6 scoreline for God's Reign, man. That's a full buy coming in for them as well. That's a huge detriment to Impact. Now this is more than likely to be a second round unless of course God's Reign is one of those teams that actually pushes outside of the extremities, but that's not what God's Reign likes to do, except again, this is not the same God's Reign that has been playing all throughout the qualifiers.
You know what I reminisce about is, remember in the first qualifiers where you're not supposed to be winning pistol rounds, but you end up winning pistol rounds? And this could possibly be it, just depending on how things will go. I mean, we've seen God's Reign on the pistol, and they almost won as they are pushed towards the short. That's the entirety of Impact. Gonna try to pick up fired up. Easy pickings. They're able to find one. Could he connect it to another? An assassin. Left by him lonesome, hoping to find a shot. He does get Causal. He looks for more. The peaks, the slow peaks. He's hoping to get it. Walu says, not today. As he finds that kill, but Rossi Bob from A-Long. Able to find those kills as RX King is left alone. Okay, it looked pretty good. They got the at least the bomb planted, right? So extra money here and there at the side of Impact. And meanwhile, God's Reign, they do lose quite a lot of investment here.
A lot, but not too much, right? They keep most of their guns. They keep at least a few of the Kevlars that they still keep towards their pockets. 8-6, and I think this is a good option for them that they're going to go for the Force anyways, because now they're going to be in a situation where they have to catch up to Impact. Even though they still have the lead this time around, they still need to catch up in terms of firepower. And considering that the Tier 1 also forced himself in a situation where he actually got himself the MP9, or no, not the MP9, the MAC-10 on the previous round, that leaves him in a detriment in terms of the economy. So, not really the perfect buy that the T side are looking for.
Really now? You're gonna do Walu dirty? Oh no, oh, this is everybody dirty. This is everybody that did the
This is the
massive,
compilation.
I think this is fails. I think that's what you call it. You see this name, you see he's gonna throw it. Oh, never mind. It bumps Causal.
Ty's right in front of him.
I mean, there's highlight reels and there's highlight reels. And I think it's one of those. Well, at the same time, Ramon, there's a certain extent with Dust 2 is on where your spawn point is going to be in. And it looks like this one is heavily on towards the B side. With, like, who's that? No, RX King being the closest one to be able to enter towards it. Does that play a huge factor? I feel like it plays a certain factor.
Wait, Rossi Bob is low just because of the op shot on Suicide. Now
Oh.
it becomes a huge factor. Now if they rush on to B side, it's an easy take for him, but not given the time of day. He's gonna live for another round, and so far, Impact, they want to take the mid aggress as fast as possible. Art King, smoke will dissipate, but he has another one up his sleeve. If they call towards the push to split over to the lower tunnels, this is a huge opportunity to weed out Rossi Bob.
They're playing slow, Ramon. Something that we've noticed has been a big difference in how they've been playing. Meanwhile, the boosted
The smoke
up
has a
player,
gap.
the boosted up player, I don't think he sees them though, so it doesn't necessarily matters. As an assassin is able to get killed towards Walu, Rossi Bob will fall down as well. No, it's been looking for a simple trade of players here and there, but God's Rain are running from above. Get lucky with a no scope. Oh, okay. Questionable at the very best. Meanwhile, Art X King blinded as an assassin is able to get that kill as his body slides off from the pits. And it's gonna be a quick and easy 9-6 as God's Rain are ahead.
And Impact won't have a lot of money coming into this next round. Now this is a new one for the compilation. I was kind of expecting this. I knew there was something missing.
It was bound to happen, right? It was bound to happen. Reminds me of our good friend Bali, where
Shout
a
out to
lot
him.
of misplays here and there are happening, but you know, good memories, good memories. But this time around, as long as you don't make a fail attempt, it's not gonna be captured by the producers. Other than that, Impact, they had a good, strong showing in the first half, but maybe because of technical difficulties, it's been a long day per se, right? So it could possibly be that they're running out of fuel in the tank.
Man, becoming a good game for God's Rain right now. I think a lot of it is back to individualism from every single player now. And I throw that term a lot, but it becomes a little more true now. Because of the situation that they're in right now. And it's off of aggressive takes over to A short. And they're also like playing without information to do that as well. So they're kind of lucky on the draw. And your communication. As the game is going longer, it's improving by the minute. Something that I've noticed. Because then they're becoming decisive with their call. They already know what the play was gonna be. Once they give themselves a bit of time to actually work it out. So you could say that despite them being a team that has only worked each other out for like 10 minutes now, has already shown results. I think we could say that God's Rain is steadily improving with the roster that they're with.
It's that typical things of when you test the water, if it's too hot or too cold. Maybe it was too cold for them in the beginning, but they put it to the right temperature, the right mix, and it's gonna be all fine and dandy. And so far, God's Rain, like we do know, the raw firepower that we've seen with R2B2, with Fired Up, like all of these players, everybody steps up on this team. Not one player doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, I want to put you on the spotlight a little bit, try to poke your brain around it. How is Anastasis filling in with the role that he's pushed on? Because I think he's not the type of player that actually needs to do a whole lot. I think he's just there with the rifle, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, they did try to give him the AWP, but it just didn't work out. Now they give it back to Fired Up. So he's just been that rifle player to a certain extent where he catches people off guard, and that's what he loves to do. Meanwhile, although they're going for the push towards the B side, and Assassin is able to at least prove himself by getting 2 kills. So there's a reason why he's the one holding a rifle, but he died. What? He dies instead with a nade. So somehow, some way, God's Rain are losing an eco, possibly on towards Impact. Yeah, they are on a 1v1 now. Fired up, not even using the AWP to go for the peek at Kosa. He's gonna play this smart. He's gonna wait. He understands he doesn't have to commit. He knows that he hasn't pushed. So he's holding. He heard a shot. He knows he might go for the peek towards the gun, but it doesn't matter. It's a Tech 9 versus a Tech 9. Okay, Roman, that's pretty awkward of a fight, but they're gonna do it out. Time is of the essence. The up, he's just picking in product. He doesn't care. He goes for the read on the knife skill. God's Reign will lose this one out as Impact. A total clownery of a round somehow got back on their own 2 feet.
And it came with blood, sweat, and tears at that as well. That was a very difficult round for both squads. Pretty nice attempt by Fired Up, especially with the flank coming in from the lower tunnels. Again, that up shot ringing true to his name, but it's not going to be enough as Finn, finally, we see his name, in fact, gets himself the shot up with the TR1. And there's no question at that. They're not going to be able to try to bounce back through with that 1-for-1 trade-off. They push on in towards the op. Anastasis, now he has the AWP right now. They're going to test him, and he's going to get shut down. Failed the attempt at that. 1-for-1 and get lucky. He is getting himself fired up all throughout this game so far. And Rossi Bob, he's in the perfect spot. The MP9 will ring true to his name, and our king gets isolated to the fight. 3v3. Impact needed someone to step up, and this time they're in the 2v3, unfortunately.
Still a big potential for Impact to take this one home, especially since he do still have Walu and Kosa, and look at that, able to, dwindle the numbers down as Walu from behind does not expect the player there has fired up, goes for the peek on the doors, and it's gonna be the reason why he falls down. 9-8, Impact are back at it again, making the game even. Stevens making it a bit more closer to each other. This is some type of Assassin's Creed type of thing,
I know, right? Who's your favorite Assassin's Creed character?
I'm not a big fan of Assassin's Creed, but the game I liked the most was Black Flag.
Hey, I like that one too. Edward Henway, I think, was the main protagonist.
It was a good game. It was a good game. It was a fun game.
Great.
But other than what's not fun is losing out like this. As God's Reign versus Impact. 2-for-2. Make that a game over 9-for-9. They just wanted to rush out towards mid and play with the pistols that they had. They do want to go for the buy round, but it's showing a lot of signs of weakness here and towards God's Reign. The moment Impact is able to find an inkling, they capitalize on it, and when they do capitalize, it goes with their name. It's very impactful.
Absolutely right. The only thing that they can hope for is get themselves in the isolated picks this time around. Fired up back on the AWP, a whiff.
Producer saw that one.
From TR1. Add that to the compilation, producer. Mind you, that's one of the fails that we have captured all throughout the grand finals, and we're not stopping anytime soon. 9-9. Back on the op is fired up. They have noted their positions over at the lower tunnel, so now it becomes a question if they're willing to peek off of positions they're holding up against. One over to the long door position, plus 2 players already spawning them out over at that ramp site as well. Kind of dancing around the smokes, dancing around the utility. As the molly fades into that mid-door spot, that A-short looking wide open, except it's guarded by Fired Up and his AWP, who I believe has been steadily improving so far as well.
We did see an assassin holding the AWP a while ago, right? And he was like, you guys, you know what? I can't do it. It gives it to Fired Up instead and understands that Fired Up has been playing phenomenal with it. Other than that, it is going to be a B-rush push and they're going in with a bang. Finn is able to get one, could not convert to another Rossi Bob. It's going to be the trade-offs here and there. But other than that, it's going to be a 3v3. The question is, how do you go for the retake? It's not that easy. Especially when Got Lucky has an AWP. Because this man has been fragging out of his mind. 23 kills already under his name. He's looking for more. There's R2, B2, and Finn. What util do they have? They only have one flash and that's it. They're going for a save instead, Ramon. As it looks like Impact, they could take this one home as it's getting closer and closer.
Do I look surprised right now that we're seeing this?
Of course not.
Of course not. That was a bit of a fail coming out for Impact. I mean, the idea was there. Molly over to the mid-door spot just to deny them from any sort of space to take Xbox. Or the Rotundas for that matter. Because then that rush over to the B side wouldn't have worked out. Possibly get a secured position for Causal to actually take that short angle, but doesn't matter. It's almost like every sort of failed attempt that they've had, not even just a failed attempt, any sort of happy accident that was forced their way, disconnects from Art King, with mollies, incendiaries from TR1, results in a round win. So sometimes the unlucky starts kind of results in the happiest of accidents, which results in rounds wins for Impact so far. They start on the T side yet again. Upper tunnels being the focus. Causal be comfortable to take the mid smoke entirely, with Anastasis in a really good spot to actually capitalize on his MP9, especially with the support from Rossi Bob, who is quietly also climbing up the ranks. This is a stellar defense on B, and you can also say the same as well for every sector of the map, which is kind of forcing Impact to make the moves themselves.
I'm a bit tad surprised on God's Reign, the way they've been playing. We do usually see them rushing towards lower tunnels and taking complete control of it. But this time around, they're more reserved, and that scares me to a certain extent just because, they're not as confident as they usually are on how things are being transpiring to be. As the main question is, what side are they going to be hitting on? And that's Impact making their way towards the A side. And do they have a complete setup like the way Impact had? It doesn't seem so. This could be a massive surprise, as they only have a couple of flashes, and that is towards Rossi Bob and fired up.
The thing about this, though, is that they don't have the perfect setup to actually deal with this A-short push unless Finn hits the shot where he doesn't. Art King gets the first frag. Second again for R2B2. They're doing their best to salvage this defense on the ramp position. A-site in full control until Walu emerges from the shadows. Another shot yet again from R2B2. Anastasis stepping up where he needs him to be. The stand-in stays strong on the side of the server, but God's Reign, forced in a retake scenario, get lucky, hits the shot from the off. This time a 1v1, and Anastasis, the stand-in, has to stand up against Walu, who picks it up, and it gets the 11th round win.
Now this is in a bad situation. I mean, honestly, the Impact that they have had, they're just taking it bit by bit. Yes, it's a bit slow. Yes, they're not going fast. They're playing, to the timer. But other than that, you can tell what the economy is looking at on the side of God's Reign. It's barely enough for them to go for a full buy. They are going to go for up close and personal type of play. And this is the one I've been telling you about, Ramon. The push towards lower tons. I think they had a magnificent read. They're going to go for the push. Up close and personal. Fired up. Getting two. Rossi Bob as well. But guess what? They're pushing from back end as well. Are they ready for it? They made some noise. And R2B2 is able to spot things out. That's such an awkward situation inside of Impact, where out of nowhere they decide to go for a rush B. But a complete read is there on God's Reign. 1v3, could not even get a single thing. And now it's gonna be 10-11. What on earth is happening in this game?
That's when everybody is recognizing the rules that they have been put up for themselves. That lower buy, it had to be a game or a round where everybody had to be on the same page now. You can see that there was a split up coming in as well for God's Reign. The late player was Anastasis, who decides that he wants to be the one holding up that mid-door spot, who was in a prime position as well to fully punish anybody coming out of that tunnel's position. Smoke top, plus because of the noise made from the flanker, just made them think about the other side of the map. Just fully investing in that sound cue, making them think about their next move now. 10-11 scoreline. God's Reign, they are rising to the occasion this time. Double op setup, which usually has had to be the game plan for Impact. Now, the game plan is flipped on its head. It's on the other side of the map. But
Wow.
fired up, doesn't hit the shot. That's an open opportunity to take the AWP now. But the perfect molly just shoves that up entirely.
Still, that's a big kill. It's fired up with an AWP. We've seen him play really well, and this time around he missed his shot, which I don't know. The nerves, it's getting on them, honestly, and this is looking like Impact. They do now have the AWP that they've been so used to playing. That is now going to be with Tier 1 instead of Arctic King, which we've not necessarily seen play the AWP, but good work. Oh, he didn't see the cross, and look at that. Finds a shot. Now could maximize it for more. It was only a matter of time before God's Reign start to bleed some more rounds into favor of Impact.
Beautiful shots again from Causal and Tier 1, just making sure that their guns ring true. Low HP on R2B2, making him hesitate to actually make the move, so he's stuck inside CT. He knows that once he puts down the smoke, once he puts down any sort of sound cue, that they're going to hold up his position. So they play it safe. And as the bomb dissipates, that will be the time for them to get the match point. Impact climbing out from the depths, especially with the amount of pressure that's been given onto them by God's Reign. Now they dictate the tempo. Now they pick up the pace. And once they finally gain some confidence, they're one step closer to take their own map pick away from God's Reign, literally. In a situation where they're surprising the favorites to win it all, taking advantage of a situation that Impact was seemingly blessed with. And that's not just because of that, right? Don't get me wrong. It's not just because the system has changed for God's Reign is the reason why Impact is winning. But it's off the back of momentum being built upon, especially with the adaptability. God's Reign have been working out so well into the proactive positions, but Impact has been working out every single answer to it.
I don't know, something with Impact, you know, like I said, when it's your day, and it seems like this could be the closer that they need with Walu getting the kill towards Anastasis, and is looking for more R2B2. He couldn't even see a damn thing. He just falls down and dies. God's Reign looking like it's time for them to say goodnight. But Rossi B and Finn are fired up. They're finally stepping up, hoping to at least win this round out if they can. 2v3, make that a 3v1 as God's Reign answer back. And their hopes and dreams of living to see another day, it's up there. Possibly could reach overtime.
And I gotta see the replay yet again, because that was a quick time to actually reconvene in a 3v5. And I believe that's thanks to Finn and his adaptability as well. When Impact was over-aggressing from the CT spawn, and once they also had the opportunity to go towards A site, their decision to rotate over to the B site costed their lives. That's when the decision's made for God's Reign. That's when the communication starts to sink in. That's when Impact tried to make the move now. Two players only holding up that Tech 9. They're expected to be the entry fraggers this time around. Fired Up is ready for this. Once that smoke dissipates, once they put down the nade, that's when the smoke will break. That's when he will be ready with the op shot. Flash comes in, and he has to be prepared.
Oh, he misses.
He doesn't hit the shot. He puts it to the ground. A double from Fired Up. A third from the AWP. And God's Reign seemingly putting all their odds on Fired Up. 4K from the upper. And only needing one more kill. It's all coming down to R2B2. Spots out one. Get lucky. Has to get back towards the B site. Hasn't even spotted out the bomb. Now gets on the objective. Gives R2B2 the time of day. But the jumping shot. Impact surprises God's Reign.
What the hell was that? That was one hell of a way to end the game. Oh my, did he hit a jump shot there? What the hell was, oh my goodness. And it had to be other than, no one other than the Get Lucky. And this guy, I mean, luck doesn't run out of him, man. That was some map. I mean, I personally expected that Impact would win, but not in that way. I think up to the last rounds of the first half and then the beginning of the second half where they had a good lead of 3 rounds in a row, it felt like that was God's Reign's game. But then What happened after those first 3 rounds? Ramon, what do you think happened after that? Is it the get lucky? Is it the team play? And here we're just gonna look at the replay and I'll get your thoughts in a bit, Ramon. But this was 1 versus 3, and I think Get Lucky managed to get 2 kills. Was it an ace? It's fired up also had but this this is not even like normal. I don't think what I have no explanation to that. Ramon, yeah, just tell me what happened on the city side of God's Reign there.
Honestly, from the call itself, you kind of already know what type of reaction I would have from there. That was just a beautiful art that is called adaptability, man. They were forced in a situation, they were funneling into the op, and it was literally the opper that actually has been making the difference all throughout that anchoring down to the B side itself. Fired up, got a 4K. He only needed one more shot over to get lucky, but his movement was impeccable. And the time that he was able to bind with himself, because he knew that he had 1 minute, he knew that he didn't need to rush the plant down, because the fact remains that once RTB2 had the space, he could actually capitalize on him trying to plant the bomb down. So that single type of awareness, that reaction time for them. And because of those multiple rounds from the first pistol, plus when we kind of actually expected them to try to adjust because, again, they're in a new system, they don't have their IGL, so they weren't doing the same defaults that they were doing on the qualifiers. So you already saw a huge adjustment for them. They started too aggressively, but when they kind of polished a little bit, that's when you see their communication be a little bit cleaner. That's when you see a little bit more of the roles be a little bit more pristine. That's when the star players are standing up. That's when the shots are connecting. But when it came down to the absolute minute, Impact, every time that they got first blood, it was always a conversion. And then when it came down to the highlight reel, it all came down to that one shot. And it was beautiful.
Yes, it was, and I think this is where the difference can be seen. The impact of one player, whether it's Get Lucky with his team or the reverse or vice versa on the other side, where on the T side, when you're playing with the stand-in, it's much easier because it's a plan, you follow it and so on. But on the CT side, where teamwork is necessary, positioning is necessary, crossfires, the way you play with your teammate in a certain bomb side, this is where I think this show up. Do you think, JT, with the stand-in not having Bavi, did that have a huge impact in this match?
100%. It just felt like they were so lost on what an Assassin had to do. They tried giving him the AWP multiple times, and it just didn't work out. And then they gave him the rifle, they gave him a lot of situations where it felt like it just felt uncomfortable. Yeah, I wouldn't see signs of life from an Assassin, but it just felt that this is not the God's Reign that we know of. This is it looks like a team that just were picked up and just tried to play with what they can do. And you can really see that on the plays that they do. Other than that, there was a big difference with just how well Get Lucky is playing. I felt like Get Lucky was the guy who was stopping the momentum from the side of God's Reign. This guy had 30 plus frags by himself, and he was just the main driving force of Impact to just really continue on. And when you have that player popping off, it kind of boosts your team confidence to play the way you're playing, and you can really see the confidence coming from Impact. I mean, on that final round alone, let's not forget that's what you were on a forced buy with 2 Tech 9s, right? And they won it somehow with that rush on B. Yes, Fired Up played phenomenal, but even if Fired Up playing really well, it was still not enough. I mean, come on, where can you find a player like Get Lucky who's able to shut things off when it looked like it was over? It looked like we're seeing OT, but it just all goes to show when, like I told Ramon early on, when it's your day, it's your day.
So what's the solution, JT? Like, how do you stop Get Lucky?
How do you stop Get Lucky? Well, that is a big question mark, honestly. But if they do get the kill towards him, let's say he gets picked off, it kind of puts the team a bit much more careful. As you can tell from the side of God's Reign, right? The moment Fired Up is dead, you can see how different the playstyle is going to be just because on how uncomfortable they are with an Assassin yet. And they're still trying to mingle well between one another in terms of chemistry. But the moment that one player is gone, it does serve an impact. But I feel like at the end of the day, the entirety of Team Impact is that they are a team that plays on momentum. And if they are feeling it, they will continue riding on, regardless if a player does fall down early on.
All right, it's interesting. And now, if you want to move to the second map, which is going to be Ancient, and that was picked by God's Reign. Not a map we've seen much in this competition. It's also one of the least picked maps besides Vertigo. And Impact are starting on the CT side. I feel like this is good. This is good for God's Reign in general to start on the T side, but I mean, maybe Opers on this map are not as effective as, let's say, Dust 2, because any bomb site you want to get into, you can always smoke it. But I mean, seeing how Get Lucky plays, it's probably going to be very offensive. He might push anywhere. Maybe if there's a smoke, he's going to try to steal a kill and run away. So on God's Reign, in order to have a much better T side, I would say, than Dust 2, what do they need? Like, what is the... They also had a good start, and they had a good start on City side, but how can they convert that to more rounds? What do you do if you play Ancient against a team that has an explosive player? Do you just try to guess where he's gonna play as an Oper, or you just try to play your game? Maybe this is your map pick and rely on executions or whatever strategy. And this is one of those maps where it's very important that you split, whether it's B from both sides or A from both sides. So, Ramon, if you wanted to approach this game as a T side, God's Reign, losing the first map, it was quite close, but now you understand how your opponent's gonna play. So, how do you play? How do you approach this map?
I think one of the key mistakes that I saw, especially on one of the latter stages of the game, was that I think God's Reign in this position had full trust into one of the players that actually funneled a lot of their victories, but that alone doesn't really win you rounds. It always wins you rounds if you're able to funnel utility at the right place. They had a stack of a molly into what could have been a really strong position for them. That's where Anastasis was supposed to actually use that molly outside of the tunnel's push in the latter stages of the round. That would have actually limited the option for them to entry on from the tunnel spot, and that's also one of the reasons why they're able to rush outside of tunnels, even though there was only one Opper that was actually handling business after that spot, right? So I think there was a lack of util usage from the Impact side, and I really want to see that thrive. But God's Reign, especially from the side that they're going to switch up, I think a better priority on trying to handle the elbow situation, plus that window spot, which is really crucial, and especially if you're trying to approach Ancient. That's something that I'd want to see them prioritize a little bit more, and to clean it all up just to try to counter the Opper. I think good flashes should be something that I want to see out from my utility players.
Alright, since we have less than 20 seconds into the game, let's take quick, maybe last predictions for this tournament. Ramon, starting with you.
I think we're gonna go for game number 3. I think I'm seeing signs of life out for God's Reign despite the subs. So I'm thinking 13-10. Let's make this a little close.
13-10. Okay, how about you, JT?
Impact 13-10. You know, I feel like the momentum that they have, they could really definitely push forward.
30. Why is it you guys keep picking the same scores? Same numbers. You guys are very accurate. Okay, I'm gonna go with I think this is gonna be a 13-9 for Impact. I think they're gonna wrap it off in this match. I think regardless of how good the sub player is, it's just very tough in a grand final. You haven't played with this team before, unless they did. But according to us, we don't have much information. But we are gonna go into the second map, possibly the last map, unless God's Reign have something to hide in this map to take us on to the last, which is gonna be Anubis. JT and Ramon, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are map number 2 in the grand finals in the best of 3 between Impact and God's Reign. We did see Impact take Dust 2 out already with a bang, as we did see a lot of plays come from Get Lucky. This time around, though, we are in Ancient, Ramon, and this is going to be all about execution and how well you can also play around mid.
Bit of a shallow smoke. Does give it a bit of cover for Causal if he wants to play a little bit too close for that. They know that the mid take is there. and it's not responded with the Molly, they know that sometimes the tendency for CT players will be that full Kevlar buy. But they do decide to push themselves over to the cave spot. They realize this, so Impact, even though Get Lucky has the option to actually go back to the site, they're going to play into a crossfire.
Gotta get that tag down, Get Lucky already, but they don't really check the corners. Tier 1 getting one, could look for more. That would have been massive for them. And Assassin finds his own set of kills, and the shots have been fired. Not really landing unless Causal finds it. Yes, he does. R2P2 down, fall down, make it a 2v2. Causal again with a shot, and they're looking for the last one, and they find it. Impact! It looked like they were losing it, but God's reign. Oh, the fear in their eyes when they are in behold of Impact. Causal somehow, some way able to get those shots early. 3 kills on his name alongside Tier 1.
There's a bit of a disparity in the communication now. God's Reign is trembling when Fired Up was trying to plant the bomb down. That opens up the 1v1 space. Causal fully confident to take those 1v1 duels, knowing that they were trying to prioritize the objective. But in that scenario, knowing that there was 2 on the stairs side, that would have been a good double peek for them. This time, Tier 1 will start off strong. Elbow push down again into the B side. We go with Get Lucky. Sprays on with 2 kills. In fact, that's the eco round done. God's Reign knocked into the 2v5 where both of them are evenly distributed. They even got themselves one, so that's at least an upgrade for them, but that's honestly the only thing that they're hoping for.
I mean, what else can you do? I mean, Rossi Bob's in the corner. Okay, Rossi Bob. Interesting to see that happen. And this out of Impact, it felt like they already had the eyes on the prize, but Get Lucky at the right time, at the right position, able to spot one out. And same with Finn, who's gonna most likely gonna fall down into Get Lucky's hand. That's a 4K, by the way, for Get Lucky with a run and gun. You gotta love the action from there.
And the aggressiveness just keeps on going. The momentum-based team that we have been talking about time and time again. Finding momentum, finding the heat. Seemingly burning God's Reign to a crisp so far in the first 2 rounds, but the game's not done. Now we switch into the buy rounds. 4,000 for Finn, 4,000 across the board for everybody else on God's Reign. So they have full Galils, full Kevlar, and a helmet to support on the push yet again. Art King, the elbow spot does not get the connection. Fired up, he is feeling it. He wants to take the fight to them, except this time the only thing that he can get is Art King. With the reset, Impact could get some breathing space, but never mind. Tier 1 especially gets himself Anastasis, but in the end, it's a 2-for-1 special.
Oh, I do love that buy one, get one free. Yes, Finn, where'd he come from? He pushed towards mid. That's the problem. If you're not really watching mid, you're gonna get caught by surprise. Let's Get Lucky with that AWP. I mean, at this point of time, you just want to save that, right? You don't want to risk the biscuit. That's a big investment where you don't want to throw it away. As he goes for the peak, gets the play, gets the kill, and now maybe it's time to run away and try to save the AWP for another day. And it does seem like it is going to be. Although he is going to get hunted down by the side of Impact. I mean, if he does fall down, that would be massive. But the shot, it's perfect. I mean, let's be honest. Let's Get Lucky, right? It's not someone that we are a total stranger of in the way he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, already at the top of his form, 6 kills for him. I believe he also ended the game with 34 frags. Just correct me if that was the wrong number, but
31.
I think it was above 31. Okay, so where did the 3 kills come from? I have no idea. Maybe out of my imagination, but it's still the same vein. He is popping off, and he is picking up where he left off. Impact lost on the timing, eventually just bleeding out with the aggressive take on Finn, leaving the mid side open. And that's possibly due to the shallow smoke that God's Reign have been putting out very early on, because once that shallow smoke has been put down on house, it is as shallow as it can be. If you push outside of it, then everybody from elbow, everybody from cubby position is going to notice you. But they don't know that. Finn has been solo anchoring that every single time, every single day of the week. The smoke will actually not land on the mark that they were supposed to. That was supposed to be on the elbow side. And it looks like it does not matter at all. A forced ramp push as fired up, picks up the first, gets lucky with the 1-for-1. Rossi Bob opens up the space, but Causal, you see, gets the 2-for-2.
I mean, how are you going to stop God's Reign with what's happening right now? They're just manhandling Impact one after another, and again and time again. It looks like it's going to be another save for Get Lucky unless they go for a risky play, which kind of seems like what they're hoping for him. And I don't know. I feel like it's still a hard retake for them to do, as Tier 1 is just right around the corner. And yeah, they have to go for the save. Yeah, Tier 1 will fall down, and another save for the guns at hand, the rifle. Yes, they got a kill, but that's just going to be it. You know, that's not a round victory. It's all just going to be on towards God's Reign for a 2-for-2 special.
You know, I've been noticing something, right? When we started today, Get Lucky he wasn't hot. He wasn't as hot as he was right now. And I think that's the effect of playing as many games as possible. Not just on broadcast, but the fact that he was playing so many games today has seemingly honed him up to this point where he now is at his peak form. Very late into today. I believe it is like around 12 midnight, around where you guys are right now.
Almost 12 midnight, yep.
This guy might be a night person. And this guy's popping up unless I cast a curse him. The push on down from R2B2 knocks down the AWP. A side fully wide open. An op shot seemingly in the possibility. But look at the impact that R2B2 has picked up for the team. He's the solo pusher inside of A. And it's an open B side just because of that.
Oh, I love it. He threw it away. Making sure they're not going to be able to take it. Big, smart Giga Chad plays right there as he pushes, and he gets two! I mean, you know, they necessarily have pistols, but still impressive enough as R2B2 finds his third set of kills. You know, an Assassin's not looking at the right corner. As God's Reign, they do win another round. Still, not too shabby, as inside, or in terms of impact, they do have enough money to go for a complete buy with utilities at hand. So this is going to be the most important round, I would say, for them to really set things up for them. Because if they don't, they're going to put, you know, themselves at the back end of things, which you don't necessarily want to have.
Definitely not. Full buy run now for both teams. Even though Causal is going to have to work wonders with that, he's going to play aggressively to make up for the missing gun. It's a full A-site take. The surprise with that, they will relegate themselves back on the window position. But the coin flip does not work out for the side of Impact. They recognize that the threat is on the other side of the coin. So go back to the donut position and try to work out a defense where God's Reign have not put down the smokes on the site. Arcane will peek, and he will get sprayed down. Double kill for him as well. Get Lucky will get the third for Impact. And even though God's Reign answer back with 2, they don't have the numbers to fight up against this unless Finn makes the difference in the CT push.
This is going to be big. Although they are going to be able to push as well from Donut, from tunnels. Finn, he wants to play up close in person, but they're going to be pushing instead inside of Temple. The shots have been fired up, will fall down, making it 2v1 Finn. They have to check the corners, they're trying and hope and trying to find him. But guess what? The defuse is there. They're not faking. Prostone fake. And he's just going to go for exit frags. Still will fall down in the end of the day. Impact, they get one up against God's Reign, which almost felt like a scot-free round when they're able to take that site away. But did not expect, you know, Impact to be pushing towards short.
Also because they wanted to take priority over the window position, right? They were doing a bit of a coin flip. Either put themselves on the window position and expect to go for the flank if they are going to the B site, but it's on the other side of the map, but the priority was for God's Reign. The entry comes in again for Get Lucky as he is the one who's putting up the frags for the squad, 9-3. This is the first time I'm seeing a P90 being bought for the full tournament.
Oh,
and this is telling me that he wants to run and gun.
And who are we to say no, right? I've loved the P90. I love the pray and spray. and their run and gun. Could it be massive? Maybe not, but when it's in the hands of Get Lucky, this guy is honestly super lucky.
Lucky enough? I don't think so. He's not going to be on the other receiving end of the A push, as God's Reign have read the situation perfectly, knowing that Impact has a tendency to have themselves a mid push itself. They go back to the ramp push this time around as they trade each other blow for blow to get the ramp push and the B site, in fact. And they even get lucky this time around, so that full investment on the P90, it will not bear fruit. It will not be in any sort of value whatsoever unless Causal can cook up a 1v2 clutch. And it starts with the kill off over to one of the players on God's Reign. Flash on through, fired up, has the op. He's been hitting these shots, but not this time. Smoke on the bomb as well. Causal can try to go for the stick. He has the kit, but he picks it up. Finn loses the fight, and it will give the 4th round for Impact. What an amazing play from Causal.
The balls of this guy, man. Ball of steel. He goes for the peak. He understands, okay, I'm going to put a smoke here. And I'm going to go for the peak. It's going to be expecting me to push through the smoke. But honestly, they caught them by surprise. Causal. Big IQ plays right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the peak of the tournament in GG League CS. As we are pulling up against Impact and God's Reign. It's going for blow, like Ramon has said. It seems like it's not gonna stop. As in Impact, they have so much to prove in this matchup. But the shots from Artex King, oh, he's gonna burn to death. R2B gets go to tier 1 on an eco? Really? On an eco? This is how it's gonna turn out to be? Impact. This is such an awkward thing for them to happen on. They're losing up against Tech 9s.
And an awkward situation to find themselves in, where they're on top of the world, but now they're slapped back into reality. MP9 all the way towards the long angle, and he expects the other player, but Rossi Bob has no hesitation anymore. A quick double thanks to the Molly set up yet again, and this is what we call utility usage on point. That was, again, that Molotov set up by R2B2. Free upgrade into the AWP that Dark King was holding up for himself. And the hard work that Causal has made from the previous round has suddenly disappeared, vanished, nada. Something has to be said with the impact that God's Reign has put out all throughout. This individualism from the squad, looks like on a map of Ancient, is working wonders on their stylistic approach.
You know, I feel like we're seeing a very different play here coming from Impact. You know, Artex King, he spots one down, at least gets a kill on his end, but you know, it's so different from how we've seen other teams really play Ancient, where they have a big emphasis on mid and just playing around from there. But this time around, God's Reign, they just really just push them to the limits and rush towards the side. Yeah, there's gonna be B split or A split, but they do it by numbers, and from there they overwhelm you and make sure that they are able to maximize the amount of kills that they can before one other player falls down.
Is he boosted up? Is Get Lucky boosted up?
Yep, he is. This could catch them by surprise if they don't go for the peak. Are they gonna check? Oh, he gets one, and that's it. He's done. They're looking for more. The knife is out from Fired Up, but I'm not entirely sure why. Probably wants to cut some grass. Meanwhile, Walu on the 1v1 now, he's able to get the kill towards Fired Up. But R2B2 know where he's going to be coming from, so you got to play it smart and don't go for your peak, but he does. He does go for the peak. Wanted to go for the play, but not able to really get that kill done. 4-5. And this first half is looking rather spicy, Ramon, as both teams, they're close in terms of points.
And it's no surprise to me that they're pulling out crafty things on the eco round simply from good reads as well. I mean, they recognize that since they've been playing the default positions, especially in the amount of rounds that they have ignored mid, played boost and now they conquer. Push on in, Fired Up, expects a peek on from Causal. The break of the smoke literally from the nade is good utility usage and communication on point. Art King hasn't expected this as Rossi Bob. Nice flash from Finn as well. Everybody from God's Reign is doing a good job of being on the same page this time around. And Tier 1 is waiting for the smoke to dissipate, waiting for the double peak to push on. Maybe he expects this, maybe not. But that smoke's about to go down. He pushes into the MP9. He has a free upgrade. Seemingly, he expects the last player, Finn, on the other side, fired up, got his back turned. 4v2 this time around. Walu, he expects to push. He gets the one tap, but get lucky. He's the only guy alive for impact. It's the op shot from downtown, but it's a 1v3 this time around, and he hasn't
from behind.
He hasn't been getting any impact from this round whatsoever. And R2B2 is about to lurk on in. Get the backstab. As God's Reign get the 6th round, and it's off of good rotation as well as a great aggressive play.
At this point in time, you kind of just want to save and go for possibly a 7-5 scoreline if you're in the side of impact. And when you start looking at the way they've been playing, right, you don't want to force buy here, which I feel like that is what the team has been up to. You are going to go for a lot of deagles at hand instead, just because they understand they can't just necessarily force the buy since the first half is almost over. Meanwhile, though, Get Lucky has been one of the key players here, Tier 1. You know, a lot of players are just falling down just because of the big gun difference, as God reigns supreme yet again.
And Finn's just trying to hunt down the last player just to get themselves a little bit more cash in his pocket. Bit of an aggressive take over to the mid side, and I'm not really surprised that that happened for him. This time he's going to try to get himself the isolated pick, and Walu's going to start on the mid side. Possibly pick up one of the guns. R2B2 did actually drop his own. But he's going to get spotted by Anastasis over to the evil spot. And he does get the one tap. Possibly get the second. That's another attempt at the duel. But Rossi Bob will win out the gunfight this time around. So that's a 7-4 scoreline for God's Reign. And it's off of patience paying off yet again. A nice shot from Walu, but he had to do it multiple times in a row to pick it up. Against God's Reign this time around, the gods are looking as primed up as ever. Might I say, right? I think I already asked you this question about Anastasis, and his role in the team is just to be another rifler, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's more obvious this time around because literally, Ancient, you kind of are required to have more clear and precise roles.
I mean, as it should be. Although other cases will fall down, Causal and Tier 1, a lot of heavy emphasis on defending towards the mid, which is a good choice of things that they've been doing. They threw a nade on towards elbow, which were able to get the kill towards Anastasis. Sadly enough, though, you know, a complete squad on the side of impact, which could definitely maximize on how things are going to be in, as God's Reign are still lost in paradise, wondering where to go if the side is going to be towards the B side of things, which could feel like it. But in terms of the utilities at hand, we still see a single smoke from Martex King and 2 flashes. As Ramon fired up is leading the charge with an AWP. Will it matter? Finn able to get the kill towards Walu, which could be major. Timing! Tier 1! Able to get one. Bring it back to a 3v1 instead. Let's get lucky. The man, the myth, the legend will be the one shutting them off to a 5-7 scoreline. Not too shabby, by the way, in the side of Impact. Which I just want to say, Impact has a phenomenal pistol round in general. I believe in this series that we've been watching them on. So my money is on Impact winning the pistols because I don't know. When they are on pistols, they play really good.
Is Impact going to be able to get the impact that they're looking for on the pistol? We'll find out in a few seconds. They swap the sides. And I wouldn't say the most amount of util. They have one molly, and I think this is going to be a rush. It's all coming down to R2B2. This is the only time that I've seen that it's a self-boost for R2B2. And now, will it be enough? No, it's not. The jumping shot from Waldo. And now they're going to try to open up the space. 3 kills, in fact, for Impact. That's as quick and easy as it can be. Never expected a jump shot. And again, the Glocks are ringing true onto the hands of God's Reign. And you get themselves the opening, and it's all coming down to the pieces. 1v4 for Finn. Now will they play out this scenario? Because now God's Reign losing out on every single front on the CT side. Then you have to, but the dirty work gets 2 kills, in fact, from the dualies. And has to respect that there's to be one player coming up on top and another jump shot. That's the thing about the Glock, ladies and gentlemen. It has one of the best running accuracies in any pistol in Counter-Strike. It is the 7-6 score line. And again, God's Reign are able to get themselves another conversion. I do say so myself. Is that right?
Yeah.
No, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's Impact.
It's Impact. I think you gotta switch things the other way around, Ramon. I know it's been a long day. But regardless of that, Impact with a bonus round with the rifles at hand, they're just gonna continue trying to dominate and to push things through. As they are on the T side, and look at that, the damage. That's just too much. Yes, you have the pistols, yes, you have the numbers, but not gonna work out. As Impact, take another one quickly done up against God's Reign.
Yeah, at this point, actually, I'm a little bit surprised that they're going to be able to try to bounce back on through towards that mid-side aggress. Is this going to be the call for God's Reign to actually play a bit of the numbers advantage this time around? It's a 7-7 score line. They still keep up most of their guns from the previous round. Art King now deciding to hold up that AWP. And that's from that same reason. They're trying to play the aggressive tempo. And into the molly, they have the info. They're pushing in towards cave, and Finn never expected that. Art King, every single buy round, he will pick up the AWP. And this time it works wonders.
Still playing rather slow here, waiting for the big hit on towards the B side, and that's Anastasis. Could say hello to Ardex King if he's able to go for the peak. He does, he gets a shot! It took too long, R2B just around the corner as well! They're capitalizing on this, Ramon. They're capitalizing, bringing back to a 3v3. They got 3v2 instead as Anastasis says hello! He's in the server! Smokes them off! With a 4K.
Took him a while to say hello to the server, no? 4 kills, in fact, for him. Just knows that the other player with the AWP is going to be able to get himself the K push. Unless he does something about it. And through the smoke as well, they recognize that he's going to be pushing on his position right now, since it's the only safe haven that they were looking out for. Since everybody from God's Reign has already huddled up in towards the CT spawn. 8-7. And it was a forced buy round for the side of Impact for a couple of these players as well. Again, the op shot for Art King, as well as a few of the AKs fully invested into the round, mind you. Hero buy comes out for Wallow as well, so the story of this round will have to be that AK-47 and how that will make the difference this round, because considering the buys for God's Reign, any entry point that they will decide to take, even with R2B2 with the MP9, he's just going to push that one side of the map anyways. Maybe that's the weakness.
It's pretty interesting to see that they go for a force buy remote. They decided to go for a full force buy on the side of Impact, which they didn't necessarily have to. Maybe they're feeling the pressure coming from God's Reign on how well they've been executing and they've been playing. And then now we do see a possible A push on towards A main. Or are you gonna play rather slow? I would love to see more emphasis on taking towards mid control and then capitalizing from there. But with that said, fired up, he lands a shot with an AWP, able to use the molly to stop them at their tracks. Another shot will fall down, but guess what? There's already the entire team rotating towards the A side, gonna stop them at their tracks, continue to force things out. That is what Impact is gonna do. Yeah, you get the kill, but what else is there gonna be rather than you falling down in the hands of God's Reign?
Just a good read overall. Just recognizing the footsteps this early on. And that op shot again from Fired Up, ringing true to his name again. Every single time this guy is in the right spot, it is a site locked down. A fortress already set up for God's Reign. Impact back on the eco scenario this time around. 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles, literally just playing for the one taps this time around. They try to go towards the ramp push, and because of the smoke, they can't push a bit too far. Finn with a nice shot again, using that nade to perfection. I think it's because Art King doesn't have the Kevlar or any sort of protection from the explosion. Or was it a double nade setup?
It was a double nade setup. You saw the assist coming out from it too. So they were able to at least get that kill immediately towards RX King. Although it's still going to be awkward with their eco around here, hoping to get something out of it. Finn and Assassin is falling down already. A free rifle. Oh, what? Was that a collab?
Yep.
Oh, interesting enough, they're able to turn things around even on their ecos. Just because God's Reign overstepping the boundaries, thinking they can get this away scot-free. Impact able to find a round where they should have not.
Stealing around the way just for pure confidence. And I think that was a bit of a disparity with the window player, because he was supposed to peek on just after the communication was set. A beautiful collateral frag from Fired Up. But because they were able to take care of both the donut player and window, the numbers didn't matter. The collateral didn't bear fruit. It did not do squat. Now they got the upgrades this time around. Impact cutting it a bit too close for comfort. Now building as much money in the economy from the T side itself. No op this time around for God's Reign this time, as they rely on the push. The flag come through as well as the flash. Finn will catch the 1-for-1 and Anastasis. This is the sacrificial lamb that they decide to bring forward to the squad. Impact will try their best to do an aggressive take, but tier 1, he expects it, but Finn, he keeps moving in, tries to scrape off the numbers advantage that Impact has been trying to claw through. And God's Reign fully investing so much of their util and their eyes set on T-Spawn, recognizing that that doorstep is a trap set up by Impact. That's why they can't push too far.
I just find it awkward the way Impact has been playing this. I would love to see them a lot of mid controls, but instead they're just forcing things out where they put themselves in an awkward spot. And now that the C4 is not in their hands, they gotta go for a play, they gotta go for a push, and that's what they're gonna be doing, which makes them more trapped in the crossfire coming from God's Reign. And what can you do in the side of RX King? You would wish you could save the AWP and that's it, but they could potentially just rush on towards him. He does want to try to live and see another day and save that AWP, but I think they have a good read here. Fired up. He is going to go for the push. Will RX King go for the peek? He does, but it's just too late for the scope to put his sights on the play. God's Reign. I mean, there's a reason why this is a map that they decided to peek, right? They're just playing phenomenal, and inside of Impact, they're rather scattered, and they're D-side.
Force buy comes through for Impact. That's a decision that they decide to relegate themselves back into. What's your take on this? Because now they're in a situation where they're buying, they're saving, they're losing out on their buy rounds. Now they're kind of forced into a situation where they force every single time. And now their economy is a little bit awkward. Now they got the resignation. Now they got themselves to push onto the ramp position, but they're pushing in towards the up, and that's 2 kills. In fact, for Fired Up, another spray down as well for R2B2, which forces them in a situation where they have to save yet again, possibly for another round. Or they can try to fight it off yet again. Tier 1 gets one. And Get Lucky will also spray. The hope comes in again for Impact as they're walking into the ramp. As they now have to deal with the upper. They find them. They spray through the smoke, and yet again, Get Lucky gets the triple kill, makes the difference. 1v2 this time, Rossi Bob will have to fight through against the 1v2, but then again, Get Lucky has the op, and we know how deadly this guy is with the big green. Will he catch him with his pants down? Rossi Bob sprays on through with a 4K for Get Lucky. Every single time this guy needed to step up, now is when he delivers. 20 kills for Get Lucky.
I mean, there's a certain extent they could continue getting away with this type of things, right? It was a 2v5, and then Get Lucky just activated on being able to get the amount of kills that he has already racked up. But you can't always hope that Get Lucky is always able to do this type of things. Now, the chances are it's not always going to be that way. We have yet to see, honestly, a stable play from the side of Impact on this T side. And all these force buys, yeah, you've won them quite a bit, but you gotta push your luck, buddy. It's not always gonna be a situation where you're able to find these pickoffs.
Almost like they got baited. They thought that everybody on the server had the full pistols on the side of Impact, but not surprised by the AK-47 buys, nor relying upon their own surprise. Look at the cave setup. Bait and switch, R2B2, and Finn will lock down one. That's tier 1. And gives up one of the AK-47s. Now that's a double rifle setup, and it's becoming a round where God's Reign finally have a say in.
And yet again, R2B2 with that pistol on hand. Somehow, that eco coming from God's Reign just working magnificently. And now it's turning into a total disaster in the side of Impact. Like I said, a lot of emphasis should be taking control of mid, but they're putting themselves in an awkward situation where they've been losing time and time again with the way they've been playing, Ramon. It's... I don't know what the right word it is, but it feels like they're forcing themselves to be in a bad situation where they could not be in, right? The ideal situation is taking mid and D lower and work your way up from there.
I think you could actually contribute it to the fact that they're probably being mentally checked out, possibly thinking about the next map. Although it is too early to tell. Only reserving themselves for another force buy, and tier 1 now back into the AK-47. Art King making the space known towards mid side. Anastasis, he expects this, but he will not expect 2 people on top of him. Donut controlled. Rush comes on down. And Rossi Bob's the only guy in the site, and that also gives him an opportunity to thrive. He does deny the plant, and he gets a double of 3K from Rossi Bob. He was the only guy on site. He could not deny the plant this time around, so they got the objective. Leaving it all to tier 1, but they don't know he's on the other side of the map. They have to clear corners. He's already a little bit too late. This is a free defuse. And I think they expect this. I think they realize the situation. It's a full free match point for God's Reign. Thanks to one player and one player alone, Rossi Bob stands a hero above all. And match point means that they're on the way to their best maps, if not the best map in the map pool of Anubis.
Honestly, we might be looking at Anubis. I am not impressed so far with how Impact has been playing this. Like, the only time they go for mid is when they're on eco. You know, and could you imagine if they had guns here? It would have been a very, very, very different situation. And they should have just done this much more earlier. But maybe the stubbornness, maybe the experience, it's not yet there. Playing around this map and understanding on how important mid control is. And you can tell that by the positioning they've been doing, which is always going towards D lower and then going to lamp room, which they don't necessarily have the perfect setup where they were always getting picked off by the side of God's Reign. So if they continue to play the way they're playing, then I really don't know how things are going to be, Ramon, because it's looking very bad.
Pretty grim. Mac 10 push. Gave himself a chance, but R2B2 is going to be prepared for this time around. Finally, God's Reign and their communication is thriving on this situation, despite them not having an IGL. But Art King has other plans, possibly opening the window to a B push. And we've seen this time and time again where they get themselves to B3 conversions. Maybe this is another chapter into the Impact win. But God's Reign, they're playing this a little bit too smartly compared to the previous situations. They're now funneling down the double ramp setup, which Wallow will actually expect, but doesn't expect the second guy. Now leaves it all to Art King to win this 1v2 to extend the ancient game. And as they huddle up, try to see if they can bait it out, but no, not even a bait, not even a switch. They finally deal with the last player, and against all odds, without an IGL, God's Reign forces Anubis.
Crazy. Another crazy matchup this time on Ancient. That was, I don't know, man. These echo rounds, so much happened in that game. And Get Lucky, he couldn't do it all. He played his heart out, but on the other side, there was a full team that was playing properly. So shout out to God's Reign for taking us to a third map, which is gonna be Anubis. But let's break down this map and find your thoughts on what happened there, because in the first half I think it was a bit close. It was like 7-5, 2 rounds here, 2 rounds there. It wasn't very clear, but then when they switched over, it looked like it was going to either one of them, and then suddenly there's a Glock round, whether it's a 5-7 or Tech 9s, and suddenly that flipped. But even though I think they lost two echo rounds, God's Reign, they still managed to win this. Talk me through this, Ramon. Like, how did you see that game? Like, what changed in terms of God's Reign's game style?
There's a few things that I kind of noticed, especially when they started on the T side. Usually when I see ancient games, I normally would see a deep smoke inside of the house play. And usually that would be very good for whoever is playing outside of that mid smoke and press, because for a few reasons. One, the reason why you shouldn't play it shallowly is because that actually gives space for anybody playing house to actually push a little bit too far, but that also opens them up to multiple angles at the same time. So that's pretty much a double-edged sword, if I do say so myself. The util, also another point that I would like to point out, hasn't been the best case scenario for Impact, especially when they were on the T side itself. They were lacking in terms of what they could have offered, in terms of the numbers, in terms of what they could have had in teamwork. Although they had the best chance in individuals, like looking at it, Get Lucky literally did his best work all throughout the tournament. That was one of his best performing games on a solo mission of trying to drag every single player on Impact through the finish line. But once we head on into the second half, where God's Reign actually had full control over CT because they were aggressive, because they were able to read the assignment, knowing the situation, reading every single read from the side of Impact. So anytime that they would have any sort of order regress, whether it's on a main, whether it was a boost up on the eco round, they know how to answer it back every single time, just because they trust each other, and just because Anastasius, even though I kind of butchered that name, he actually played pretty well compared to how he was on Dust 2.
Yeah, and JT, adding on to Ramon's comments there, we noticed Get Lucky. He did play properly, but it felt like something was missing from the side of Impact. Maybe the map. I'm not sure. Like Ramon mentioned, they had nothing special there. It was just very basic CS. But did you feel like it was more of a weakness from them, or just more strength coming from the side of God's Reign?
100% their weakness, and it goes to show on how unprepared they are in the side of Ancient. You could really tell the way they've been playing. They've been playing rather stubborn, I would say, where they would always go 3 players on T lower and a setup on towards A main or one in elbow, and they'd always push towards a lamp room. And they've been losing up against ecos coming from God's Reign as well when they're on a full buy setup, and that's a big question mark in my end. Like, when you're up against someone that has an eco, you take the control on towards mid, you play with your smokes, you play with your utils, and we did not see a single, I guess, nice play coming from Impact, because they're just so unprepared in this map that you can really tell. Yes, you have star power, but that's only going to bring you so far. If you're not going to do this type of plays, then you can't really maximize yourself on taking control of this map. We can tell on how well the mid went out when they were on the equal round, because they were rushing all together. But other than that, they never really took control of mid, which made it much more easier for God's Reign to really maximize and catch them off guard from behind. And like I said, it might be due to lack of experience or lack of preparedness, but at the same time a bit stubborn on their end, which really provided to be their downfall and towards Ancient.
Yeah, and I think Ancient is one of these maps where it's very basic. I mean, you can enter B or A with a few smokes and flashes and a good Molotov. Like, a good setup can at least block for you 3 or at least 3 main points in a bomb site. So I think their lack of playing that map together didn't work in their favor. But put the Ancient aside, and we head into the last map, which is gonna be Anubis. Now, on paper, this is a map that God's Reign really favors. They love playing this map. They usually perform very well on the T side, and it's gonna be a knife for the side this time around. So it's not gonna be chosen from the beginning. So, and I think if God's Reign wins, they're probably gonna go T side. If Impact wins, maybe they'll go CT side. But a map like this, which is also quite similar to Ancient in terms of taking mid, taking bridge, allowing the split, but then connector is a point that could be, if a T side take it, then the CT side obviously gonna be scared playing from the back of the bomb sides, but it's gonna be one of those critical areas to take. And at the same time, we know how good R2B2 is on this map with his lurking, with his abilities. To set himself in good positions, but also on the opposing side, TR1 has always been dominating on this map. So I think it's a 50-50, and I'm glad it went to Anubis because, okay, this is very... this camera angle is not nice. It's just making my...
Busy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chicken. So yeah, I'd rather see chicken than that. It was just making my head turn. But yeah, I think so I think Knife is live. We're gonna find out who's gonna get the side they prefer. And Ramon, being on the, I think Gatre will surely pick T side. If they start on the T side here, do you think this is necessarily good for them, or you believe no, Get Lucky is gonna punish them, or maybe someone else on the City side?
Look, whether they start on the T side or the CT side, really it doesn't matter. Because for me, they really haven't shown like the same flexibility that you kind of would expect from God's Reign, and you kind of can't excuse them for that as well because of the missing IGL, because of the system that they were kind of used to. So in my eyes, I think if they win the knife, I think it's just gonna be a bonus for them.
All right, one last prediction before we, on the last map. So in the previous map, we all got it wrong. You both voted 13-10. I voted 13-9, but for Impact. So we have one last chance, guys. One last chance. I'll start with you, JT.
13-5 God's Reign.
Oosh, okay. How about you, JT? Sorry, Ramon.
13-2 God's Reign.
Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna be I'm against you guys just because I'm on the lead as well. I have the only correct prediction, so I'm gonna go for 13-9. I believe in the score for Impact. All right, so you guys believe it's gonna be a one-sided match. Interesting. Well, looking forward to see if you guys are gonna be correct or we're gonna see a very close match. I think both teams are probably tired by now. It is late, mainly in India as well. In the UAE, it's like midnight, half an hour past midnight. But yeah, JT is like, yeah, that's very late for us here also. But Ramon as well is like, yeah, me too. But yeah, so I think we're almost ready. Production, are we ready to go ahead into the map? We'll get the green light in a bit. I do believe the knife was won by God's Reign. Alright. The knife is happening. That's what... you should have showed us the knife because it shows us...
That's
gonna take the side. See?
Oh.
Okay. Impact wins or God's Reign? Okay, so Impact won the knife. It's gonna be interesting. I think Impact's decision here whether to pick CT or T might play an important role. If you were on the side of Impact, JT, would you pick T or CT?
Definitely T. I feel like if this is a map that they've played, they do really well on the T side. But if you're not comfortable in this map, maybe CT is the way to go. But like I said, I feel like Impact is a team that plays on momentum. So if they play well in the T side, then it will just continue to spiral on.
Alright, and it seems they did go for the T side, and it's gonna be Impact T side, God's Reign on the CT on the last map of GG Pro League. Who's gonna be the champion, God's Reign or Impact? We're gonna find out with JT and Ramon.
Well, this is a way to start with a bang, Ramon. We are in finally the grand finals, the final of the final map. And in the history, we're going all the way until the very end, as Rossi Bob will be the one taking the first blood. They're running towards the bridge. God's Reign able to find things out. That's where Rossi Bob spots a lot of players running and hoping to go towards the B side instead. The switcheroo, Art-X King, they're able to get the kills, but get lucky, he finds two. This guy has been consistent with Art-X
No
King.
way.
A 2v2 now with Finn and Anastasis. What can they do, Ramon? That's the main question. He's doing the big,
He's
massive
leaving him?
wraparound. What?
He's leaving him? He's leaving him?
No, he's coming back.
Is this a bait?
But he's left alone. Now he does leave
left
him,
him.
Ramon.
He actually left him. There is no way. Now you put full trust on Get Lucky. Not in the best case scenario. Only has Kevlar. 2 kills in fact for him. So maybe momentum will be his best friend. Possibly the 1v2 of the tournament. Impact needs this pistol round in order to cement themselves as a stronger T side so far against God's Reign as they make themselves known over to the main positions itself. Has to clear every corner and Get Lucky. He makes his
that's
presence.
big.
He gets one. That's a 1v1 and it's wide open. Anastasis, all eyes on him. Does not hit the shot. And he will get fully punished, but that was a bait and switch. He thought he was tapping the bomb. And with this full stick, I think he has enough time. It goes green! God's Reign! Anastasis that stands in, steps up, and Impact sits down.
Well, that's one way to start the round. Jeez, that was very close. And got lucky leaving his own teammate on the side. Was a pretty interesting play there. I feel like they could have capitalized more on it, on a 2-on-2 type of fashion, but maybe he was hoping to see one player go from towards C spawn or CT spawn on towards B side, but sadly to no avail. Now this time around, it seems like we're gonna see a massive rush towards the A side, Ramon, and up against a force buy on Impact. I think this is the best play to do.
God's Reign about to cook up a Storm River retake once they actually have the opportunity. That is, if R2B2 fails to hold up that main position. Nobody to smoke for him, nobody to flash for him as well, unless Fired Up decides to break the smoke in time, but now they have to clutch up on both of their corners. He spots the ass. He gets himself the kill. R2B2 knocked down to the ground. That's a good molly as well. And a nice nade to couple up with that. Fired Up has already gotten himself Get Lucky, but Walu has made his presence inside of the side plant. Coming down, force on into the smoke as well. All that they can do is try to play for the heaven position, but again, they're pacing up against the AKs and the Galil. But Finn with the Moss already dealing damage done. 2v2, and they have to make the difference this time. The MP9 will not do the damage this time. A double from Causal, stealing the round off of the one AK that they force bought into this round.
That force by R2B2 was hoping for a flash to, for them to initiate with a flash, but they don't. They just dry peeked it and able to spot him down, immediately getting a freebie out of that one. Did not expect them to go for just a dry push there, Ramon. I think R2B2 was hoping for a flash play to come out and then go for the peek to catch them by surprise, but sadly, that was not the play at all. Now, Impact are on the driver's seat. They do have the entirety of a buy round compared to, the pistols that they had, and amazing util usages here as well.
Where was this energy? Where was this all throughout the game so far from that first map? I mean, Impact potential was there. Yes, they got themselves the 2 picks in hand, but nevertheless, still have to close this down entirely. They get the spray on down, and Tier 1 has already got himself to stand in. Leaves it all on to Fired Up, the Mac 10. And he already made his presence known as well. He hears him. One shot, not connecting. Could be the second attempt, and it does ring true from the Mac 10 itself. That's Fired Up, trying to at least deal some damage over to the economy, but sometimes damage is not enough. You still need the round, you still need the economy, you still also need some momentum on your side, so that force buy not gonna work out. Not forcing Impact, at least God's Reign, in a situation where they have to play for the Eagles this time around. 2-1 for Impact, especially with the firepower, now dealing damage from Art King and Get Lucky. I know that Get Lucky has been consistent, but what about Art King? This guy has woken up when they need him.
Well, it was, the double operator setup that they had on towards the Dust 2, right? And so far, when he does get the opportunity with AWP, he plays perfectly. Now that he's going rifle, I mean, you talked about it, right? Not only can he play the AWP, but he can play the rifle as well. And he's been playing phenomenal. Exactly. And if you give him the time to shine, Get Lucky and Art X King, these duos, they're crazy and they're cracked. And boy, are they truly showing us the power that we have. And at the same time, you gotta understand fatigue plays a major factor. And I don't know, Impact, they've played a lot of games. I mean, double overtime, map number 3. I think this is their 5th map of the day. So,
Yep.
to a certain extent, sometimes you feel the exhaustion. But right now, I cannot be found. Because God's Reign, boy, they do look like they're a whole different team with just one player difference.
I don't know about you, JT, but this is what I love about Grand Final days. That's when the games become closer. That's when the OTs come out. That's when all the challenges now are sprung onto whoever is the favorite. Now, God's Reign, even though they're on the lower buys, they can still funnel all their power into one site, and that's what they're gonna do. They got the read. They know that there's one at least, but will they expect 5? It doesn't matter. The Mac 10 rings true, and again, a second frag for both Art King and Causal. Impact into the A site without hesitancy and without that much damage.
Well, flawless victory coming from the side of Impact without even using as much as utils as they had. Honestly, they do understand on the side of God's Reign that where they're going to push, but unable to capitalize from it. At the end of the day, this full buy round coming from God's Reign, if this fails, Ramon, then it might look like Impact could take this one away from, being a favored map from God's Reign.
Will the surprise be here today as God's Reign are now relying on fired up the op shot already? Swinging through over to the main position. They smoke on down. It's a rush coming up from Impact. The Mac 10 tries to make some space, but Anastasis will get some damage done. Double kill for him. Finn also rising to the occasion. A double for him as well. 1v2, and Try actually has to make the difference. But R2B2 is actually lead to the call, which gives Impact the open opportunity to rotate slowly into the A site without giving God's Reign the time of day of info.
I love this play. Honestly, Impact, these guys have one heck of a mind in terms of what play that you want to do, and this is going to catch God's Reign off guard. R2B2 is going to be like, wait a second, I thought I was going to go for the B side, but this time around, makes a big question mark on where, tier 1 is going to be hiding. You have zero information, zero things to work around other than understanding where the bomb is planted. And like you said, no kit. Has one flash and that's it. Will be able to find it? Nope. Perfect placement from tier 1. Calculated. And boy, oh boy, are we seeing one heck of a play here from Team Impact alone.
See, JT, there's a reason why a pro player recognizes what he actually believes is the future for what is to come in this match in particular. We both know what we actually said in the broadcast, what we predicted. And so far, it's looking pretty good for our one host that we have here in the server. For the one, and again, the Eagles in hand, Mag 7 to try to fire up into the site itself. That's what? A second from fired up. This guy stays true to his name. Literally exploding inside the mid door. As Finn is now pushing himself back in towards the site itself, tries to see if he can defend, tries to see if he can fight it off. But the AK's from fired up, yet again gets a triple kill, but this time the Heaven players had to make the difference now. Impact They walk into this round with the full buy, but now they're surprised thanks to one Mag 7. And now has to clutch it up yet again. Wallow makes a difference. Mozzie B as well. Has to clutch up with a 2 versus 1 and get lucky. Rotates around, doesn't have any sort of mag with that Glock in hand. And R2B2 will steal the round away. All thanks to the Mag 7 hold up by Fired Up himself.
Yeah, God's Rain, I think they're wide awake now. Understands they can't give too much of an advantage towards the Impact with the way they've been playing. They need to get that recovery round as much as possible. And he started up with that magnificent play coming from Fired Up. If it wasn't because of him, they're not going to be in the position that they are at right now.
This is where the rounds become a little bit more random, a little bit more weird. Because now you're seeing the Mag 7 fire up. You see a few of the op shots now sing to the names of Fired Up as well. Big update, as I would like to say, is get lucky. Gets the op shot in time. That's the AWP head-to-head. And a molly perfectly placed in time. The smoke coming down a little bit too late to the call. Now you got the close player from Rossi Bob, expecting multiple people come out of main. The flash has to be perfect, and they have to clear corners. But Impact decide to push on without clearing! And Rossi Bob explodes out of the corner. Art King tries to deal it done, but Anastasis, again with the op, could not hit the shot. Finn gets another, and a 1v2 this time for Wallow as he's lost inside the site. God's Rain get the third round win. And again, it's because of a perfect setup.
I don't think if you noticed, by the way, Anastasis didn't really have a gun. He threw it in towards Panic. He threw the AWP to make sure he's able to save it. And then threw his AK out. Lucky for him though, the AWP that he threw up was much more closer, so he was able to pick that up and find a kill. And it's just those tiny plays sometimes really makes a massive difference. As you can tell, he's able to get a frag. Meanwhile, the push, it's on towards the B side. The flashes, they're all there. He's caught blinded. Could not see a single thing. Rossi Bob gonna wait for the team maybe, and then go for a play. Goes for the pick. He finds one, but that's all she wrote. As goes past around. Meanwhile, R2B2 comes behind, hoping to make a difference. Finn will fall down. Artex King, they understand where the utilities are coming from. They know where R2B2 is. His hands are on the molly, and that's it. Impact, they win the round.
Back-to-back rushes, and this time it works out. Second time in a row. Second time's the charm for Impact as they now go back to the basics of what has been working out for them. The rush comes in, and that's where they surprise the anchors. In the previous round, Rossi Bob was in a perfect spot thanks to the read, thanks to the call from God's Rain. But now they never expected that the losing play actually became the winning one in the next coming round. God's Rain back into the 3-5. They got the op shot coming down again for a Fired Up. It's not the op, it's actually another op. Get lucky, but here, not get the spray in time. That's a 2-for-1 special. Art King pops in towards the site. Could not handle the pressure from Rossi Bob. Picks up the op itself as well. He wants to be the hero of the squad. Has to be the anchor onto connector. Causal gets another. As they're trying to pressure the connector player. And even the Molly does a really good job of covering their faces. 1v2 this time. And R2B2 is actually inside of the site right now. They don't realize this. Causal low on HP. That MP9 is going to be the perfect weapon. Has to run and gun. Gets the spray on down. 1v1 against Wallow. Low on HP. And he gets the double kill. It wasn't the perfect weapon on the long range, but once he got close, he became a threat to the players on Impact. God's Rain and R2B2 have saved the game with the 4th round win.
That clutch, dude, that was so unexpected. Didn't necessarily thought he was going to be running and gunning, but yes, he did. Lucky for him, there was a player that was rather tagged down. And thanks to that, they're able to win that round out. Now, with that AWP being saved, I think that will make a difference in the side of God's Rain. As they're looking on... Is it going to be a full buy on towards the side of Impact? No, they're going to go for a Tech 9 buy, which we've seen them win occasionally in Ancient, but Anubis, it's a different story.
Back into the lower buys we go for Impact. Back-to-back rounds, it does not work out. The rush 3 times in a row hasn't been the best case scenario.
What?
Fired up! It's the second time that he's gotten the collateral, and it works wonders time and time again. God's Reign. They have to build up this momentum. They got another shot again for tier 1, so Impact also has a bit of hope into the round. God's Reign, all they can do is try to go for the retake, but a second frag again for tier 1. It's all falling down to Wallow, but he falls to the ground himself as well. What are these rounds? I mean, this time the pace and the tempo is already thrown to the wayside.
What? Did you see that collat? Like, what on earth was that shot? Honestly, if it's not because of the collat, there's no way on earth that God's Reign was gonna win that one out. No way. As Impact, so far so good on their end. 5-5 right now in the first half, and it might be a favored map towards God's Reign, but their CT is not looking that good.
Back into the op shot again for Fired Up, who time and time again has become the step up for the squad. Impact already knows that the op shot is already ringing onto the connector position, so they decide not to give him any opportunity to get the op shot to come down. The only time that we can actually get some breathing room now that they're playing a little bit more slow.
Still gonna be a big push towards the A side, which they've been doing phenomenally on the side of Impact. I think the names are swapped around as Impact are able to get the amount of kills here up against God's Reign, making it back to a 4v2. It has been a long day, as we can tell. Meanwhile, Get Lucky and co. Complete dominance on the A side. Now just looking for the kills to hunt them down the side of God's Reign, who are the ones defending. Meanwhile, Get Lucky could not look at the right time. He did fall down instead. So another round gonna be won, I believe, in the side of Impact. As God's Reign gotta save the AWP, right?
That's true. On the op, they can hold on to the next round. And an opportunity for them to lose it in the same time. No, it's not going to be the case this time around. And a 5-6. Keeping the op into the next round will be pivotal for Fired Up. Rossi Bob also picking up the next AK in this final round of the first half so far in regulation. And a good thing to point out is that Impact are playing with confidence now, knowing that this is a grand final, knowing that this could be the final time that you could reach the tier 1 level to try to upset the odds, upset the gods in God's Reign themselves, who I would say are in a weakened state just because they don't have an IGL. But are they weakened, or are they just playing under a different identity, a different play style that they're currently experimenting just because they were forced into the situation?
I guess, and regardless of that, though, maybe it's. I still feel like it's been a long day, and maybe they're just losing the momentum that they had earlier on. We have never seen God's Reign pushed so far as per Impact. This is the first time we've ever been seeing a lot of weaknesses showing up, which, you could tend to saying no IGL, but to a certain extent, though, it almost feels like they lost their identity as a team.
Again, going back to what Impact know best, holding up on one sector
It's
of the
the
map
rush.
right now. The rush this time when the smoke comes in, flash coming down, and Get Lucky and Wallow. They already ring true to their name. The entry comes online, and then with a double, it looks like it does not matter. R2B2 too late to the call. And you can see the same for Fired Up with the best weapon for the job. Causal, tier 1, also huddling up on the same space. The default plant comes through. And it's a good thing the smoke dissipates as Fired Up picks up the frag on tier 1. 1v2 for Causal. He knows that there's one player on CT, but now has to find the other guy. And he's late to the party this time around, has to deal with the connector as well as CT. almost could get the spray onto R2B2, but it's a good thing that the connector player actually peaks on with confidence. 6-6 scoreline for both God's Reign and Impact. I'm telling you, JT, this game is Grand Finals caliber, and I am here for it.
I'm just shocked in seeing how God's Reign have fallen off quite heavily here in the hands of Impact. But 6-6, not too shabby. This time around, it is gonna be their side of things is to be playing on the T side, which I feel like that is God's Reign comfort, is playing on the T side in this map alone, on just how well they execute their plays. This could be potentially what could set things aside, making them the grand champions. Let's not forget, this is the final map of this best of 3, and we did go through the distance. God's Reign taking their sweet time. They're shooting on towards bridge. That is Anasis finding the shots. Okay, what? Okay, I think we're seeing a glimpse of the future, maybe. I'm not sure. But Impact, they're falling into pieces as Anasis finds that kill. 7-6 right now. God's Reign on the lead, and a bonus on their name.
Okay, that's interesting. Did we peek into Inception, the Matrix? Did we actually open Pandora's box or something? I'm not sure.
What pill did
I'm
you
not
get?
sure
The
what
blue or
just
the red?
happened. That's interesting. 6-7 scoreline for God's Reign, and it's off the back of beautiful confidence from Anastasis. Literally from the 6-6, he only had 6 kills, and now, well, 7 actually. Picks up the 4K, now builds the confidence back up. We could see how good of a tier 1 player this guy can be. Except, I just caster cursed him. One tap from tier 1. Rossi Bob with the 1-for-1. He's looking at the blood that was drenched up from the wall.
Oh, he was lucky. He almost falls down. Instead, R2B2 is able to get at least 2 in a row. He's so low from the timing that was given. And now, because of it, Ace Side is out for the taking. Rossi Bob, he spots one down, but gets shot with an eagle. Oh, no. This could be the difference maker, Ramon. A 3v2. You want to play up close and personal as possible, as R2B2 is really tagged down. Gonna hold in sights. You have the smoke. It will dissipate quite soon. Walu, there's so many angles to peek on. As fired up, understands where the other player is gonna be showing on. Goes for the pre-fires, the shots, and Walu was trying to sneak up on him, but fired up, shuts him down. You rather save the AK instead for the next round. So it looks like God's Reign, they continue the streak they have in the second half.
Yeah. Even keeping most of their guns, and possibly could actually get lucky, but as he sprays on, and they actually do. Himself a frag. Keep 2 of the AK-47s, as still the Kevlar by. The helmet's still intact. And not a lot of damage done, except at least 3, just thinking if they could go and keep up with the buys that the previous team has saved up for themselves. Yes, they are. So God's Reign will have an ample amount of firepower moving into the next round. 6-8 Impact. Now dealing with our king on the AWP. We've been talking about how Get Lucky has been so strong on the up. Now they put all their trust on our king. Now he's the one relegated into the mid side. The Molly ate so much util. He's burnt to a crisp. And our king nowhere to be found with that AWP.
That's massive. Making sure there won't be an AW play coming from Ardex King. Still, they have to keep their sights on the prize, being able to defend the side if they can. Causal's left alone in no man's land, trying to try to save himself out, but he's able to get one, could convert to another. Oh, he's able to dodge a bullet, wait for his team. The smartest play on the book. Strength in numbers, don't be a hero, and he does that.
4v4 this time with the retake scenario forced onto the Impact players. They lost Art King. Now Causal moving in and kills off the stand-in. Pushes in towards the site, fired up, makes his presence, but get lucky. The presence has been paying off. Another shot again for tier 1. A second frag for the tier 1 players again. And Impact get a 7-8 scoreline thanks to an impressive retake and a lot of mechanics showing up where he needs to. Tier 1 hitting the shots as the rifler. Impressing as he strides on in the 7th round win.
Look at understanding that he can't hold the side alone anymore. Immediately goes out and then retakes it once the team is there. That is presence of mind. I know it's late, but having that game sense in you and understanding on what you had to do there and what the play has to be done. Amazingly done by Causal.
Has been pretty impressive all throughout the BO3, and now in the final moments possibly of the second half, he's been doing wonders. Now Impact has a full gun round, now forcing God's Reign to play the passive approach, funneling up so many people on the water position and making Impact second guess about where they're going to be pushing from. God's Reign have established a lot of presence made on the main side, but since connector is open, and that's a perfect molly, I was about to say, they can wait it out and just get themselves the opening over the B side, which is going to be funneling up 2 of the anchors, and Wallow picks up 3. That's where the A1 has to shine. Now Anastasis, he's late to the call into the loving arms of Wallow's 4K. 8-8 now for Impact. It is that full buy. But now with that win, they got a lot of money into the next round. And remember, whenever they have so much money in the bank, they have so much up for the plate, they could possibly go for the double op setup once they have saved up enough cash for it.
Impact. I don't know, man. They're pulling a lot of things out where, you know, it's so different from how they were playing earlier on. Just because of the momentum that they've had, they've been playing out of their minds up against God's Reign, which we felt like was the favors to win, you know, this tournament alone from the playoffs that we've seen. But other than that, you know, God's Reign, they're struggling to make a play, to put a foothold in this game, to even have an inkling of an advantage. Because what you can do, it almost seems like Impact can do it better.
And it's kind of in that situation where every person on Impact's popping off. I mean, you see Wallu actually hitting multi-frag shots, but that's after. That's also in rounds where God's Reign are also in the equal disadvantage. In this sort of scenario, we kind of put Impact on the passenger seat. We expected God's Reign in the image that they are the favorites because they actually had a very dominating performance from qualifiers alone. And individuals like Fired Up, who is very strong on the op and on the entry fragger role. It's evidence that God's Reign is a very strong team, and it was no question for us that they were favorites in our eyes. But Impact is putting a performance that puts a huge question mark on what we define as favorites. Are they the type of team that win every single gunfight, or are they the type of team that go through the grit and grind to get through the hardest matchups, to get through the hardest of situations? And so far, Impact have been doing really well in that regard. So far, I want to see a lot more from God's Reign.
So we have a technical difficulty here. The match has currently been paused due to certain issues that we are not sure. But I think this could favor God's Reign more, for them to really talk things through between one another, right? When you have this long sort of pause, this is where you can re-strategize, regroup, and recuperate as a team and understand, guys, the match is slipping away from our very hands. Impact, they're just taking it just because of how well everybody has been playing. So you gotta wake up and make a play, because yes, I know it's early in the morning, but you know, that can't make an excuse to becoming the champions of GG League CS2.
Oh yeah, JT. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning to you. Well, let's be honest. It's gonna be 5 in the morning there, right?
Yep.
How many coffee have you drank, Ramon? How much coffee have you drank?
Interestingly, just one, and one can
You're
of Coke.
surviving? With what?
Yeah, and with 2 hours of sleep. Dude,
Okay, two
we
hours.
went
2
through
hours
worse.
of sleep. That's
We went
on
through
you.
worse. We went through worse.
Thou shall not name what happened before.
14 hours of broadcast.
Was it 14? Felt like 16, buddy.
Well, it felt like 17, honestly.
That
To me,
is gonna
anything
be
is easier.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone out there have tried 14 hours of broadcast. That's insane. And the broadcast time was like what, 6 p.m. And then you end up gonna be at the next day at 8 in the morning or something like that. That was insane. I told myself I'll never do that again. Like I was passing out
No, actually,
mid-cast.
you were off the mark, right? I remember this clearly. I can tell you the exact times that we
Okay,
ended.
what
and the
time
exact
was
time
it?
that we actually started. We started at 9 p.m. Our call time was 8 p.m. We ended at 11 a.m. 11:30 p.m.
Interesting. All I could remember was the regrets and me passing out mid-cast. I would be closing my eyes and I would just bounce off whenever you be quiet.
I see.
Those were the
No,
days.
But that just means that we went through the worst of times. And look where we are right now. The same story from every player on the server right here. Everybody started as a tier 2 player. Everybody started from Face It. And now they're about to earn some cold, hard-earned cash. If they actually get themselves into that first round victory.
If I'm being honest with you though, I feel like this is a big favor towards God's Reign. Just because Impact, like I said, they are very such a momentum team. And when there's a long, awkward pause, this kind of stops it. So, because of that, I feel like the possibility of God's Reign taking this round off of Impact is much up there. I'll give them a 70% chance of winning it just because you put a halt on Impact's way of just continuing on and steamrolling God's Reign on how much of an impactful play they have been doing.
Finally, the attack pause is come up online. Well, offline actually. 8-8 Impact. Still riding on the momentum until Anastasis has taken Try's head off. And tier 1 giving up that mid space over to the God's Reign players. Look at the map space. Mid is open for the taking. Molly as well over to the connector side. That palace push is looking wide open.
I love this.
Then again, it's going to be a pretty strong approach on the split push.
That was a very interesting way. Ramon was teaching us Tagalog for a short second and stopped himself. It's been a long day.
I didn't realize it before I finished the sentence.
Yeah, I love it too. But let's go back into the game. As Impact, they're losing it by the skin of their teeth here. Like I told you, right? This awkward long pause. It stopped the momentum, and God Reign is capitalizing it. As much as Ramon will catch us on surprise, it's God's Reign that catches by surprise. As Rossi Bob, he's just jumping jacks early in the morning. You gotta get your exercise on. Is fired up with a backstab, able to get that one done for God's Reign to win that round. The Filipino Ramon came out of nowhere.
I know, right? Just at the worst possible time where it was a close game, and so far that execute kind of prompted the excited Filipino envy. But going back, right, that was a pretty clean execute because you got the split push. You also got God's Reign fully trusting in their front line to take the main, and they were ahead of the curve because once R2B2 was too late to the call, that's when he did not. That's when he actually got the open space over to the connector side. That's when impact actually was lost. Now the timing, get lucky, starts off strong. Upshot in hand, puts all full trust in that investment, and finally will find fired up. That's also the up or down for the count. God's Reign has to play this a passive game now, because that up could be anywhere.
That is massive, actually. Making sure the fired up is gone and dusted. The Mr. Consistent on the side of God's Reign gone. This is a good setup for impact. And guess what's happening, Ramon? Do you want to go for a push from A main? I don't know. I mean, Causal does not have the most ideal gun per se, but we have seen him shine, and we have seen him go crazy. And this could be possibly one of those days where he does show us his craziness, I would say. As the setup will be there, utilities already being shown off. Tier 1 gonna try and stop them and slow them down if he can, but he gets killed immediately off. Causal gets one, but could not convert to another. Yes, one is slow, and then that's R2B to done and dead. Done and dusted. Get lucky. Is hoping to be lucky, but gets blinded off instead. And Finkin out of nowhere. Surprise, surprise. Get lucky with a pistol. Finds a kill, a 1v2, an assassin. What can he do except die in the hands of impact?
And what do you know? Off of this exchange, what did they get? The double op setup. And get lucky. Enjoys one of the first ops that we've seen in the CT side. And now, even though God's Reign had a full push on in towards the plant position, impact just seemingly relied upon by Get Lucky, even though the op wasn't the only weapon of choice for him. That 5-7 dealing a lot of damage done. And even getting a 3K in the mids. 9-9, it's as close as it can get. This grand finals could be in the air. As Impact, they have the momentum. Swinging for the fences. Double op set up yet again. Our King, the default position for him was connector, but now he can surprise him with the push. But Tier 1 expecting the peek out from R2B2 through the smoke as well. X-ray glasses on full display for Impact.
That's an eco, by the way. Oh, timing! He wasn't aiming at the right time. Yes, it's going to be a 2v4 as they are going to push towards the B side. You have to go up close and press on the tech. Nice, it makes it work. They're missing the shots. What is happening? Walu! An eco round from God's Reign. Bringing it close up and personal. The AWP doesn't even land and they're somehow pulling a magic trick as they win their eco round. What on earth is happening in this grand finals, Ramon? It's Thermal Mayhem.
Their eco round already makes it known that sometimes the full buy doesn't actually connect every single time. You run out of bullets, and that becomes the open space again for the Tech 9 to actually conquer the site itself. And a good thing for Fired Up is once he got the upgrade, he was good enough to actually be that gatekeeper inside of connector. The 9-10 score for God's Reign. Stealing the buy round onto the other side of things as well. God's Reign, they push on in. Anastasis, he flashes for himself, but our King through the smoke expects him. Pushes a little bit too far, gets himself the upgrade. Possibly for another day as well. So they push on. Match flash as well. Causal will follow yet again. The pistols, what is happening? Why are the rifles losing on every front?
Now they bring it back to a 3v5. And honestly, I'm dumbfounded in how things are turning out. Eco rounds not supposedly winning, ends up winning duels is another thing. And because there's only a minute left, I don't think Impact should do any risky plays that puts them up in a bad set of foot. So they gotta stay inside, defend, and just play around from there. They do know a util was used towards the A side. Oh, they're gonna bite the bait? A full rotation of the squad as they open up the B side, and the play and the call is to go towards A. Oh, I'm not sure about this. It's gonna be a bit more difficult. A lot of utils currently being used, so this makes a good information on what they're gonna be doing. But guess who's flanking? That's Rossi Bob. I don't think they're gonna check him out, are they? They kind of got caught by surprise. Meanwhile, Finn gets the shot down towards Tier 1. He's fallen and made sure that he's not going to be able to wake up to see another day. And there's where Rossi Bob answers back. He pushes it to the limit. Yeah, you're gonna rush through the fire, but not gonna get an inkling of kills here. Now God's Reign 11-9. Ramon, you can't give God's Reign more rounds here. You either go for a full buy or you save and hope for OT. That's the game plan here if you're inside of Impact. Because if you do for a risky play and it doesn't work, it's goodbye.
And it is the worst time for them to actually try to fight up against God's Reign in terms of the buy round. Look at the Pistols. And again, even though the Pistols have been making a lot of impact for Impact themselves, God's Reign still has the momentum. And now it's singing true. Flash on in from R2B2. Presence has been made. Funnel all the players inside of that one corner on aim in. They push with conviction. But look at the discipline for R2B2. He can spot multiple people at the same time. Gets one, but could not get the second. Look at Causal. Laser focus on the flick. Laser beams on sight for Impact. All the Pistols dealing a lot of damage done, but Rossi Bob able to trade it back 2 for 1. As Fen, he looks away at the wrong time, possibly at a time where they actually shine into the connector spot, then they fire at their feet. God's Reign take full advantage, 4v1. Causal gives a reload and has to peek on down. He rushes on into Finn. And that's the right time for Rossi Bob to capitalize on that positioning. And it's tournament point for God's Reign, only needing 1 round to finally solidify themselves, IGL or not, has the best team in GCC and in the MENA region. But they have 1 more round to prove this.
1 round is all it takes. You have to play in absolute perfection. Like I said, either you go for a buy and risk it, or you go for, a save round and then go for a buy, hoping for an overtime. And that's going to be the play coming from the side of Impact. Oh, this is going to be the first time we're going to see this where they push out of it. The off, it does work. They get the shot. They get from above. That's where Get Lucky. He has the high ground. Our next king. Able to shut things off. God's Reign. Not today. You're not going to be able to get this scot free. As Impact gets a round under their name. 10-12. As they slowly climb back and hope for overtime and this final map in the grand finals.
Full flawless at that as well. Keeping all of their guns, keeping most of their utility intact. They keep a few kits in the mag for Impact as well. So that just means that every buy round from this moment forward will be a decisive one from the CT side. But you can see the same as well for God's Reign. Full AK rush, full on check over. And they are also putting all their early pressure with the util in hand. Art King's gonna walk into the mollies. They have to spray on down from the smoke just to see if they can get the smoke on down. But good thing that Art King is already repositioned over at the corner where he actually has cover. Tier 1 over at the B side also could make some impact known. He's already in a position where Get Lucky also has made his presence known, but so far Impact on the default positions has been doing a really good job with Tier 1, also starting off strong. A second for Tier 1 on the rifle. This guy has been underrated so far for Impact. God's Reign still have a matchup in this. R2B2 almost spraying on down. And it's a good thing they're huddled up on the backside of things because the upshot does not connect. That's an opening for Anastasis, but Tier 1 continuing his onslaught, continuing his kill streak into a 3K. And they're lost in the sauce. But they still can hold up with the frags. They get 2 for the mix, but still a 3 versus 2 with 45 seconds to make the decision.
They have to make a play. They have to make it fast. They have to make it quick. But Impact has a complete read. They have the entirety of the squad there. But what? Tier 1 doesn't check the corner. Did not expect the player to be there of R2B2. Now a complete switcheroo. There's a play here. Go towards A side. Impact. Make it or break it. If you lose this one, it's goodbye. Good riddance. And fire it up. He's going to play it smart. He's going to wait for them to go for the flank, go for the push. Maybe, just maybe, this might be it, Ramon. This might be God's Reign's victory. R2B2. Is he going to make an insane play? They're pushing
This
Ramon.
is risky.
This is mega risky. But there's going to be a lot of information, though. Guess what? They're going to be able to find that one down. Get Lucky, gets a shot. Now do they know where the other player is going to be? Walu confirms it. that there's only CT spawn possibility he's gonna be at, and he traces it out. A round has been won. We could reach overtime here between Impact and God's Reign. 1 round is all it takes for an overtime, and 1 round is all it takes for God's Reign to take this home.
And a mixed buy as well for God's Reign at the worst possible timing. Galil's, for most of their players, and a decision that was risky because they leave the bomb open for them. Could not get any sort of map control, could not even gatekeep the players coming from that mid position as well. It was the 50-50 that they were looking for, and unfortunately they got tailed. Push on in yet again. You see the entry come down from the Tech 9 player. Hello.
Yeah. Are we gonna be guessing who won? Ramon? I don't know.
Take a bet?
God's Reign?
God's Reign? I mean, they
Yeah?
had Galil's, they had an AK.
I mean, Hi,
I mean,
thoughts?
that was anticlimax, but yeah, good production there, guys. Production- Blaming my. But no, the official word on the street is that it ended 13-11 for God's Reign. So congratulations to the Indian squad for actually winning the GG Pro League after 4 qualifiers and 1 playoffs and a very anticlimax last round. But there we have it. God's Reign with a stand-in, with a sub in the grand final, managed to win it, and I think they absolutely deserve this. So many eco rounds were won in this matchup. It's crazy how they utilize the pistols to their advantage. But yeah, congrats to God's Reign for being the champions of this competition, and hard luck to Impact placing 2nd and 3rd place. Victor, Sumus, so 2 Indian squads in the top 3, while Impact representing UAE are gonna take the 2nd spot. Guys, you know, if you want to break down that last map for us, it was very it wasn't one-sided at all. It was just always round for round, and it was, you never know when they have pistols. What went down, Ramon, if you want to just give a brief analysis on that game? Who? Who is it with us?
Wait, what's going on?
Rossi, hello. Okay,
It's
Rossi, can you hear
B.
me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you guys.
Hey, Rossi, how are you, man? This is Tox from the broadcast team. First of all, how are you? How do you feel? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys. I hope you guys also doing good and great. I hope you guys enjoyed the game as well. Actually, it was fun because it was going back-to-back rounds here.
All right, I'm gonna, maybe we can ask you one question each. So I'll start with my question. I was
Sure.
so when it came to the grand final and we saw Bavi is not gonna play, we're like, okay, this might change things for your squad. But you know, getting the sub in and playing the final, going to the 3rd map, and it was a very close one. How did you feel when Bavi said that he can't play? Did you guys did you have a plan B there, or was it like, you know, just get anyone, let us play? Or, what was the reaction from your team, and how did you cope with it?
Initially, at the start, we thought Bobby, because he's the IGL for us, and he's the main commander for us, right? So if we lose that kind of player, it's gonna really create a chaos in the team. So what we decided was, guys, whatever the change it is, we are here to play the finals. So let's play with heart fully, you know. So that's what we decided, and we moved on after that. And we managed to find a 5th. luckily, and he was my friend also. Like he is my ex-teammate as well. And luckily, we found him online, and he was ready to play. And we are happy that Anastasis helped us to win this grand final.
Awesome, awesome. Ramon, you have any question for Rossi Bob?
Yeah, actually, congratulations on the win, Rossi Bob. This is
Thank
Ramon,
you, Ramon.
one of the casters
Yes,
for.
sir.
Yeah, I hope you had fun on the BO3. Actually, for the whole broadcast, you guys had back-to-back games where you were playing with your IGL, you were playing with your team captain, and then suddenly you kind of need to play with a sub stand-in. But that already is a topic that we've covered from the previous question. What I wanted to ask you was, with the team recovering from what was a very abrupt system change, did it feel like you guys needed to switch things up? Because I remember correctly, and do correct me if this was wrong from me. It's just an assumption based off of what I've been watching from the games. You
Okay.
play, in particular on Dust 2, where you're playing slow defaults on T side, and you're also one of the few teams that also, mind you, pick T side against teams who want to play Dust 2 against you. My first part of the question
Yeah.
is this something that you guys are comfortable with? And second of all, is the reason why you guys are very comfortable to pick T side is because you actually have a game plan moving forward? Is it because you guys have always got a game plan moving forward within your T side? Like, tell me your thoughts on your Dust 2 map.
Thoughts on Dust 2, it's very similar to understanding the map, very easy. So starting T side would be a very good warm up basically, instead of starting CT side. And as a team, our T side is more stronger than CT side right now. We are trying to work on CT side, and we are looking for a fix, but we haven't found yet. But T side, we are doing great, and we know how to default, and we understand each other player, how they are moving, how they are adapting, what utilities do we have to use to take any particular control. And we all understand, okay, this part of the map is under control and this part of the map is not under control, or something like that. So more understanding on T side and pretty less understanding in CT side, which we are working on it.
Oh, and a follow-up question for that as well, which
Yes,
I want
sir.
to bounce off of your answer on Dust 2. Because you don't have Bobby, which I believe is a primary reason why your guys calling is also championship caliber. Do you believe
Yep.
communication was your strength because Dust 2 is one of your strongest maps? Do you believe it's because of communication, or is it because of something else?
I think it is because of the knowledge what every individual has, because nobody lacks any kind of knowledge in any map that we play actually. So we are pretty good at understanding the map and everything. And in terms of calling wise, we just stuck to the plans that somebody is calling. There was no specific person who was calling.
Mhm.
It was just like, let's say somebody gets a read for the next round. Okay, bro, they are eco, they're gonna do this, do that. So we listen to him. So there is no cross questions or no cross judgments or anything. We just trust on the guy who is calling at the start, and we just move forward. That was the whole plan.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, it's my turn now. Hi, Ross. It's
It's
JT
JT's
here.
time.
Yes, it's my
Hello.
time. Hello, hello. Congratulations, first of all. That was a hard-fought match.
Thank
And
you.
honestly,
Yes, sir.
my question is rather simple, right? You guys were on a roll in the whole qualifiers until the playoffs. There was no team really that got close to you guys, right? You guys were unstoppable. Were you expecting this type of series up against Impact to go through the distance and to make it to such an intense game where it could have been a potential loss for you guys actually?
Yeah, true. So there was no such thing as we thought anything regard to negative points. We were always positive, and we were expecting to close it out in the 2-0 itself, because we were that confident. Unlucky that we lost a few eco rounds and we couldn't maintain our economy, and which made us lose some important rounds, and we couldn't come back from there, and we lost some sort of momentum there, and yeah, because of that it went to 2-1.
All right, I think Rossi, that's all from my side. I will just leave it on a note from your side. Do you have any last words for your fans across Asia or maybe in India. You want to give a shout out to someone? I'll leave it to you.
I'll give shout out to my team, obviously, because playing at this time is we have never played at this local time events. So shout out to my team that they were more energetic and they were feeling well about the tournament as well. And shout out to all the fans who supported us and keep supporting. And I hopefully we play next other seasons which are coming in ME and A, and we try to win all the tournaments.
Right, thank you so much, Rossi Bob, and we do apologize for the late hours. Hopefully,
okay.
next time,
We
next
understand.
time around, we have earlier tournaments. So thank you so much for joining us. Congrats
Thank you guys
once
having
again
us.
to you
Thank
and
you.
your
See you.
teammates,
Bye.
and good luck in your future competitions. All right, Ramon, JT, it's been an absolute pleasure, being with you guys here throughout these months. And it's been extremely fun, honestly. It started as a small qualifier, a small tournament in Ramadan almost, and now we're here end of the year, so it's almost time to celebrate. And so yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to be working with you guys, and I'll leave the mic for you guys in a bit, but thank you all to the viewers, to PLG, to everyone that watched and supported this stream. And Ramon, JT, I'll leave some last few words for you guys.
Why don't you go ahead, JT?
Okay, you be the closer here. I just want to first of all say thank you to production, to everybody here. You guys made it so fun to watch with the damn chickens, with the damn epic fails. Let's not forget, it's been through a journey, honestly, from the first qualifiers until to the playoffs. You guys were fantastic. Yes, we did have technical difficulties here and there, but we made the most of fun out of it, right? We had so many things planned out, even unboxing, which by the way was the worst RNG you'd ever had. But regardless of that, you guys entertained us all. And of course, to Ramon and Tux, you guys have always been a phenomenal partner. And I hate to say goodbyes because this is not going to be a goodbye. This is going to be a we'll see you again later, because this is never going to be ending. We're going to see more CS2 hopefully in the future in 2025. And hopefully you get to see us more, JT, Ramon, and me, Talks, all together back again in the panel, which would be a fantastic way to continue to uplift the CS2 community in the wards this region alone, because there's so much potential that we didn't even expect to see happen here. And like I said, you guys, to everyone watching, you guys made this happen, and I hope you guys continue to support us and the tournaments coming from GG League in the future.
I mean, how do I follow that up? How do I follow that up? I mean, this guy literally shouted everybody that I needed to shout out for, but I think I can get a little bit more specific. I'd like to give a warm appreciation to everybody in PLG, specifically Sammy, specifically Wes, everybody who is working tirelessly for hours for us to actually have top tier production right here in GG League. This has been a pleasure for us working our second event with them. First time was over at the LAN event on one of the separate occasions where we were kind of nervous. Me and JT wanted to work with these guys for a long time now, and we've got the shot to actually share the stories that we were able to work hard through, and finally we culminated to what has been a pretty interesting finale that we've had so far with the 4 months that we have spent time together. So thank you so much, Talks. You have been a pleasure being a host. I've been pretty nervous coming up to the broadcast desk every single time because I really respect you as a figure. Everybody looks up to you. Everybody respects you as the guy in the MENA region to actually be the go-to in terms of Counter-Strike. And Caster JT's always been my go-to as the duo. Thank you so much for being here as my friend. And thank you so much to the viewers out there as well who have been watching us from start to finish. I appreciate every single one of you, especially to everybody who has made this possible.
Thank you, Ramon, JT. Thank you, everyone. And that's it from our side. We hope to see you next year with more competitions. Hopefully, PLG will bless us with some more.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. No more unboxing, but hopefully we get lucky next year around. Thank you once again, and we hope you have a good night.